If we go over to the Bear and Triple threat and just take a look at this out of the Columbus radar site, there are some indications that we do have some hail with this, and we did see some reports out of western Mississippi. I was checking out some of those storm reports, so we are also seeing the threat for some hailstones out of these storms as well, in addition to that risk for some damaging straight line winds. We go over to shear rate and check that out and just look at, there's some strong winds showing up right now. Again, we're zoomed in across East Mississippi. That's between Fulton, Clay, and Oakland. Let's look at velocity and put some of the pixel query. That beam height's going to be off the ground, but at least we can kind of go along this line here and just point out some of the wind speeds. Looking at some of those, yeah, 20, not too bad. There's one around 31 miles per hour, 28 miles per hour, but even after this line passes, winds are just going to stay gusty throughout the overnight. I mean, that is a strong cold front that is about to blast through here. So we'll keep an eye on those wind speeds as well. But this is the view from Columbus. That one storm, though, that pushed up through Colbert County, that thing, it really had quite a spin on it. You could even see a little bit of a hook signature, but that's almost kind of phased in with this line over the northwest corner of Alabama. It's all now under a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but that includes areas north of Florence. Well, there you go. There's another tornado warning that has popped up on that. Again, this is well north of our area, but given the time of night here, if you know someone in this area, you can text or call, give them that first alert. That's in Lauderdale County, Alabama, that tornado warning that is in effect. And now look at the motion on this. Severe cells moving east-northeast 70 miles per hour, 60 to 70 mile per hour moving systems. I mean, and that's not stopping at a red light either. So a lot of these storms, you see these warnings, they're going to come at us fast overnight tonight. That's why it's so important we have a plan ahead of time in case we do see one of these tornado warnings pop up. Things really evolving quickly, but that is tracking towards Lexington. Looks like that's going to stay north of Huntsville, but it's crossed just north of the Tennessee River, now in towards Antioch, Alabama, and moving up towards Lexington and Green Hill, about to cross Highway 43. Again, this is well north of our area, but that is the same storm that prompted that tornado warning over into Colbert County. So you follow the line south, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings just over the state line around Red Bay back towards Amory, but you follow that line further south and we're not seeing Starkville and points south of there. No warning showing up for quite a swath across central Mississippi. I mean, that's still an intense line. Our system's detecting and there's some strong winds, but it looks like severe wind gusts right around Clanton. You can actually see the gust front right there out ahead of the line. It's actually pushed through near Kosciuszko. So once again, we're seeing a system where some of these winds are getting out ahead of the storms. If that happens, that would certainly help limit that tornado risk if we can see that gust front really take off. But this has really it's covered some ground today. I was checking our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas. They were covering tornado warnings today in Jonesboro, and then the northwest corner of the state, it was snowing. And yes, tomorrow there is still a chance that we could see some wintry precipitation across Alabama. It just goes to show what kind of drastic change is on the way for tomorrow, but a powerful cold front. The outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, we can bring that up. The convective outlook for today, it shows a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for severe weather. And let me just say, the convective outlook, this has changed over the years. You can see Tania's bringing that up there on the screen. The entire area is in this. At one point, there was a time when you had slight, moderate, high risk. Now you have 5 levels. You've got a marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, and high risk. And just we're seeing an enhanced risk. It's still not the moderate to high risk level, but it does include the entire state and much of the state. And the big concern is for those damaging straight line winds. But that tornado threat is there. I was looking at some of the wind shear parameters, and it certainly looked like some high directional and speed shear associated with this system. So this time it's more about the wind shear, instability, somewhat of a question mark. But there's just enough and right out ahead of this line, as those winds are out of the south, that they're going to really pick up tonight. That's going to feed into this system. But there's a live look at the radar at this time. Tania has the warning. She's toggling those back on. Lots of reports coming in out of Mississippi of the storms that are about to enter Marion and Lamar County. So the National Weather Service is seeing a lot of reports on these storms here coming out of Mississippi. So we do have the first alert for some damaging straight line winds. Again, this is about to cross into Marion County and Lamar County. So be ready for the possibility here. Let's put some first alert times on this for folks in Marion County. We may need to just draw a we could do a squall track on this, Tania, and just kind of go right down that line and bring this into West Alabama. And let's do, it's moving about 50 miles per hour. So Tania's actually going to, let me see this here, and we'll do a track on this. Let me see here. Yeah, it's for some reason I don't know what's going on with the radar. Let's go and clear this off, and we'll draw that, and we'll bring it out, and let's see. So here we go with some times. You see it's 10:37 right now. First alert times. This will be at Hamilton Elementary School around 11:11. A lot of 11:11 times there. Hamilton, over towards Hamilton High School and the Walmart around 11:13. So yeah, around the city of Hamilton, those impacts. You could see the line now. It's right around. Looks like it's right around probably 15 miles or so from the state line. Let's do some. Let's go through some of these tools here, and let's see how far the line is right now. It's actually less than 10 miles from crossing the state line. The line right now is about 19 miles from Hamilton. Let's do some times of arrival. Again, there's Hamilton around 11:24, and with the movement at about storm velocity is actually about, I need to change this. It's moving about 50 miles per hour. Let's update that, and it was showing around 11:11. That's actually close on the time of arrival. So time of arrival. Let's go ahead and put some more of those. Let's check out Winfield and Guin, and we'll back the view out, Tania, and let's put some time of arrivals. We'll just kind of go down the line here for some areas here. There's Haleyville, there's Lynn. Now, we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning in Devil Springs and Carbon Hill, but we'll put the time of arrival. There's Guin, time of arrival around 11:16. We'll bring this into Brilliant. First alert time of arrival 11:25. Let's check out Double Springs. Well, there's Haleyville 11:26, and might have to clear some of this off, Tania, and then we will start over. There we go. So there's Double Springs around 11:43. So first alert Double Springs around 11:43 time of arrival. Let's check out Fayette. We have Fayette here at the bottom of the screen. Let's just bring that line out there. We'll check out the time of arrival. All right, so there's 11:46, so a time of arrival. All right, so again, severe thunderstorm warning right now for Lamar and Marion counties. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to continue to track this and cover this for you right here. So just stay with us right here as we continue our severe weather coverage on WBRC. All right, a live look from Lamar County right now as that line of storms approaches. 73 degrees, winds gusting out of the south at 22 miles per hour. This is a live look. Not seeing lightning yet, but we will be seeing those storms approaching here very soon. The National Weather Service, they have entered that they have launched a special weather balloon. So we're going to be getting some more information there on those storms, or at least the atmospheric setup as this line approaches. Bottom line, this is a potent cold front, and you know when you're going from near 80 degrees today to a chance of snow in our area tomorrow, that obviously this is going to be a big cold front that moves through. So in general, it's going to be windy as this cold front makes its way through the state. But these storms now approaching, I just want to give you the first alert. Marion County, be ready here. We're looking at impacts. Here's an updated marker. Let's put some first alert times. You can see Oakland at 10:57. It's 10:43. And we're seeing this line of storms way over here in Smithville, Mississippi. And by 10:54, it's got it in Trentmont, Bexar at 10:58. That would put that into Marion County. So 10:43, even before the top of the hour, already moving into Marion County. Scottsville around 11:01 as a first alert time. The movement on this, that is 60 miles per hour east-northeast. So it will not take this long to make it through Marion County. Already some counties are being trimmed away from the tornado watch back into parts of Mississippi. So the impacts will not last long. This will not be multiple rounds of severe weather tonight. It's one and done. I know half the state is painted in an enhanced risk for severe weather, but that's just highlighting the risk of some damaging wind gusts. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be in for multiple rounds of tornadoes and severe weather overnight. It's this one line. We just got to get this through here for tonight. Tania's putting some more tracks, just kind of walking down that line there, and you can see that this will be around Fayette. Let's see, there's Hamilton at 11:06. You're still looking at places like Fayette here past 11 o'clock tonight, probably closer to 11:15. Let's do a time of arrival again. We'll bring that line right into Fayette, and you can see around 11:46. Let's check out Jasper for folks here. There's 12:11 in the morning. Coleman. Let's check out Coleman. Probably need to take this line up here, but closer to 12:30 in the morning. So a lot of this coming in past midnight, but I like what I'm seeing here on the lower end of this. We're not seeing many warnings there from places like Louisville to Kosciuszko, Mississippi. So at one point we had warnings all along the line. That's not to say we're not dealing with winds 30, 40 miles per hour, at least in that part. We're just not seeing the winds up to severe levels, which is 58 miles per hour or greater. Some of you have asked me, are we going to see some large hail out of this? I know we've had some recent events where we've had some big hail producers. It is certainly a possibility. We had some of those reports coming in out of Mississippi. We were seeing with those storms back to the west. But meteorologist Tania Michelle standing by, and Tania, you and I are both kind of watching what's happening back to the west, and we've seen some hail reports and a few reports of where we've had some power lines down. Just in general, really wanting to stress as this cold front moves through, a lot of gusty winds tonight, and basically, you know, anytime we have a watch, that means the conditions are favorable. It's never a guarantee, but we need to be alert because typically a system like this, some strong damaging straight line winds are certainly a possibility.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Wes. And I can even show you guys some of the reports that we've been getting from possible wind damage across areas to our west. Again, this line is just now approaching our far north and western counties. So if you're in Marion County, get ready. Just make sure you're staying well informed and up to date. That severe thunderstorm warning in place for you all until 11:15 p.m. And you're already seeing some little pockets of heavy rainfall moving through that area. Let's see if there's any lightning with those. Not quite many ahead of the main line of storms, but definitely further back into parts of East Mississippi. But when I zoom out here, you can see, like Wes was mentioning, a lot of those warnings for the southern portion of this line are no longer in place. So there could be some possible weakening with these storms, which is a good sign as it approaches central Alabama. But we certainly need to be extra aware and vigilant in these overnight hours. I know many of you may be having a little anxiety right now because you don't want to go to bed until this line passes through your area, and I understand that wholeheartedly. So let's go ahead and zoom on in here and get a better idea of the timing of arrival for some of these locations. If you're just now tuning in, I'm First Alert Meteorologist meteorologist Tania Michelle. Most of the storms haven't even quite hit central Alabama. We're just seeing a few spotty showers right now in far Marion County. We've got a couple hours to go until this line makes its way really into central Alabama. So if you're wondering when it's going to approach you, you have some time here, and I'm going to show you what areas can expect some of these storms to start moving into their specific location. So let's take a look at some time of arrivals. We've been showing some of these, and if you're in Haleyville, you can expect these storms to hit your city closer to around 11:33 p.m. So between Hamilton and Haleyville, I'd say between now and 11:30, just be extra vigilant. Make sure you're checking in on your weather app, the WBRC 6 News First Alert weather app. Of course, making sure that you have that weather radio turned on. There is a link on our website. Just search how to program my NOAA weather radio and type WBRC, and it should pop up. If you don't have that weather radio programmed, you can have time. You do have time to run to a fire department. Just got word that they will program those for you in case you need it and don't have it programmed or don't know how to. But there are steps on our website. That's a great tool to have in case you lose service, in case your phone dies. Make sure you have that safety kit nearby as well. But the good news is with these storms, we're not getting a whole lot of tornado warnings out of them. Severe storms, yes, and it's likely because of the damaging wind gusts that they could be producing. But let's put some more first alert times here on our screen. We're watching this line moving towards Hackleburg closer to 11 p.m. Let's talk about Lamar County. If you're down in Lamar County, I want to zoom out here and give you guys an idea. All right, so here we go. This is where that line is heading towards Gewen, 11:25. What about the city of Jasper? If I clear that off, we'll be able to see what time this line could be possibly reaching Jasper. Closer to around just after 12 a.m., so right into Monday morning. Now, what about Birmingham? I know a lot of people in the metro area are like, hey, we're waiting for this line to hit me. When can I expect it? Closer to 1 a.m. So between 12 and 1, I'd be extra vigilant in the Jefferson County area as that line approaches you. But we are really just seeing warnings popping for our far northwestern counties at this moment. These are the only warnings in place. Parts of Lamar until 11:15 p.m. and parts of Marion County until 11:15 p.m. But it's still quiet in your spot at the moment. I would like to pull up our Marion County camera. I believe we have one in the Hamilton area. Let's see if that one is still up and working. If I pull this one up, we'll be able to see if we can see anything on this camera. Still, the storms are super far from it. Okay, so as of right now, it's just a dark view. I'm not seeing any lightning, but it is pretty windy. Gusty winds just under 40 miles per hour with sustained winds around 22. And the good thing about this line of storms is that it is approaching very quickly. You'll likely see a 30 to 60 minute window of those storms, and then it's going to be past your area. So you don't have to be awake for very long if you've been worried about this. So if you're in the Jefferson County area, go ahead, close your eyes, get some rest. And if you want to know when those storms are going to be hitting your area, I just say be extra vigilant closer to midnight and around 2 a.m. for the metro area. Now, Tuscaloosa, you have some more time. That line on the southern portion of the main line of storms is a little bit further back from you all. So you still have several, I'd say at least more than an hour for that location. But this is where the line is setting up. It's starting to move through the Jackson area of Mississippi. That's the southern portion of it. And again, we're going to continue to give you updates here. But the only severe thunderstorm warnings we have in place is for Marion and Lamar County until 11:15 p.m. We're watching it very closely. We'll continue to give you updates right here. We'll be back. I'm First Alert meteorologist Tania Michelle. We'll see you right here after this quick break.
All right, welcome back in. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt along with meteorologist Tania Michelle. Tania, you and I, we've been talking about past couple days this line moving through, and it's just the kind of change that we're going to see. A strong cold front, some very gusty winds in general as this moves through overnight.
Oh yeah, that's what the reports from the storm as it's tracked its way east. That's mainly what we've been seeing. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, likely because of the strong and damaging wind gusts. And we're going to see breezy conditions during the day tomorrow as that colder air really begins to settle in. It is a strong cold front, and it's going to bring us freezing temperatures. So we already can tell just by looking at that, the cold air that it's bringing, how powerful of a system this is going to be.
Yeah, we're still talking about a chance of snow tomorrow.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, we will see some snow showers and snow flurries. That is the kind of change that is on the way. March is known around here. Remember the blizzard of '93? I mean, we can have snow in March, and it's certainly quite an impactful system. But it is interesting, we're about a year out. On this date last year is when we tracked the severe weather. It was the last big first alert weather day for tornadoes across the state. We had the one that we tracked through Calera. There was one that we tracked south of Maplesville. I remember visiting down into Chilton County. So this is the time of year, obviously, when we can have quite a bit of severe weather. But tonight, what we're seeing so far, severe thunderstorm warnings. We're watching the line as it approaches. I really like what I'm seeing with some of these storms further south, but typically with a cold front like this, you're still going to have some impactful wind gusts as it moves through, so it's definitely enough to where it's going to get our attention as it moves through. But that line, here it is now moving into Marion County. Right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for Marion County, but as we've seen many times with these severe thunderstorms so far this season, we know that they can produce brief tornadoes. Even though it doesn't say tornado warning, we could have, even with a storm like this, and in some cases I always say, treat these kind of storms almost like a tornado warning, because you can have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But we have this severe thunderstorm warning for Marion and Lamar counties that have been issued. And let's go ahead, and the Weather Service is going to continue this, but locations impacted: Vernon, Sulligent, Ewan, Hackleburg. The National Weather Service saying the main concern here, 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm as it moves into Marion and Lamar counties. That warning will be in effect until 11:15, so it is going to remain in effect. But these are the only two warnings that we have so far in the coverage area. We backed the view out, and areas to the south, you can see the warnings have expired. Now, some of you have reached out. I know a lot of you are concerned. We were watching this one storm in North Alabama. It's north of Florence right now that had prompted the tornado warning. It looks like that actual part of the storm with the tornado is mostly into Tennessee now, but that has lifted out of North Alabama. Here's the Tennessee River at the bottom of the screen. There's Foster's Mill. Here's Rogersville, Alabama. Russellville's also at the bottom of the screen. So this is further north. Now this is moving into Tennessee, but it still looks like that is showing some strong. Are we looking at this from high top or Columbus?
This is high top right now.
Oh, high top radar.
I just switched it.
Okay, so high top radar, and it is, what was that, Ian?
2 minutes.
Okay, all right, sorry, they're talking to me in the back here, so I want to make sure that I don't miss anything. But that line is, that storm is about to cross now into Tennessee as far as the tornado warning goes, so that's lifting off to the north. So let's go back to the big picture. Let's just show the entire area. So this is just now getting into northwest areas, but here tonight it's close to 11 o'clock. Fast-moving system like this, we just want to stay on and stay out ahead of it. But we're going to take some breaks here and just kind of track this along with you tonight as these storms move across Alabama. Let's show you some of the forecast data and the forecast timing. We can walk you through that. We'll take it step by step here. And we were showing during the newscast that line is rather close. Let's make sure we have 0Z data loaded up in this too. Tania, I might still have
the latest. You don't want the latest?
Well, the latest will be fine. Yeah, let's get the latest. Yeah, the latest is better. So make sure we have that loaded up. So there's that was showing 10 o'clock, so we can even take this on to 11 o'clock.
Do you want me to zoom in or zoom out?
Just zoom out. Just walk us through this. I see there's 10 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah, let's hold that view. There we go. So that's a good view. There's 11 o'clock. So it's close, around 11. So let's take it on out to, there's midnight, pushing into Winston County. and still could see these little storms riding north along the line. We'll have to watch it around Tuscaloosa, Coleman around 1 o'clock. If anything, it slowed up a little bit.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it slowed up quite a bit. I mean, this is showing 2 o'clock now. It's got it pushing through Birmingham, Aniana. I still think we're good on that end time around 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's take it on out.
There's
2 to 3. Man, it really shows that line ramping up across East Alabama.
Like it speeds up.
Yeah, so listen, every location, we've just got to be alert overnight. It's not just northwest, it's not just west. Every location, we got to watch for that risk. But we're going to be right here with you along the way, the entire duration here, just tracking this weather across the state. Stay with us. We're going to take another quick break, but we will continue our coverage on this First Alert Weather Day. All right, welcome back in. Chief Meteorologist Wes Whitelaw, meteorologist Tania Michelle, a First Alert Weather Day. One of those nights certainly could be high impact with respect to the gusty winds across the state tonight as this line crosses now into the northwest part of the area. It's running a little bit behind us, 11 o'clock. A lot of the models had this pushing in around 10 o'clock. There has been already a tornado warning for areas to the northwest, and we're just going to be right here with you every step of the way tonight because this is one of those overnight events, and it's so important that we stay out ahead of this, especially with the line. We're seeing motions here 50, 60 miles per hour. The good news is once it reaches any given location, those impacts probably last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then the threat is over. In fact, you can see that line now moving into the northwest corner, and within the next 30 minutes, we'll be able to start to clear away places even in our northwest part of the coverage area. But Hamilton, first alert, here it comes. Those gusty winds about to move in. We have a weather watcher in Hamilton, Marla Minter, and I know Marla will give us an update on those winds as this moves through, so we'll have a little bit of ground truth to actually see what we're getting out of this system as it moves in. And it's over Bexar at this time. Tania's putting some first alert arrival times, and just to update you, actually, Tania, let's go ahead from the leading edge of this. Let's start with the leading edge. And just do a little, let's go in really, really close on this because I think that that shear marker is actually behind the leading edge of the precipitation. So there we go. Yeah, let's just bring this out. Yeah, this is going to be reaching us here within the next 10 minutes in Hamilton. I mean, it is closing in right now. So Hamilton, you can see there's Haleyville around 1128. And that's showing Hamilton around 1108. That's more like it. Yeah, Hamilton Middle School around 1108. So it's moving in quickly right now. There's the city of Hamilton. Let's go in to the leading edge. Let's get in really close. We can see some roads in here. There's I-22. All right, let's just hold the map here. There's Boyette Drive. Might need to clear some of this off the screen so we can see the roads. There's Barnesville. This is the Interstate 22, Weston. Just giving you some more locations here. Let's
give me 1 second. Wes, trying to get these counties bigger. There we go. Okay.
All right. So yeah, you can see some of the county highways. County Highway 25. So this is Board Tree Road. It's getting close. It's about to move into the city there on the west side of town, but it will move through fairly quickly. Seeing some photos here. Actually have some folks that follow me in Starkville sending some reports out of Mississippi of some of the lightning that was over in East Mississippi earlier with these. So they are producing some intense lightning. There's Barnesville. Let's toggle on the lightning with this, and we'll just check out the current. Well, actually, with this right here, not seeing much lightning at all, just gusty winds and heavy rain. You see the lightning count, what you see on the screen. Might be some small hail with this. I think that's what the markers see. It just updated. Now let's click on this right here. Nope. Yeah, click on that. and you could see the system was picking up on some small hail. All right.
It just updated, yeah.
Okay, just updated. There's Barnesville around 11:06. Some first alert times, 11:08 Weston. So it's still right there, Hamilton, that 11:08 to 11:10 time frame. I mean, it's getting close, and you see moving east at 60 miles per hour. BTI around a 2.8. That severe storm we were tracking earlier on a scale of 0 to 10 was over a 5. So you can kind of watch those numbers. If it starts to jump up, you know we have an intensifying storm. Mostly just a lot of wind and rain with this right now as it moves into Barnesville. So be ready, Barnesville. That gust front's going to move in. Winds really pick up. Again, it won't last long. Weston, and then once those that first leading edge moves through, it just stays rainy and windy for the rest of the night. So we got to get this first line through. Looks like more lightning. I think the heaviest rain and the greatest hail core with this, if there's anything, is right here around Bexar. You see more lightning with this around Scottsville. Let's go to the rotation tracker, and then we'll flip through. We'll go to velocity. So we're not seeing any strong rotation with this at the moment. We go to storm relative velocity from Columbus. Are we on Columbus radar?
Yes.
All right. So we'll click that on, and let's just let's put some pixel queries on this. We need to clear this off the screen, this storm track. But it's showing 27, 30 mile per hour winds right now around Scottsville and Bexar and Barnesville area. Tania is putting some of the winds. That's showing 34 miles per hour. Again, the beam height's more elevated with these wind speeds, but you know it's not like we're seeing 100 mile per hour winds at the moment, so that's a very good sign at this time. So just stand by. It's going to move through fairly quickly, and this is now just making it into Marion County. It looks like some severe thunderstorm warnings now also around Russellville. That line's about to cross near Phil Campbell, but this part of the line really starting to bow out here. You can see that tornado warning is now lifted out of North Alabama, moving up towards Tennessee. Need to watch this storm right here. Let's check this out again. This is over in Mississippi. This is south of Amory, Mississippi. It's tracking towards Lamar County. Go to velocity and rotation tracker on this. I want to do some real-time analysis on this one storm here. All right, let's just hold the screen. Let's go to shear rate. Want to see that? Okay, so I mean it looks a little suspicious there when you look at it on the radar. Let's go back over to reflectivity, and you can see a little bit of a curvature. We'll keep an eye on this. There's going to be times throughout tonight we see these little ripples that are going to kind of ride north along that line. We could see some rotation. Let's put a track on this. Again, this one is going to end up in Lamar County, moving east-northeast at 57 miles per hour. This will be around Mormon Springs around 11:19, Greenwood Springs around 11:22. So first alert times, Bedford around 11:23. Again, let's just check out the view. We've got well, there's Hamilton. We had Vernon pulled up a few moments ago. So let's go back to that Lamar County camera and we'll check it out. There's Hamilton showing 70 degrees, winds gusting up to 31 miles per hour. That wind is really going to start to pick up just ahead of that line. Actually, some of the stronger winds we're probably going to see. There we go. We got some lightning now showing up. It is moving in quickly. So you'll notice those winds really picking up out ahead of the line. Gusting up to around 26 miles per hour. The dew point has really jumped up here. Notice that around 63, that value has been in the 50s. Let's check out the dew point map. I just want to look at that because that is the storm fuel that we look at or really has an impact on the instability. Tania is going to bring up some of those maps, and you can see dew points go from, look how quickly they're jumping up. This helps us really gauge how much moisture's in the air, and this really drives up that buoyancy. So this is all feeding in from the Gulf, and you can see we have 50s across East Alabama, 60s across West Alabama. I talked with Spencer with one of our iHeart stations today. He had asked me a question, why does it seem like so many of these events for us happen overnight? And it's all about the way the ingredients come together here across what we call Dixie Alley. It's a very popular severe weather zone here across central Alabama. We get all these ingredients, the way these systems time out in the springtime especially, and now that we're on the time change, we do see a lot of these events that do happen late at night that impact Alabama. And on top of that, not only do we have a lot of these overnight events, but we have fast moving tornadoes. Tania, let's get back to the radar so we can stay on top of these storms here. Again, I just wanted to show that instability is really going up. You can see those 60s. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings in Fayette, so this is all going to evolve quickly here, and we do have I want to go to this area in Marion County. If you're in Hackleburg right now, Tania, let's get to this. We got a shear marker right here. We need to go to that. And this is going to be approaching Hackleburg. So we got some indications of some damaging winds around Pig Eye. This is crossing right now. I want to make sure I get in here close so we can see some of these roadways. This is crossing right around Alabama County Highway 66. That is Alabama Highway 187. And it is about to cross State Highway 172, County Highway 116. If you're along Hindman Road, you are going to have some strong winds. Let's stay on this here right now for a second. We're tracking some strong winds. We're going to get to a break here in a little bit, but want to stay on this one part of the line. Actually, it looks like it just updated, and this would put this around Hackleburg High School around 11:15, Hackleburg around 11:16. So getting indications now of some damaging straight line wind gusts. I know we've got a warning in place, but our system's detecting these strong winds approaching Hackleburg, and this will be crossing Highway 43 and Hackleburg right around 11:17. So giving you that first alert. This is moving right now to the east at 42 miles per hour. So that is northern Marion County. One of the stronger indications of damaging winds that I'm seeing right now is in northern Marion County. Warnings have been issued. Looks like this is going to be one of those nights where we're going to see warnings up and down this line. Severe thunderstorm warning. That is now including Winston County. So with this storm that's in northern Marion County, if you're watching me around Haleyville, this is tracking in your direction. So let's keep an eye on this. Probably see that part of the storm that's moving near Hackleburg move right around Bear Creek Reservoir and then over towards Haleyville. So a first alert. Hamilton, let's get into right now the leading edge, the heaviest rains moved in. There's Hamilton Elementary School. There's State Highway 17, Military Street right now really coming down. So right over the city of Hamilton, it is really coming down at this point. So Marion County feeling the impacts of this. Just hold on. This will move quickly, moving at about 50 plus miles per hour. We'll get this through Marion County. We're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 for Winston, Fayette, Marion, and Lamar counties right now. We'll keep you updated on those warnings there on the screen. So we're going to stay with you. It's 11:10. Chief Meteorologist Wes White, you're watching WBRC. It's a first alert weather day. And main impacts we're going to see here tonight, some gusty winds, damaging straight line wind possibility. There is a tornado threat. We're under a tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. Just take comfort knowing that this will not last all night for any given location. It will be a fast moving system. There could be some power outages out of this though as this moves on through. Strong cold front that's about to impact the area. If there's one thing I like what I'm seeing is that you follow this line further south in the Mississippi, we're not seeing the entire line underneath severe thunderstorm warning. So there are some breaks in here as this tracks to the east, but that line is now crossing into Marion and Lamar County. So here's Lamar County, a live look. We're showing 67. I mentioned a few moments ago that dew point had jumped up. We're actually seeing some 60-degree dew point values over West Alabama. That's coming off of values in the 50s from earlier today. So anytime you start to see those dew points go above 60 degrees, that's definitely some milder, that more sticky feeling air that's going to feed into this threat of storms. Won't stick around for long, but it just shows you, look at that wind gust right now, 44 mile per hour wind gust. That's greater than, I mean, tropical storm force is 39 mile per hour winds. So you're talking 44 mile per hour winds. That's the kind of wind speeds that can cause some tree damage and certainly have an impact. So I know you're feeling those strong wind gusts right now in Marion County. So this is live from Vernon. Here comes the line. It is now moving in there from the west direction, and now we're seeing in Marion County some indications of some of those damaging straight line winds. So just checking out the Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we'll continue to track this, these severe thunderstorm warnings. We will be right back. We're just going to take a quick 1-minute break. We'll be right back. 68 degrees right now. We're live watching these storms here from Vernon to Marion County. So we're going to reset here real quickly. So just stay with us. We're going to be with you throughout the duration, following this every step of the way as it crosses Alabama tonight. So just stay with us right now. We'll see you after this short break. All right, welcome back in. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We are actively monitoring severe weather impacts across our northwestern counties. We're in a first alert weather day at this time, and we're concerned about damaging straight line winds, isolated tornado threat. There's a tornado watch in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. These storms are now approaching our northwest counties. Right now, this is a live look from Vernon. We've seen quite a bit of lightning, but notice the winds gusting up to 44 miles per hour outside of storms. That's enough to cause some impacts out there tonight. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a potent cold front, and here it comes now moving through Lamar County. You can see those winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. Let's get you over to the radar. This is a live look, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect that include Fayette, Winston, Marion, Lamar counties until 11:45. Line is now crossing into Lamar County, approaching Vernon. Sulligent now getting in on some of those strong straight line winds. You can see around Cruz arrival times, first alert arrival time around 11:33, Beaverton around 11:38 p.m. and Bluff around 11:45 p.m. We go further north into Marion County. Let's show you where the storm's located right now over Hamilton. We've got some indications, some very strong winds right now. Let's slow it down a little bit and let's zoom in right over Hamilton. Want to get into some of those roads here so you can see on the screen right there around Liberty Trail and also Hart's Way. If you're watching around Hart's Way moving east at, did you see that time there? 64 miles per hour. That was a motion on this. I mean, these storms are flying to the east direction. So again, this will not last long, but be ready for this to move in quickly, depending on where you're located. You get those warnings, this will be on top of you in no time. So this is not one of those nights if you live far away, if you have a plan to go to a shelter at another location, you want to be there ahead of time. Know that this line is moving already into northwest areas. It's now crossing Hamilton, and the worst of this has already moved over the city. You see Tania's putting some first alert times on the screen. Okay, let's get those right there on the screen. So White House around 11:27, around Thornhill at 11:30 p.m., Bortush around 11:33 p.m. Those are first alert arrival times. You see right there's the marker Tania's putting on the screen, moving east at 64. Tania, this is moving quickly. Tania's standing by, and let's just back the view out, Tania. Just walk us through. I know the line's over northwest areas, but timing-wise, it still looks like now this has slowed up just a little bit. It may be closer to 1 a.m. before we really see this push through places along that I-65 corridor.
Yeah, Wes. So people, those of you who are areas to the far east, you're not going to see this line of rain and storms until early Monday morning. So you have several hours to go. This is just now entering in central Alabama, and your time now is 11:17 p.m. So we're moving in. We're seeing these storms move in to our far northwest corner of our coverage area. And now in parts of Lamar County, you guys are getting some torrential rainfall and possibly some really strong winds. Wes was just showing us that there were wind gusts possibly around 44 miles per hour. So hopefully you secured those outdoor objects. Areas to the east ahead of this line of rain and storms, if you haven't already, if your trash can is out front, if you have outdoor objects in place, now is the time to run out there, gather those items and secure them, because our main impact area wide is really going to be these really strong winds. So let's just take a look at where these storms are at the moment. We can zoom in. This is parts of Lamar County. Again, Lamar County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 p.m. And we are seeing some of this heavy rain now stretching into parts of Hayes Ford down to Hawkins Ford. This is over towards River Road. So if you're familiar with that in North Lamar County, you guys are getting hit with these storms at the moment. Let's see how much lightning is with this. So not a whole lot of frequent lightning, but at least around 17 lightning strikes. And that just goes for this frame that you see here on the screen. So around 17 lightning strikes. The leading edge of this is right near Moscow and the city of Cruz in Lamar County. Hasn't quite hit Beaverton just yet, but it's right there. So if you're in the town of Beaverton, you can expect that these storms to start heading into your way within the next 10 to 15 minutes here. Here's Highway 278. We're seeing that stretching from Cruz, and eventually it's going to be crossing Highway 278 into Beaverton again within the next 10 to 15 minutes, also near Deer Run Road. So wanted to give you that first alert. But when we zoom out, I just want to show you the big picture here. The severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place are only in effect for far north and west central Alabama. And they've already extended these warnings into parts of Fayette and even in Winston County. The storms haven't quite hit you. So if you hear your phone going off, your weather radio, well, those severe thunderstorm warnings have been in place because this is a fast moving line of storms. So they want to alert you that this is the time to at least be in your safe place, have that emergency kit nearby. But we're still not quite expecting tornadoes. And if we see one out of this line of storms, it's likely going to be brief because of how fast it's moving. So yes, it's slowed down in the aspect that it's just now hitting central Alabama, but as far as these storms go, they're moving quickly. So let's put on some first alert times and let's talk about Marion County here. If you're in Marion County and you're in Hamilton, this line is almost over your area, and almost the heaviest of this rain and the strongest storms of this line is almost past Hamilton at this point. But stretching from Hamilton and now heading towards Percy's Mills. Excuse me if I mispronounced that, but that is the leading edge. You guys are about to see these storms moving through your zone here soon. About 20 lightning strikes here. So we're starting to see lightning picking up with these storms as they move through Marion County. All right, let's put some first alert times on your screen, kind of talk about how fast this storm is moving. It's now moving this part of the storm, the northern portion of it, moving through Marion County, moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour, still quite fast. There is a chance there could be some hail within the core of this storm. So just keep that in mind. Hail size, our model showing maybe 3/4 of an inch of hail, but the BTI level is pretty low. So the chances of a tornado coming out of this is not zero, but it's not really high either. So let's put some first alert times here. First alert, if you're near Brent, around 11:32 p.m. Your current time is 11:21. Thornhill, 11:43 p.m. Bortush at around 11:47 p.m. So we're going to keep you up to date with this. I want to just reset the screen, let everyone know. I see some good trends because as you look just down to the southern portion of this main line of storms back into Mississippi, if I move our map over just a little bit, you'll see there's no warnings with that. So that is a good sign. So the strongest portion of this line is further to the north in parts of North Alabama and now moving into north central Alabama. But the southern portion of this, we're not seeing any warnings with this in parts of Mississippi. So some good trends here. I still expect that our main impact to be some really strong winds with this, some damaging wind gusts. And if we look at, okay, now we just got a new marker that popped up there in Marion County. I do want to zoom in here and give you guys a quick update on those first alert times because again, it's moving pretty quickly. The strongest portion of the storm is already over Marion County, or excuse me, over the city of Hamilton in Marion County. So you're just getting some heavy rain, probably hearing some lightning, or excuse me, seeing some lightning and hearing some thunder. But with these times here on your screen, you'll be able to see where this storm is headed. Near Bryn at 11:29 p.m., Piney Grove at around 11:35. A first alert for Thornhill around 11:40, Glen Mary 11:44 p.m., South Haleyville at around 11:44 p.m. So those are some updated first alert times for those of you just now tuning in. If you are in East Alabama, you are in the calm before the storm. Still some time to go before this even gets near you. So what do you need to do right now? Well, now is the time to secure those outdoor objects if you haven't already, because again, our main impact with this is going to be damaging straight line winds, really gusty wind conditions. We have a wind advisory that's in place until Monday afternoon. So even after this storm moves through, that cold air will settle in and those winds will be really breezy during the day tomorrow. So areas to the east, even down to Tuscaloosa, Pickens County, Sumter, Greene and Hale, no rain and storms in your area just yet, but it is coming. And the back end of this, the low end of this line of storms is kind of taking its time. Yes, it's moving through quickly, but it's taking its time hitting central Alabama. So again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in place for both Marion, now Winston County, Fayette, down to Lamar, and that's in effect until 11:45 p.m. First alert times in your screen. If you're in Marion County, you're being impacted by the leading edge of this storm. It's going to be heading toward the city of Bryn at around 11:30 p.m. So now is your time to at least know where your safe place is at. We always say treat severe thunderstorm warnings like it's a tornado warning. You can never be over prepared. It's best to be in your safe place. If there's a warning over you, go ahead, get in your safe place. It shouldn't last for very long, but I just recommend treating severe thunderstorm warnings as a tornado warning, because that way you're already in your place and you don't have to worry about getting there. But again, this is moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. There is a 70% chance there could be some hail within this, likely small hail size closer to ½ of an inch. And we're starting to see some more of these storms moving in to more of Lamar County at the moment. So let's clear up our screen, kind of get some look at these roads where some of the heaviest of the rain is at in Lamar County. So the leading edge of this, we're seeing some heavy rain down towards White Oak Lane, Highway 17, back towards Highway 18. Bedford, you guys are getting drenched. There's some torrential rain near your area, but as we look at the lightning count, it's very low. I want to pull up our camera out in Vernon because we're actually seeing that heavy rain just now reaching the Vernon area. Let me see if I can pull up that camera here to give you guys a view.
I've got it pulled up.
You got it pulled up?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it's moving in now. Those winds gusting up to 44 miles per hour. I mean, you're seeing it live here, Tania, as it moves across Lamar County. Severe thunderstorm wind gusts are going to be one of the big issues out of this. Let me just say, this day, we're about a year out from this day last year. We had almost 16 tornadoes that was in the state of Alabama. You remember the Winterboro tornado? That happened on the 16th last year. So we're almost a year out from the last big first alert weather day. We're not seeing that number of, we're not seeing as many tornado warnings at this point. There's a watch in a place. I mean, we could see a warning. I think overnight, though, if we get some of those warnings, they're going to be rather short-lived as they move through the state. This is not going to be supercell storms tracking across Alabama, so it's this one line. So once we get this through here, it's already moving into northwest areas. The threat is over, although it is going to stay windy and stay blustery throughout the overnight hours. We have some big-time changes on the way. Let's get back over to radar. Tania, let's get some first alert arrival times. Let's get in here really close. We're going to start with the upper portion of this line, and then we're going to kind of work our way down, and let's do some times of arrival. So let's start with Pierce's Mill and Hackleburg. We had those strong winds in Hackleburg that we were detecting earlier. It looks like those winds have backed off, but there's off and on indications in here of some damaging wind gusts. You can see that stronger part of the storm, it has lifted north towards Phil Campbell, but Tania's putting some arrival times. This is moving quickly. So Haleyville, within the next 15 minutes, we're talking Haleyville High School, Lakeland Community Hospital. That's one area with the last event. I remember that popped up. We saw some strong rotation in that vicinity. Winston County High School around 11:56 p.m. Double Springs Elementary School around 11:56. So just just some landmarks there to kind of give you an idea. Some first alert times, arrival times. Now that's this upper part of the storm. Let's clear this off and let's back the view back. Let's go out and let's go work our way south. Let's go along the entire line. So let's draw a line right here, Guin to Brilliant, and let's bring this off to the east. And we'll give some first alert times for our friends around Carbon Hill and into northern Walker County. So again, with this moving over 40 miles per hour, let's just hold the map still here. Brilliant around 11:32 p.m., Lynn around 11:47, Carbon Hill around midnight, and it looks like Smith Lake there around 11:22, although I think the upper part of this storm, it would be the southern shore of Smith Lake, showing up around 12:22. So it still looks like after midnight as far as the arrival time there for some of those areas around Smith Lake. So again, let's clear that off. There's Twin, Alabama is along the leading edge, probably getting some of those strong wind gusts right there around Twin. And let me just see here if we have any reports coming in from Hamilton yet. And let's see. Strongest wind gust so far from Marla Minter, 28 mile per hour wind. Let's see here. We do have some video coming in. Did say some pea-sized hail reported in Hamilton with that. So if you're concerned, we are seeing some impacts here locally. Even though it's not much of a line, we are seeing some hail impacts with this. But there's Fayette at 11:47 p.m. Arrival time Oakman around 12:16. These are estimated arrival times. Jasper around 12:18 and Parrish around 12:23 a.m. So let me see if I can load some of this up here for you. And again, getting some video in of some of the storm impacts around the area. This is coming in now from Marion County. So let's see if we got this view we can pull up for you here. This is from Marla Minter there in Marion County. Let's see if we can go to the view here and see if we can get this to pull up. And well, we'll try to get back to that. I'll see if I can get that source pulled up. I wanted to go full screen on that so you could see the view. There we go. So took it a little second to load up, but this is what it looks like there in Marion County. Marla reported winds gusting over 20 miles per hour with that line, but you can see it's not terribly bad at the time of this update, so it's moving through quickly. I know the loud thunder, and it's making a lot of noise as it moves through there in Marion County at this time, but stand by. We're already seeing, it looks like some areas being cleared away, Tania. If we go back to the view, let me clear this off the screen, and already looks like parts of Marion County, you can see the worst of this is now moving into the eastern part of the county. And Hamilton, severe threat's over. So, I mean, it has passed through. I mean, that's it. It's a fast-moving system. It's in and out of here. Haleyville right now getting in on some of those gusty winds. Guin, Brilliant, closing in on northern Fayette County, Wayside, the Stewart area. Hubbardville, time of arrival on this. Looks like around 11:43. Winfield, 11:34. It's getting close to approaching Winfield. And then if we back the view out some more, let's take it into, there's Eldridge. So right there along Highway 13, Eldridge, you're looking at an arrival time of around 11:46. So a first alert time there around 11:46 in Eldridge. And Lynn, you are looking at an arrival time around 11:44. Nauvoo, 11:49 arrival time. So just to name some of those locations, and still a ways out from Birmingham. Need to watch this one area here that's moving into southern Lamar County. Let's go in for some analysis on this. Everything looks kind of linear, not seeing strong rotation with that, but definitely could be some strong wind gust. Let's see there, 20, 37 mile per hour winds. There's some winds in there gusting over 30 miles per hour, but we did see that one around 40 miles per hour. Tania, let's look at some of the, I'll come back to you and just update us on some of the power outage numbers. Again, we are already clearing away some parts of our far northwest areas, Bexar over to Hamilton. I think the severe threat is over, but clearly we're seeing some power outage numbers going up in areas back to the northwest, and it's even out ahead of this line. Winds out of the south are now gusting up to 30 plus miles per hour, so we could even have some outages even before the line gets to you. That's why make sure your mobile device is charged. If you haven't done so, make sure you also, your weather radio has battery backups. You may want to put a couple double A's if you you have one of those Midland models, make sure you have some fresh AA batteries in there in case you do lose power. You can get those tornado warnings if one does pop up. But I'll throw it over to you today, but I see a lot of blue there showing up on the map.
Yeah, and it's mainly north and west central Alabama where those severe thunderstorm warnings are currently in place. We have 1,000 homes possibly out in Hamilton without power, 200 in Lamar County, 300 in Tuscaloosa. This is probably just because of those gusty winds ahead of the leading line of the storms, 400 in Walker County, 2,000 homes in Coleman. So yeah, we're already getting reports of some power outages, and that's one of the main concerns here as this line moves across central Alabama. But I just stress, listen, like just making sure if your areas that haven't even seen the storms in your spot yet, you're not in Marion, you're not in Lamar, you're not in Fayette County, anyone else, if you're trying to figure out what you need to do in this moment, you're listening to the sound of our voice, you have us on your TV screen. At this moment, just make sure, like Wes was saying, charge those devices, grab your batteries, your flashlights, maybe even some candles in case you lose electricity, maybe some snacks, have those nearby. Again, the good news about it is that it's in and out. Like Hamilton, Wes was just mentioned this earlier as well, already out of that severe threat. Let me put back our warnings on our screen, and we're seeing that many cities and parts of Marion County are literally out of this threat. It's now in far east portions of Marion County. I want to put some more first alert times here on your screen so that you'll be able to see. Again, Thornhill at around 11:42 p.m. These times have been updated. Bortush at around 11:47. A first alert for Delmar around 11:48. Haleyville and Winston County around 11:48 p.m. If you're familiar with some of these schools, the Haleyville Head Start at around 11:49. Haleyville High School at around 11:50. So we have been getting reports of maybe some hail within these storms. That is still possible as this main line, especially the leading edge, tracks into your area. There's a 60% chance of at least half of an inch. The hail is probably not super large, but still enough to cause some damage. I'd still think that overall our main impacts at this point are going to be the winds. So for those of you who are not in the threat of these storms, again, you want to make sure you secure those outdoor objects. Have those devices nice and charged so that you can continue to get alerts. We're already seeing Silligent. If you're in Lamar County and you're the city of Silligent, you guys are already clear from that severe threat. Just dealing with some stormy conditions at this moment, and possibly some moderate to heavy downpours. But now this is starting to move into Fayette County. So if you're near Bluff, if you're near Bobo, I want to give you the first alert for the leading edge of this storm tracking towards you. And you're likely going to be seeing winds picking up at this moment as that line of storms tracks in your location. Mansfield, you guys are dealing with some of that heavy rain at this point. But look at our lightning. Just on this frame alone, we're not seeing a whole lot of energy with these storms, which is the good thing about it. But only 2 lightning strikes here near the Mansfield area and over towards Wayside as it tracks into Fayette County. But you guys are still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 p.m. So let's just reset the screen here so you guys can get an update on what's happening with this line of storms back out to our west. You can see into portions of Mississippi, there are no warnings with this. The severe portion of this line of storms is the northern portions of it, stretching from Lamar County all the way up to North Alabama. But the southern portions that are stuck in Mississippi, the bottom half of this has slowed down quite a bit, and it's not producing as severe conditions as it was earlier. All those warnings have now expired. But again, if you're now in Winston County, that's where the leading edge of the storm is now moving in. Let's zoom on in here. Northwest Winston County, you guys are getting that heavy rain. It's already moving through the Haleyville area at this point. We have Martintown in the city of Center in Winston County, Littleville. I do want to put some more first alert times on your screen because maybe you're in Winston County and you're near Roberttown or Ash Ridge or even Pleasant Hill. You want to know when this may arrive to you. Let's walk through this together here. Ash Ridge at around 11:43 p.m. That's a first alert time for you. Clearing off my screen, let's talk about Pleasant Hill. Pleasant Hill closer to around 11:44. The strongest portion of this line moving through Pleasant Hill, though, closer to around 11:50. So between 11:40 and 11:50, if you're in the Pleasant Hill area, definitely want to be extra alert. Bortush, you guys are getting ready to hit that leading edge of the storms. Delmar, so are you. Down highway, or I believe that's Highway 13. So down Highway 13 near Glen Mary. Natural Bridge, giving you that first alert time near Natural Bridge at around 11:40, 42. This is the leading edge of this is near Sunny Home, though, and that's in Marion County. So East Marion County, you all are getting the severe portion of this line of storms. But if you're all the way over and towards Hamilton, Hamilton and areas to the west, that severe threat is over for you. You guys are good. You may be hearing some rumbles at this moment and at this point in time, but the severe threat is no longer in your neck of the woods. Let's take you down south a little bit now into the far southern portions of Lamar County, south and east at that. Let's zoom on in here, give you guys some first alert times. Don't want to leave you out. Vernon, you guys are getting slammed right now with that heavy rain, but the good news is the leading edge of that is almost over your area. So you're just on the edge there. So we're seeing lightning in this frame, about 20 lightning strikes here, stretching from Vernon, Crossville, and Kingville. I want to put some first alert times here on your screen. And let's take it to Fayette. I want to let people know if you're in Fayette, the city of Fayette, around 11:56, so just before midnight. Your time right now is 11:37 p.m. I'm First Alert meteorologist Tania Michelle. It is a First Alert weather day. We are tracking severe storms in the northwest corner of central Alabama, northwest corner of our coverage area. There's severe warning stretching from North Alabama all the way down, including the eastern portions of Marion. Now moving into Winston County, we have the western portions of Fayette and the southeastern portions of Lamar County. But most of our area is still very, very quiet. We're just dealing with some winds. Let's take a look here at our current wind gusts to kind of get an idea of how strong these winds are across the area. Again, ahead of the leading edge of those storms, we've been seeing notions of 40, possibly anywhere between 30 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. So still some really, really strong winds with this. But let's take a look here at our wind speeds across the area. And I want to pixel query this, give you guys an idea. Possible wind speeds right now, 43 mile per hour wind speeds in Lamar County, 40 there in Pickens County, possibly around 40 mile per hour winds in Fayette. So that at this moment in time still remains our main concern with this. Wes, I knew you were trying to jump in there. Don't want to cut you off. What is it that you're seeing?
Oh, I was just going to say our weather watcher Zach Kelly there in Hackleburg did report gust up to over 50 miles per hour and said the power is out in Hackleburg. So that was with that strong shear marker that we saw earlier as this moved through. Let's go in closely here to Winston County, because the way this line is moving, you can clearly see those stronger winds have now made its way into Winston County through Haleyville. Some of the more intense winds are now moving through Haleyville. Let's leave. So what are we clicking on? I keep seeing stuff popping up and going down. Is this the current shear marker that we have?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make sure we're on this one right here. All right. So this is Delmar, Bortush, and Center. So Tania's got the latest. This is the marker that you see here on the screen. So that is Glen Mary arrival around 11:44, Rabbittown around 11:52, and Ash Ridge around 11:53, Pleasant Hill around 11:54. So some arrival times for these strong winds. The worst of this has passed Bear Creek. It has passed Hamilton, so that threat has ended. So we'll take this off the screen and let's work our way on down the line here, and we'll take it into Nauvoo is in the path to this. Natural Bridge, Lynn, it's getting close, and the Weather Service was noting how the line of storms seems to be catching up to the outflow. We did have a lot of indications that, kind of like the past two systems, some of the rain-cooled air might be starting to outrun that leading edge of the storms as they made their way in. What was that, Jeremy? Okay, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning now for Walker County that has been issued. So Walker County, we're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll just probably see more of these, especially this part of the line here to the north and west. Let's put a track on this part of the line, Guin and Guin. Two areas right there, Winfield. I was in Winfield not too long ago talking to folks there. You can see the most intense part of this. That is right there crossing near the drive-in movie theater. That's moving in towards Winfield. So we take it in. There's Glen Allen around 11:54 arrival time. Showing eastward motion at 40 miles per hour. Brookside around 11:56, Bazemore around 11:57, and Rock City around 11:58. These are just approximate arrival times for some of these stronger winds and heavier rain, but it's just amazing how quickly this front is moving. And earlier today, we were seeing this thing across northern Arkansas, and now it's already moving into the northwest part of the area. So the winds are really going to pick up here, as you can see. But Tania's put those first alert times on your screen, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Total lightning strikes around 23 strikes with this. We are seeing some hail with this. There's some areas where we've been seeing at least some pea-sized hailstones with this. We follow it further south, and the leading edge is approaching Fayette. Let's do a time of arrival to Fayette. This is getting close to Highway 43 now. It's crossing near Belk, right over the Lamar and Fayette County line. 11:54 there for you there in Fayette. And we'll go even further south down along that line as we track it into southern Lamar. Let's move the screen up just a little bit so we can see Pickens County there as well. And we'll probably get a good view from this storm from our camera there in Reform. But there's Millport and there's Ashcraft Corner. So this is the far southwest part of Fayette County. Fayette's here, Ashcraft Corner, Gordo's at the bottom of the screen. So Tania's putting in arrival time, 12:08 a.m. Time of arrival on that line over around Concord. This is in Fayette County, by the way. This is outside of Ashcraft Corner. And, well, we already got some times. Tania's got those plotted on there showing around Reform. That was around 12. Let's go ahead, 12:12 in the morning. So we're probably seeing quite a bit of lightning there, that lightning show off to the north. Mostly what we're seeing, though, right now, indications of some damaging straight line winds with this line. No signs of, right now, I'm just not seeing strong signals of rotation with this. Let's toggle off the warnings at the moment and just bring in, I want to see the shear rate for this. And just not seeing strong rotation. There's just some isolated areas in here. So I do like the trend of what we're seeing. There's some signals where we got some strong straight line winds. And when we actually toggle on storm reports and just look at the view, I know we've got some power outages and we've had some strong gusty winds. But you can see there's some scattered wind-related reports over into Mississippi where we've had some scattered wind damage. But, you know, it's not, some folks had asked me today, is this like a derecho, a long duration damaging swath of damaging winds? And you can see the reports are kind of scattered. So it's not just all along that line, just numerous trees down all over the place. There's spots where we have that localized wind damage along that line as it moves to the east. But a lot of thunder, a lot of, we had a max wind gust here, 53 miles per hour that was measured at Columbus, and that's according to the National Weather Service. So we did have a 50-plus mile per hour wind gust there out of Columbus. But this part of the line to the south is mostly just gusty winds. You can actually see the outflow that's outrunning the line here to the south. That is a good sign. If we can keep that out ahead of this, even though it is going to be very windy, it is going to be impactful. That burst of wind, once that moves through, it's just mostly rain and rumbles behind that. If we can get that, the front is just moving so quickly, it's almost trying to outrun the storms. As you can see, it's a very strong push of cold air, and it's really incredible to think today we had temperatures in the 70s for Sunday, and we're talking about temperatures falling into the 30s on Monday, and yes, there is a chance for some snow. Now, will we see accumulating snowfall? There's a good chance we're going to see some snow showers, and where those fall, even though temperatures at the surface will be above freezing, it would not surprise me to see some light accumulations, especially rooftops, mailboxes, car tops, things like that, as that moves in on Monday. It looks like probably 9, 10 o'clock in the mornings when we could start to see some of those snow showers and snow flurries, but that's the kind of change that is on the way. But again, we're watching closely. We're going to stay with you tonight because it is 11:45 p.m. It's a first alert weather day. Storm Prediction Center's had us outlooked in a level 3 out of 5, so we're just going to stay on top of this, and I promise you we'll stick around every step of the way until we get this through here tonight. Fast moving system. The good news is very soon we'll be able to clear away Marion and Lamar County. So it's a very one and done, very brief. That line pushes through. We get the gusty winds. Right now it's moving into Winston County, about to cross into Walker County. So that stretch from near Carbon Hill to Jasper, a first alert. We're about to see that line approach. If you're in Fayette County, city of Fayette, this is about 15 minutes out. It's closing in right now from the west. You're going to get those strong gusty winds. And now Pickens County, looks like that gust front right now It's actually crossed through Ethelsville. Looks like it's over towards McShann at this point, but those winds could be gusting 30, 40 miles per hour at this time. But we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning in Pickens County, although Fayette and Walker County, we are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is one of those nights with such a powerful cold front. We say, you know, kind of treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a low-end tornado warning. You want to be in a site-built structure, a secure structure, because you can sometimes get wind gusts out of a system like this 60, 70 miles per hour, and that can be quite impactful. Some of those EF0 reports we've had with some of the tornadoes recently, maximum winds were around 80 miles per hour, so that's not far off. And if you're thinking, well, this is awful familiar for March, it certainly is. And I was looking, and this day last year is when we had the big day where we had the Winterboro tornado, the one that impacted Calera near Maplesville, the tornado that we had last year, the big day where we had almost 16 tornadoes. I believe it was around that number in the state of Alabama. And actually we had the big impacts. I believe it was Prattville where we had Plantersville. That's where we had the EF3 down towards Plantersville, so that was quite impactful this time last year. Not seeing that level of impact tonight so far, thankfully. I mean, we'll watch this as it moves across the state. Of course, something like this generates a lot of winds. Tania, we'll bring you back in here, but you know, a lot of times we have a tornado watch, you don't see a lot of warnings, but sometimes when you're dealing with these straight line winds, they have more areas get impacted because you get the trees, the power outages, and certainly it can generate a lot of noise out there tonight as these storms blast through here. Yeah,
and that's the difference here, Wes, that I believe that there's going to be more widespread impact from wind damage. There could be down trees. Any of those weak trees, they're likely going to be pushed down just from the gusty winds that are moving across the area. And we're going to continue to see gusty winds even during the day tomorrow. So this is, even though rain and storms is moving through in those overnight hours, it's still going to be very breezy tomorrow as that cold air settles in. So between now and really until the end of the day, Monday, you're going to want to keep all of your outdoor objects secure, making sure you still, even past our storm threat, that you're keeping those devices nice and charged, because there could still be power outages where you may not be able to charge your phone until it's restored during the day tomorrow. So just giving you the bigger picture there, want to make sure that you are well safe beyond the impact of the rain and storms tonight. But we still are tracking severe thunderstorms across parts of West Alabama. East Alabama, you are still in the clear, but those storms will be tracking towards you as we continue here into your early Monday morning. But severe thunderstorm warning in place again for Winston. We have Walker, we have Fayette. That's until 12:30, and there's now a severe thunderstorm warning that's just out to the west of Pickens County in East Mississippi. So want to just give you all that first alert. That warning outside of Pickens and Sumter County is in effect for Kemper, Mississippi until 1 a.m. So they're likely will be extended into our western counties here within the next hour or so. But let's walk through. Let's talk about those first alert times here on our screen. I want to start north. We'll make our way down south and to the west. Let's start in Winston County. If you're just now tuning in, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Tania Michelle. It is a First Alert weather day. We declared this days ago when we saw the impact, when we saw the possibilities and the trends of this really, really strong and potent cold front, and it is going to be packing a punch. We talked about freezing conditions early Tuesday morning. Nothing to play around with here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Winston County. This is now tracking towards Double Springs. Let me put some first alert times here on your screen. So those of you in the Double Springs area or in other parts of Winston County, the leading edge of this line is moving towards the center portions of the county at this moment. Pleasant Hill, you guys are already getting impacted, but first alert for Double Springs Elementary School around 11:57 p.m. if you are familiar with that. Your time right now is 11:49. That just updated, so let me re-click this to give you some updated times on this shear marker here. We have Winston County High School right at midnight for Double Springs Elementary School. Winston County Courthouse, if you're familiar where the Winston County Courthouse is at, right around midnight, the leading edge of the storms will be impacting you. Double Springs, midnight, 12:01 for Rock Creek, Barnett Chapel around 12:08, and Ellaville at around 12:08 in the morning. So that is moving through Winston County. This is the strongest portion of this line of storms. But when we take this down south and west, I want to give you some first alert times for areas and parts of Fayette and now even Walker County. You guys are going to be impacted here very soon, very shortly. We have, Glen Allen around 11:51 p.m., Bazemore around 11:54, the city of Texas 11:56, Eldridge at around 12 a.m., Clark at around 12:03. We have Dogtown at around 12:04, the city of Kansas at around 12:05, Spring Hill at around 12:06. There could be some indications of maybe some really small hail there, 50-50 chance. That's what some of our data is showing up here.
I think that's going to be an issue, Tania, with some of these storms. I mean, you were talking about it. Some of these reports coming in, we're seeing pea-size hail, small hail with some of these storms, damaging straight line winds. That's the main thing so far. Just based on what I'm seeing right now, I don't see an area along this line that's trying to rotate. Again, we're focused in on central Alabama here, so just stay with us. Right now, this line is approaching Fayette and is approaching right now Walker County. This is moving fast. If you're in Hamilton, severe weather threat is over for you. If you are in Vernon, one of those locations we were watching, severe weather threat is over. That line now approaching, this is Fayette, this is State Highway, this is 159 south of Fayette, but this also splits. This is Highway 171 and 43 that heads down into Tuscaloosa County. But folks there watching around Berry to Fayette, you're about to be impacted here over the next 15 minutes. Tania's been putting those first alert times on the screen, and we're just going to stay with you here. You know, we first wanted to jump onto this line as it moved into the state because it's moving so quickly. 43 mile per hour motion with this. BTI has been holding around a 2.7. I talk about that number on a scale of 0 to 10. We can kind of watch that as we track this along together. You see that number go up. That's telling us, hey, this is intensifying. You start to see that number drop. That's a good thing. Showing 4 lightning strikes. It's mostly a lot of wind with this. Here's the first alert times. Kennedy, 11:57. It's actually right over Kennedy. That's along Highway 96 in southern Lamar County. Belk, it's crosshair 12:02. Newtonville around 12:12. So Newtonville, Ashcraft Corner, Fayette, and Point South. You're about to deal with some winds gusting 40, 50 miles per hour. It's really going to pick up outside. It's going to pass through quickly. So this will not last long. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, but we could certainly have some very gusty winds there briefly as this moves through. So far, it looks like this is not going to be taken to the level of a severe thunderstorm warning over Pickens County. This is a live look. Let's see, there's Reform right now. This is from Alabama Property Development. 71 degrees, winds at 22 miles per hour. The one thing I'm really noticing here with these winds, they're really starting to pick up out ahead of the main line. But you can see the leading edge of that line right now, the gust front that's moved in. Anytime we see that outrun the precipitation, that's a good sign, but that's just telling us we easily have some winds there gusting over 30, 40 miles per hour. It's really kicking up the leaves, and that's what you're seeing, dust and pollen, probably seeing a little pollen in there as well, everything being kicked up. That's now stretching from Reform and back in towards Carrollton. Let's get into the stronger part of this storm. I want to focus in on Winston County first. Let's get to Double Springs. Double Springs, the leading edge of this, is now moving in. Let's get in here and name some roads. And this is right over downtown. There's Winston County High School. You see County Road 25. Let's go back into Double Springs here at the top of the screen. There's Pine Drive. Right behind the lightning counter. We'll go in right in here and we'll zoom in, give you some of the street names. There's County Road 25, there's Blake Drive, you see Overton Road, Lynn Road. Tania's putting some roads on here for you. Bailey Road, Highway 278, obviously, it's crossing that corridor. These little purple areas, when you see this, that's not necessarily a mix. What you're actually seeing right there is some heavier rainfall, and likely where we're seeing some small hail with this right now. That is along County Road 32. And if we go to our hail detection, there it is. Possible hail right now that is tracking along 278. That is right along 278. What's this road right here? Let's get in for a closer view. This is just south of Highway 278. That's County Road 3050 there. Okay, so just looking at some of these county roads, you get out into the forest and some of these rural areas there in the Winston County, getting some strong gusty winds, but there's some pockets. You see there's 1, 2, 3 areas. There's one near Delmer right now. That's likely some heavy rain, maybe some small hail with that, even though it's kind of on the tail end of that line. But already, look at Haleyville. The initial line has passed, so now the severe threat is over for us in Haleyville, Bortush, Glen Mary. I think some of the worst of this has now passed you as well. Ash Ridge. We talked about Rabbit Town a few moments ago. Looks like the worst of this is now past us, but Double Springs right now getting the brunt of this line. Rock Creek to Double Springs, down to Lynn and Black Pine. So this is getting close here. Smith Lake, if you're watching around Arley, Houston, Black Pine areas, it's approaching right now. You're looking at the next 15, 20 minutes, some of these stronger winds about to move in from the west direction. All right, let's take it further south. Let's check in on our friends in Jasper and down into Walker County, and we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So now Pickens County is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45. So the National Weather Service has included Pickens County in that severe thunderstorm warning. But let's go to Walker County and let's click on, we'll zoom in here and click on this shear marker. Little area near Eldridge. Got to watch this right here. Let's check out velocity real quickly here. We'll come back to that, Tania. I just want to look at this real quickly here. Let's go to, give me storm relative velocity. We'll take a look at this. Yes, yeah. And let's go to Birmingham. Give me base velocity and storm relative velocity. Okay. Yeah, we're just checking some different radar sites. Just want to look at this. I want to make sure nothing's sneaking up on us here, trying to form. Everything's developing quickly. Let's just hold the map. Go to shear rate and let's look at that. Okay, so looking pretty good at the moment. I was just looking at the reflectivity and something caught my eye. All right, let's go ahead and click on this. Still looking at a straight line wind risk out of this. That is just south to Eldridge. I was watching this one area right here along Highway 13, just kind of keeping an eye. You get these little ripples along the line. Sometimes you get a quick EF0, EF1. So we're watching it. Moving east at 49 miles per hour. Looks like Dogtown around 12:05 in the morning, Kansas around 12:05, Carbon Hill 12:07 in the morning arrival time. So probably 15, 20 minute impact time, that's it. And then once that first line pushes through, you can head back to bed, get some rest. Just know that it's going to stay windy overnight. You're going to hear some rumbles. You're going to have some gusty winds. Even as this passes, it's going to be a windy night. We got some cold air moving in. I mean, we're talking 30s for the daytime on Monday. Temperatures falling into the 30s and a chance of snow. That's kind of wild weather we have coming our way for tomorrow, or today. It's 11:58 actually, so we're getting close to midnight. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, you're watching continuing coverage on WBRC. We are now live. I've been notified in Calhoun County. We're on the radio, WOXI, WJXI. You can tune us in those FM stations in Calhoun County. We also simulcast on iHeartRadio. But in case you do lose power, know we are streaming live on the First Alert Weather app. You can catch us on our social media pages. You can find us several areas if you have the WBRC streaming app, and also just go to our webpage, big link at the top of the page, live stream. It's a 24/7 channel. You can always find us right there. Keep that, bookmark it, great site so you can stay alert with Channel 6 anytime, just to pass that along. But we have you covered, not just on one or two channels, we got you covered everywhere, so just stay with us on WBRC. But it's 11:59 here. As we approach midnight, it is a First Alert Weather Day continuing into Monday. Meteorologist Tania Michelle also standing by, and fast-moving line of storms. Definitely a high-impact night with respect to winds in general. Gusty across the area. Very soon we can clear away Marion County. We're under a tornado watch through 4 o'clock in the morning. A tornado watch is in place until 4 o'clock in the morning. Very soon we'll be able to clear away Lamar County. A new warning has been issued, as Tania posted here, for Coleman County until 1:15. So we're now seeing these warnings that are blanketing the line from Coleman County back to Winston, Walker, Fayette, and into Pickens County. And just stand by if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, back to Aniana. We'll probably see it. Let's just go and let's back the view out even more, Tania. Let's just put some arrival times for places. Let's start to Tuscaloosa. Let's take it to Jasper. And we'll show some arrival times there as well. So just showing you some arrival times. There's Reform, Gordo. The gusty winds are right about to move into Reform. So let's get some First Alert arrival times, or just put time of arrival to Tuscaloosa. So there's Reform around 12:08, Tuscaloosa around 12:58. Okay, let's go further north along the line. Let's do Berry. And actually, I still want to click on that shear marker and give some more of those first alert times as well. So here's that one moving towards Jasper. And again, you can see around Kansas at 12:09, Carbon Hill around 12:11, Flatwoods there around 12:13. But this will be in Jasper. It's 12 o'clock. I mean, we're looking at by 12:30, this will be impacting the city of Jasper, Manchester, and Points North. So a first alert there in the Jasper area as well. So Fayette right now getting the stronger winds. Let's do a first alert arrival time of arrival, Fayette to Berry. You can see around 12:16. Let's take this out to Parrish. We'll go over here and bring that out to Parrish. And just to show you, there's arrival time 12:32. So yeah, it's going to be close, right around 12:30 for Jasper. Saragossa, Nauvoo, mention you guys, and Carbon Hill. You are going to be next 30 minutes impacted by this. So by 1 o'clock, should be clear of at least the western part of Walker County, the way this is moving along fairly quickly. But I'm still watching this little area right there around Eldridge. Looks suspicious. Let's once again, I want to check in. We probably have some small hail with this right there. That one little area that's showing up, that's around Trinity Road in Dogtown, Bankhead Highway. There's Kansas community at the bottom of the screen. So there's BMX. Yeah, a little bit of rotation right in here. Let's go to shear rate and just look. Yeah, you can see there's some rotation in here. A little bit of spin along that area, right around Bankhead Highway, Eldridge, and that's about to cross I-22 there. So definitely getting some strong winds if you're around Eldridge, Bankhead Highway, Clark, north towards Posey Drive and Dogtown Road. If you're watching around Dogtown Road areas, you're probably going to end up, look at that, Tania's posting on here, probably getting some small hail around Highway 13 at Eldridge Road at this time. So a first alert, Bankhead Highway, Eldridge, Highway 13, seeing some indications of some hail being detected, moving east at 47, likely some strong wind gusts in here. Some arrival times, we're seeing Nauvoo around 12:14 in the morning. There's the Kansas area around 12:08, so it's getting close here. It's 12:03 right now, so 12:11 around Flatwoods, and it will pass fairly quickly. But looking at about a 50% chance that we could have some large hail with this, and fairly low top stuff there, 19,000 feet. I mean, this is not like, you know, summer when we see storms out there 30,000 plus feet, and that's typical for this time of the year. But right along that line as it's moving through, Tania is just plotting some of the velocity, well, the last scan. And the good news is we're not seeing, you know, a 100-mile swath of solid 70 mile per hour winds. That's the one good thing. It seems like more of the damaging winds are more localized along that line as it tracks to the east. So hopefully that trend will continue. But it is gusty altogether, even out ahead of this. I mentioned earlier we got winds out of the south picking up 20 to 30 miles per hour. Those winds out of the south really pick up just before that line reaches you. But there's Bankhead, and Tania is putting basically Jasper to Parrish around 12:32 on the arrival. Let's get back in here. A lot of folks watching us around Smith Lake right now, and the leading edge, this is a severe thunderstorm warning now. Addison, we're underneath some of these strong straight line winds. Let's get in here really close to some of these roads. There's Upshaw, Addison. This is Highway 278 that runs back to Coleman. So basically it's running from Addison along Highway 278. Looks like it's now near New Georgia, and this is in the northwest part or northeast part of Winston County. But Highway 278 and Burns Road. I mentioned Barnett Chapel. If you're along County Road 63, places like Arley, Houston, Black Pine, we're about to see some of the stronger winds with this at the moment, but it's about to cross over Smith Lake, and you get these strong winds out here over the water. I mean, we're going to have some gust in here, 30 plus miles per hour. There's Arley Landing. There's Melville Road. We go further south, Falls City. Tania's just putting some areas here about to be impacted over the next 30 minutes. Falls City Road, Duncan Road, Woods Road. There's a look at Myers Road as well. So we're getting in here closer to Jasper and points north of Jasper. Basically Highway 5 areas to the north. Strong straight line winds. That's what we're seeing at the moment. That's been the main impact out of this. So Coleman, that severe thunderstorm warning is until 1:15 in the morning. So just checking in here, the National Weather Service, they're continuing this. Basically, I know it's the middle of the night, but I'm not seeing a flood of storm damage reports coming in. If that's a good sign. I know, we'll probably discover, as the night goes on, where we've probably had some trees down in some spots. Tania, I want to go into, we're still scanning out of Birmingham. Let's flip over to Columbus real quickly. Let's go to High Top. I just want to see the different radar scans. Let's check this one out here, just north of West Point and Gold Ridge. Looks like that's going to mostly move into Morgan County, but just want to check that. Yeah, strong indications right there. Probably seeing some hail with this. I mean, from 3 different radar sites, we've scanned this. That's definitely a more intense part of this line. It just moved out of Winston County, but it looks like that's going to track up towards Hartselle, moving east-northeast at 43 miles per hour. But some first alert times: campground around 12:17, Cedar Plains around 12:21. But what a setup! I mean, it's just absolutely wild. Today we had our sister station, I mentioned this earlier, in Jonesboro was tracking a tornado while snow was falling in northwest Arkansas. Just the contrast in this front. I mean, we don't see these kind of fronts too often, but it's March, and I know we've had a blizzard in March, but just the fact that tomorrow after this we're talking about a chance of snow, definitely one for the books. I mean, we've been in the 70s and the 80s, and it's been so warm. Everything is blooming out right now. And we have another first alert weather day coming up for Tuesday morning, because we're talking temperatures in the 20s, and we got some cold weather coming, and you don't like to see power outages, and then you're going to be talking about temperatures falling. It is interesting, though. It seems like more outages are showing up behind the line. I'm seeing some of these over to Mississippi, and at least some of these, I mean, the winds are going to stay rather gusty. It looks like for Lauderdale County, that's where that tornado warning was earlier, 10,000 customers without power. So those numbers are really going up in here. I mean, look at all these outage numbers. It seems like more of these are showing up. Mississippi and back into Arkansas, and I know folks in Mississippi after the ice storm, I know they're tired of power outages, and probably a lot of that vegetation from the ice storm so stressed already. You take something like this, a high wind impact event moving across the state of Mississippi. I know it won't take much to topple some trees in those areas, but right now we just have all along this line severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. It's 12:08, moving quickly. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. Probably looking at next hour, we're going to see some of these impacts closer to Birmingham, closer to Tuscaloosa. Right now, Jasper is in line. We're zoomed in right now over Fayette County, and Tania's putting some first alert times on the screen. There's Studdard's Crossroads. Here's Fowler's Crossroads, moving east at 40 miles per hour. My main concern right now, damaging straight line wind gust. I don't see strong rotation, but I'm seeing that indication that we could have some straight line winds at least of 40 miles per hour. And that can be enough to really shake up some trees and cause some tree damage in these areas. But there was Pea Ridge, there's Highway 13, and yes, we are seeing reports of some small hail. That was Pender Road, I believe we had pulled up there, Flynn Road. So that's Pender Road, Flynn Road, Highway 102. Highway 102 there from Fowler's Crossroads back to Highway 43. All along the Highway 102, expect some gusty winds right now as this storm crosses Fayette County. Tania, I know as this gets closer to Birmingham, we will be able to trim away some of these counties. Any word so far of counties being trimmed away from the tornado watch?
Let's see here. I do want to pull up that watch. There may have been counties already trimmed away. Let's take an updated look. We had it toggled off so that we don't cause too much distraction here on our screen. So let me bring that back up, and we'll be able to see if there were any counties trimmed away. Let me clear off all of this. Okay, so not at the moment. Everyone is still under the original counties that were issued under that tornado watch are currently still under the watch. So that's still in effect for Marion, Lamar, and Fayette County. We're going to keep you up to date if that changes. I have the National Weather Service chat here open on my phone, and I don't see any word about it at this exact moment. They're likely going to keep it until the main line moves through. Well, the main line the leading edge of the line has moved through, but there's still a lot of activity out to the back of it. So they're probably going to keep it here for a little bit while longer, but we'll have an update if that does change. At this current moment, I'm going to take that back off so that way we can take away some of the distraction on your screen and show you what is most important. Let's start going through what areas are being impacted by these severe storms now. Let's start north, and then we'll make our way down to the south. Let's zoom on in up here. This is in parts of Winston County. I'm zooming in towards the Addison area, who is getting drenched right now with some torrential rain. There could be, I'm not seeing any lightning. Wow, no lightning stretching from the Addison area down to Eagle. So this kind of just shows you how much lightning and how much energy is in the storm in this particular frame here on the screen. Not seeing any lightning, but definitely some heavy rainfall. Again, there could be some really small hail, but likely not, especially if we don't see any lightning with it. But when I zoom out, okay, we're seeing a little bit more lightning, and it looks like most of the storms in part of the leading edge of the line is back towards Winston County High School. Double Springs, Rock Creek is where we're getting more of the lightning impacts. So around 20 lightning strikes, give or take, just around, again, Winston County High School in the Double Springs area. But when I take this further down to the south, before we do that, let's put on some first alert times here. We're actually starting to see these storms moving into North Coleman County. That is still under a warning until 1:15 a.m. So I want to give Coleman the courtesy of knowing some first alert times. That way you guys can have some updates. When is this going to be heading over towards South Vinemont? Let's put some first alert times here. Here's the time of arrival, around 12:25 a.m. near the South Vinemont area. We have Baldwin giving you all the first alert for the storm, the leading edge of these storms to move through your air around 12:26 a.m. They just extended that warning in Coleman County, so that's in effect. Oh, City of Coleman. They want to know City of Coleman. Yeah, let's do that. City of Coleman, time of arrival, 12:30 a.m. Sorry, I saw that line flashing there. I thought they had extended the warning further down south into parts of Coleman County, but that warning is still in effect for the northern portions of Coleman County until 1:15 a.m. And for Coleman, you can expect the time of arrival of the leading edge of these storms around 12:30. I know you can't really see it. I'm kind of covering it there on your screen, but there's 12:30 a.m. for the leading edge. Again, there's still some stormy conditions stretching through Winston County, all the way down severe storms and into the far western portions of Walker County. We make it down to Fayette, and the leading edge is almost through Fayette. You guys are right now in the heart of it. That heaviest of the rain and the storms are right over the city of Fayette. And look at that. They just trimmed away parts of Fayette County from that severe thunderstorm warning. Bluff, you guys are out of the clear. You guys are in the clear at this moment. Blooming Grove, I believe that is Crossville over into Lamar County. Lamar County, you have completely left that severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're hearing the sound of my voice, you guys are in the clear at this moment. Just some heavy rain, maybe some moderate downpours in your exact location. You might still hear the wind, see the lightning and thunder, but those warnings are now in effect for Walker County, Fayette County, and the leading edge of these storms are now heading towards or over Carbon Hill. But let's put some first alert times here. Time of arrival for the city of Jasper. So if you are on along Interstate 22, you are in the Walker County area. First alert times for the city of Jasper right around 12:26 a.m. I do want to reset the screen here, kind of give you all just an overview of what we're watching, what areas are under the warning. We have warning stretching from North Coleman County now, Winston, down to Walker. There's Fayette, there's Pickens County, and there's still warnings just out to the west of Sumter County. So still a lot of activity here in the leading edge of these storms, but our main impact that we've been diagnosing as these storms have entered in central Alabama are really just some really strong winds, some damaging wind gusts. So we're talking about power outages and lots of lightning, some heavy rain, and there still could be some small hail within these storms. So it looks like Sumter.
I was about to say,
1 a.m.
I was going to jump in here because I wanted, you were resetting the scene. I wanted to show this big picture here as we look at, we've got the radar in animation here for you, and I pulled this up, and I didn't mean to jump in there, Tania, but wanted to get over so we can show you this in motion, just how quickly this is moving right now. So if we take this loop starts around 9 o'clock to midnight, 9 till 12. You can see it's now crossed into Fayette County, but just how quickly this is moving. Threat has ended in Marion County. It's ended in most of Lamar County. And as Tania talked about, most of what we're seeing here, enhanced areas with these damaging straight line winds. So the way this is moving, 40, 50 miles per hour. Very soon, the Weather Service, they mentioned they are about to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for, looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for southeastern Marion and Lamar counties. They're going to continue the one for western Walker, Winston, and Fayette counties, but they're also going to issue Sumter and Greene. Okay, so we'll have that on the screen for you there until 1 o'clock in the morning. So again, now we're seeing more of these counties off to the east. Definitely a fast-moving system, and sometimes we have these events. It's a classic, what we call QLCS kind of line. Quasi-linear, it's not perfectly lined up. It's close, but along this line, what you can have in cases like this, you can have these tornadoes that occur. They're brief. They do happen. Now, we've had some of these lines like this, even though, you know, we say isolated tornadoes, chance for isolated tornadoes. I've seen some of these lines move through in the mornings. We've had EF2, EF3 type tornadoes that have occurred along some lines like this. Now, we're not seeing that level of, there's no tornado warnings in effect right now, but we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. That doesn't mean we couldn't have a low-end brief tornado try to develop out of this as this moves to the east. East Alabama, right now things are still quiet, but hey, we're going to stay with you throughout the night as we track this across the state. Right now it is 12:16 in the morning and we are past midnight. It's close to the times that we were giving you as far as the times of arrival. Right now, if there's one area, we're going to start to the north, and we're just going to kind of work our way down the line. Meteorologist Tania Michelle's on the radar controls. And Tania, let's just start here. I want to go in right now to Coleman County. This is Battleground, Centerville, and Coleman County. Strong indications here that we do have some damaging winds. Tuscaloosa County just went under a severe thunderstorm warning too. So if you're in Tuscaloosa County, you're going to get those alerts coming in very soon. But let's stay in here to Coleman County. I want to start up here, and we're going to work our way down the line. Let's click on this marker right here and give you some first alert times. So if you're watching us around Bell Springs around 12:28, Centerville around 12:26. Now again, this is not Bibb County. This is the Centerville and Coleman County. But there's Highway 50. Let's see, that's 157 right there around West Point. So Highway 157 around West Point, Central, and Jones Chapel. You're getting the stronger winds with this right now. It'll be through here in about 20-30 minutes, but it's now crossing Jones Chapel, Centerville, West Point, Battleground. Probably have some small hail falling right there along Highway 157 close to Battleground, but it's about to cross over the highway, and very soon this will be approaching Interstate 65. Let's do a time of arrival. If you know someone out on the interstate tonight, well, can we move the radar over some, and then we'll, there we go. So let's put a, might have to zoom in some on this, Tania. It's getting close already to crossing Interstate 65. I mean, it is right there. Yeah, it's moving quickly. So there's a 12:21. So, I mean, yeah, next 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, this thing's approaching right there from Bell Springs, and it's about to cross the interstate. So I would advise, if you're listening to me on the radio, I know some of you are tuned in right now, on some of the radio stations here, WKUL, some of the stations around Coleman County. Just know that if you can wait at the rest stop, let this pass. It will move over the interstate. I promise it won't slow down much of the drive time there, as it's going to be passing through fairly quickly. It's about to cross northern Coleman County along Interstate 65. So we started here under a severe thunderstorm warning. My greatest concern, damaging straight line winds as this now approaches north of Coleman along Interstate 65. It's over Battleground around West Point. There's Centerville around 12:21 in Coleman County. We're just going to gradually work our way south. There's West Point I talked about. Let's keep moving south. There's Spring Hill, Baldwin. This is Highway 278. Runs back to Jones Chapel. Jones Chapel, we're getting the gusty winds. There's Chances Crossroads. Leading edge very soon, another 20 minutes. This will be through there and through Jones Chapel. Here's Logan, Guthrie Crossroads, Crane Hill. That leading edge right now, today is putting some first alert times, 12:30 in the morning. So arrival time around 12:30 for Guthrie Crossroads, Crane Hill. Similar time there, well, it's close to 12:30. I mean, it's 12:19 right now, so looking at about 12:30. And still working across Smith Lake out here. Let's go over to a live look from Jasper right now, and 73 degrees, showing a wind gust here of 18 miles per hour. This is a live look from Young Jewelers in downtown Jasper. This is one of our cameras that we have. I believe the Sanders Aviation camera is down right now, but the one that we have in the downtown area there in Jasper, kind of get an idea of what it's looking like as these storms approach. Let's go back to radar. Let's take it down into Walker County today and go back over to the radar view. And yeah, it's getting close, about to move into Jasper. What's the lightning count on this, by the way? 34 strikes. So yeah, we got some lightnings. You're probably hearing some loud rumbles. Let's do a time of arrival to Jasper. So we'll do a time of arrival to leading edge to Jasper. You can see around 12:35 in the morning. The system is picking up on this little marker here. That's where it's telling us we might have some gusty winds, some hail. That's a stronger core along the line, and that's the shear marker, or actually the storm marker, that severe storm indicator, the Barron severe storm indicator, moving east at 38 miles per hour, and Pleasant Grove 1244, just updated, okay. So we have Saragossa around 1248 for the arrival here, some of those strong winds along this line, Sardis around 1248. So basically what you're seeing with these times and the difference rather than the time of arrival is our system is telling us, our AccuTrack, those are approximate arrival times for the heaviest rain, stronger wind gusts, and some small hail along this line. So when we see that pop up, that's showing us basically the more intense parts of this line. I mean, this is really good data here. Anytime we see those pop up, the good news is we don't see these just all along the line. So there are some points in here where we're seeing the winds that are staying more into that 30, 40 mile per hour range. And as far as severe thunderstorm wind gusts, those impacts seem to be more localized. But it's windy in general. Again, I know it's really picking up out there even before the storms get there. So very ominous setup tonight with these gusty winds out of the south. Definitely have the wind energy with this system. That's the thing. This system has a ton of wind shear. And that's why you've seen so many of these outlooks and enhanced risk and things like that from the folks out in Norman, Oklahoma. They've been putting these outlooks out. But, you know, really every location tonight has about an equal risk of some of these strong straight line winds, that risk of an isolated tornado. So even though I know today, I believe every location was placed under that level 3 out of 5, but every location, not just northwest areas, every location, even East Alabama, we're going to have to watch this as it moves in, as the risk for damaging winds will be there. But Reform right now, looks like that line has reached us and it's approaching Gordo, but we just been we'll continue to work our way north and south along that line. Again, here's the big picture as we reset the scene. There's that line now. It's crossed almost through Fayette County. It's now pushing through Fayette, but it's moving quickly. And behind this, it will be interesting. I saw, let's go back to the temperatures. I believe we had those pulled up a few moments ago. You got to see this. We'll go back to the big picture. And yes, if you are just now joining us, if you're getting alerts, you're waking up, you're checking in with us, we're staying continuous with you, tracking the strong cold front. Look at the drop. Already in the 50s in areas. We go from 70 to 55 in Lamar County. That is a strong cold front. Look at Oxford, Mississippi. It's already 46 degrees. We're going to have temperatures dropping into the 30s. I mean, winter is making a comeback on Monday, and yes, we are expecting a chance of snow. I think we're going to see some snow showers and snow flurries around here on Monday later this morning. And the Weather Service was just talking about they sent up some special weather balloons this evening, and the degree at which the temperature drops with height in the atmosphere is just incredible tonight. These lapse rates are extremely high. Look at this. There's 9 o'clock in the morning. Tania's bringing in some of the latest. This is the HRRR model, High Resolution Rapid Refresh model, one of the simulated radars that we show you a lot here on WBRC. But look at this. That is snow. That is 11 o'clock to lunchtime tomorrow. If that materializes like this model suggests, let's run that through one more time. So this is snow showing up. That's 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and it looks like it wants to bring this across the entire area. There's 9 o'clock. If it's coming down like that, we will see a dusting at least on car tops, mailboxes, things like that. I mean, even if it's a 90-degree day, if you pour ice out of a cooler, it's going to sit on the ground until it melts. I mean, if it's really coming down, I mean, you're going to get some light accumulations. It's not going to cause any problems on the roads because it's just been too warm. Roads are too warm, and temperatures at the surface will be above freezing. So how is this happening, you may be wondering. And the thing is even though right at the ground the temperatures start to drop into the 30s, the atmosphere is cooling so rapidly, and you have to have a certain depth of the the atmosphere to be below freezing for snow to happen, and that's what we expect to happen for tomorrow. But let's get back over to radar. Right now, the situation and the concern is damaging straight line winds all along this line. We can bring in some of the wind estimates here coming up in a few moments. We are getting some reports. It looks like Fayette County EMA is reporting we got a tree down at the intersection of Highway 107 Wayside Road in Fayette County. And
reports in Marion County as well on your screen.
So Marion County?
Tree on a house.
A tree on a house, okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's the concern.
Hamilton. Yeah.
We're going to have some downed trees out of this. I mean, it is just windy outside of storms. I mean, the winds with this cold front are moving through tonight. That's why we were saying this is going to be an impactful night and why we call the first alert weather day. Not necessarily an outbreak of tornadoes, but it's these winds, gradient winds, straight line winds, powerful cold fronts making its way through the state tonight. We still could have, I want to stress, a tornado watch is in effect. Conditions are favorable for tornadoes. It's not a zero, no risk. There is a risk, so we've got to stay alert for that threat. If you're out ahead of this line, just stay with us. I promise we'll stay here with you as we track this through the area. But that line now pushing through Walker County, it's now closing in on Jasper. Let's get in really close to the city of Jasper. And if you're listening in the back, guys, if y'all want to bring it, just keep that camera up in the corner of the screen so we can watch it. We've got a Sky Vision camera in Jasper, and we'll keep that up, and we can just kind of watch as this moves in, and it'll give us some visual idea of exactly what this is doing. So we've got that on the screen so we can watch it. But yeah, it is right on top of us here in Jasper. It's now closing in. Let's get in really, really close. There's Highway 22, Skyline Drive, Moon Road. Now the heavy rain has reached us right around Moon Road. That is Holly Grove Road as well, getting some of the stronger wind gusts at this time. Hilliard Loop, I should say, Hilliard Loop Road, and there's Hilliard Community, there's Pleasant Grove, but anywhere from Pleasant Grove, Hilliard Loop up towards Moon Road, right now some of the strongest straight line winds at this time, but now that's pushing right into the city of Jasper. So first alert Jasper, here's the times, and Tania's showing right now to 12:32, some of those stronger wind gusts moving in out here on the western side of town. So it's getting close right now. It's crossing right around Hilliard Loop Road. There's Skyline Drive as well. You're in the path of this. So Walker County, right now some of the stronger wind gusts calm into Walker County. It seems like this northern end of the line, that's been one of the more impactful areas. If you're watching, looks like Lamar and Marion County, we can sound the all clear. They're gone. Okay, so Marion and Lamar County's been dropped from the tornado watch. So we're already seeing some counties being dropped from the tornado watch. Oh, okay. So I'm being informed they're maybe still under the watch, but
yeah, they're still under the watch.
Oh, they're still under the watch. Okay. Well, basically the line you can clearly see it's crossed. It's out of Marion County. It's mostly out of Lamar County. Now we're still going to get some strong wind gusts in here, 30, 40 miles per hour. But if you're up with us here, the worst has passed. This thing has slowed down just a little bit. I mean, it's still moving fairly quickly, but at this point, it's crossing right around Highway 269. Looks like it's just now making its way. I'd mentioned basically where Highway 69 comes into the south of town, Coal City Road, right in those areas. We're kind of zoomed out right now. We're back over.
I was trying to show you this. It says it's moving to the east at 29 miles per hour, so it has slowed. Okay, so moving to the east at 29. So we're back in. This is Coleman County. I was talking about Jasper, but let's. Here's Jasper.
Okay, so here's Jasper. So again, if you're watching around Highway 269, Highway 69 coming in on the southwest part of town, you're getting some of those stronger wind gusts right now, but this will be very close, crossing basically downtown. Shades Crest Health Center out there around the senior center. I spoke there not too long ago. It's going to be moving in here on the south side of town, some of these stronger winds. It's getting close. This is Highway 269 coming in from the south. Highway 69 from the southwest direction runs in from Oatman. So if you're watching me down towards McCollum and all those areas, you're about to get some of those strong winds now pushing in to the city of Jasper. But let's go back to the north. There's Holly Grove and Oak Hill, and let me just grab just real quickly here. I want to grab the controls, and so here's Highway 69. There's McCollum right there on the screen. So I mentioned Highway 69 here coming in south of town. This runs in from Oatman. So if you've ever driven in from Highway 69, just want to, I know there's a lot of roads here on the map sometimes. You look at these, if you're like me, Tania, you got to kind of get your bearings, right? You got to kind of look, I have to look here at the map and say, all right, let me see here where these roads are. So yeah, there's Highway 269 and Highway 195. Here's old Highway 78 you see on the north side of town. Here's I-22. So basically, I mean, every part of Jasper is going to be impacted. If you're north towards Manchester, 5 Points, Oak Hill, Hillsdale, the strongest wind gust, it is really starting to pick up there. It looks like in some of those areas. Actually, you look at the wind velocity, however, go over to storm relative velocity. You have some 30+ mile per hour wind gusts. Seems like some of the stronger winds are actually right out ahead of the line as it moves in based on some of the velocity data. But it's moving quickly. I mean, this is all tracking to the east, 40+ miles per hour. So we got Cordova now in the warning, Dora. That Walker County warning goes until 1:15. Coleman County, 1:15. Next up, we're probably going to see southern Coleman County in parts of Jefferson County. Tuscaloosa at this time. If you're watching around Brownville, Concord, and Highway 171 to the north there around Moores Bridge, Highway 171 getting some of those strong wind gusts. But Fayette, we can sound the all clear for Fayette, Millport. Looks like the worst of this is just now passing through Reform, Carbon Hill. And I know for some of you, you're probably sitting there saying that was it. Because, I mean, it's not a solid line, but it is moving quickly. Now this one here, I mean, we got to watch that little area there. Clearly looks suspicious. And that's the thing, these little ripples along this line can spin up quickly, but there's one that's popped up now outside of Geiger. There's some hail with that.
Lamar and Marion canceled from the tornado watch.
Okay, so there's Lamar. And, so finally, our first two counties, we can say good night for Marion and Lamar counties. That tornado watch has been canceled for those areas, but right now, Geiger and Fair Oaks. Let's watch this storm. If you're in Sumter County, if you're in Greene County, here's Union, Utah. Listen up, West Alabama. Got to watch this tail end of this line right here. That right there has my attention. What I'm seeing moving across the state line towards Geiger, I'm seeing the possibility of some strong straight line winds and some large hail with this. So there's going to be these little areas that spin up along the line. So back to the big picture, and once again, as we go over to the radar view, and what you see at the bottom of the screen, we've got the camera pulled up. That's a live look from Jasper at Young Jewelers. We'll keep that camera up, the First Alert Sky Vision, and we may actually go to Coleman here too at WKUL. We'll bring that camera up as well. But just looking at this line at the moment, it does seem fairly uniform. I mean, anywhere from Pickens County, most of our area, what we're seeing right now, it is really lined up here. But that line doesn't extend probably no more than 15, 20 miles, the worst part of that, and with respect to impact times, and then it's just rain and wind. So once we get that leading edge that moves through, that's about it. It's going to be wind and rain for the rest of tonight. Tania, you have anything for us? I know right now the latest warning coming in, it looks like Walker County's been extended until 1:15 for that severe thunderstorm. That does include Walker, Winston, and Fayette counties, by the way, that warning until 1:15 in the morning. But now Tuscaloosa County, and probably soon we'll see the addition of parts of Hale County, more of Tuscaloosa and Jefferson counties as well.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the chat here. National Weather Service says that they're expecting more sporadic tree damage. And those are some of the reports that we've been seeing. The one unfortunate thing here is that this is happening overnight, so we may not have the reports right away. This may be something where you wake up tomorrow morning, you tune in to GDA, and you start to see the aftermath of the wind from these severe storms as they moved across the area, and you may not see it until daylight. You know, at nighttime it's hard to see these types of things anyways, plus people aren't just out and about at midnight. I mean, hopefully not in this kind of weather. But let's zoom on in here. I do want to just reset the scene real quick, kind of walk through what areas are under warnings. We have Coleman County, that's under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 a.m. We have Walker County, and now this is for the eastern portions of Walker County. West Walker County, more like northwest Walker County, you guys are clear. You guys will probably very soon be out of that tornado watch as that line makes its way through your county here in the next hour or so. But Tuscaloosa, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m., stretching down to Pickens County, North Greene, and most of Sumter County. County until 1 o'clock in the morning. So I do want to give you some first alert times. Let's start in Coleman County. The worst of the storm is almost towards you guys near Coleman, or the city of Coleman, I should say. We're tracking some of that, the strongest portion of the storm near Baldwin at the moment. That's just to the west of Coleman. Here's Coleman, there's Baldwin, here's Highway 157, there's Northwood and Smithdale. We're starting to see some of that tracking towards crossing I-65 at this point, really. The northern portion across Coleman County where I-65 is at, the line is already making its way across it. And we're going to put some first alert times here, seeing a stronger portion of the storm just north of Smith Lake. Let's zoom on in here. There may be some hail in this one, actually. Let's see if there's any hail with that one. Nope, not tracking any hail just at this moment, but definitely some really, really heavy rainfall and likely some gusty winds. So it's moving, speeding up just a little bit more in this portion of the line. We've got it moving to the east at around 36 miles per hour. I'm putting some first alert times here on your screen. Sulphur Springs around 12:42. Your current time is 12:36 a.m. Logan at around 12:45 a.m. Trimble around 12:49. Again, this is in Coleman County, Grandview, 12:54 a.m. and the city of Baldwin at around 12:55 a.m. So if you're over towards County Road 222, the strongest core within this storm is moving and crossing Crane Hill over towards County Road 222. So I want to give you all that first alert. This is just south of Mount Zion and further to the east of the city of Mount Zion in Coleman County. Likely some really strong winds with that portion of the storm. We can actually go in here and just quickly take a look. Okay, so some of our, well, this is really, really far from that radar site actually. So, but yeah, likely some strong winds with that portion of the storm. Again, this is in Coleman County. And I just want to put back our reflectivity here on the screen. So over towards the Smith Lake area, we have the leading edge of the storm starting to cross Smith Lake and then down into Jasper. It's getting really, really close to Jasper. It seems like it's been taking a minute, but if I zoom into Jasper, we're really, really close to the leading edge of this line moving through the city of Jasper. And we still have our camera pulled up right here at the bottom of your screen if you're watching us. But that leading edge at the moment is over towards Holly Grove Road and South Skyline Drive. And here's Elliott Boulevard, and then there we have Airport Road South. Now here's Jasper. There it is. It just updated. It's starting to move over Jasper. Likely some heavy rain coming down on that camera there. I want to try to see if we can pull that full screen. Let me get that camera pulled up for you guys. Let me pull this up behind me. We have Jasper pulled up. I also have Coleman County pulled up, or the city of Coleman, our camera up there. So behind me I have, oh, I'm missing a clicker. Okay, there's Walker County, there's Jasper. So okay, there we go. We're starting to see the rain starting to come down at the moment. It's just now moving through Jasper, the leading edge of that line of rain and storms. And if I zoom out here, yeah, there it goes, Wes. Leading edge of that line, moving through Jasper at the moment. Likely some strong winds, some heavy rain for sure. And if I give you some street names here, we'll be able to walk through exactly where this leading line is at. Let's zoom on in real close.
Yeah, and
there's
Tania,
Jasper.
Let's go to, I just want to come back over. Let's go to the camera view. I want to take this full screen right now because this is moving in. I mean, we'll basically see exactly what this is doing. So if we come back over here to the, I've got this pulled up here on the wall. So we want to get some camera views so you can actually see what's going on with some of these storms out there across the area tonight. Mostly what we're seeing, just a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but notice that wind gust is up to 36 miles per hour. And I believe, did we have Coleman pulled up there a few moments ago? We'll go back to that view as well so you can see it. But we had Coleman, this line's about to move into there as well. So winds gusting to 36, 32 miles per hour. Here it comes now into the city of Coleman. These 30 plus mile per hour, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts are certainly going to rattle the windows as this moves in. 70 degrees current temperature. Look at that, how it just updated. You see that? Went from 70 to 63, just like that. So here, we're starting to see these values come in. And look at the wind gusts now, 38 miles per hour here at Coleman. So 30 to 40 mile per hour winds impacting the area right now. Temperature dropped from 70 to 63, so that gust front has made it through here into Coleman County. It's pushing through right now, so that temperature is dropping quickly. So a first alert, Coleman. That line is moving in at this time. Let's get back over to radar and show you what we're tracking. It's 12:39 in the morning. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We're going to stay with you here. I'd mentioned earlier we're about a year out from the last big significant tornado day that we had in Alabama. Thankfully tonight so far, we've seen mostly severe thunderstorm warnings, but sometimes these nights can end up being even more impactful than some tornado days with the wall of winds and power outages and things like that. But we have not seen as many tornado warnings as we did a year ago today, but I still think this is going to be impact-wise, still a high-impact event overnight with these gusty winds, power outages. We've already had reports of some trees down. As Tania noted, there was a report of a tree on a home in Marion County. So winds in general are going to really get our attention as this moves on through, but I promise this will pass quickly. It's now pushing through Jasper. It's now closing into Jefferson County at this time. Tuscaloosa, leading edge is now approaching the city of Tuscaloosa, and it's now pushing into northern Greene County. There was one area that I was watching that was down into Mississippi moving towards Sumter County that really looked suspicious to me. Right there, there's probably some small hail with this. We go to the rotation tracker. This is crossing near Geiger on Highway 17, and a very weak rotation, probably getting some more enhanced winds in here. A lot of areas, the terrain in here is very flat here back in towards Hamner and Geiger, so that wind really could pick up here towards Amel as it moves to the east. Some gusts there, 40, 50 miles per hour. But Gainesville, first alert, this is approaching you. West Greene and Clinton, you're looking at it's 1241, should be arriving within the next 30 minutes, and then those impacts hopefully will wrap up by 1:30 in the morning. Want to go back to Coleman County because there was also an area that grabbed my attention here. Again, we're kind of watching the radar as this evolves tonight, but this is one part of the storm just south of the city of Coleman. Right there, we'll put some times on this. It's right over Crane Hill. So if you're in Crane Hill, you may have some pea-sized hail right now that's falling. The one thing I'm liking with this line of storms is that on the scale of 0 to 10, that BTI, that number has just remained steady right there around 2 to 2.5. It's not like we're seeing these storms going to the next level, but so far what we have seen with these, they're sort of holding steady, moving east at 38 miles per hour. But this one part of the storm in particular, you can see the first alert times on your screen. Trimble 12:50 arrival time, Grandview around 12:55, Dodge City looks like around 12:57 on that arrival time. Carroll Acres around 1:03, and Good Hope around 12:59. So Good Hope, Carroll Acres, Interstate 65 corridor, you're looking at those impacts within the next 20, 30 minutes there. And hopefully, again, we'll get this through with very little impact, but there's some indications we could have some damaging wind gusts here. We're under severe thunderstorm warnings in Coleman County. Now, Coleman County's warning is issued by the National Weather Service office in Huntsville, not Birmingham. At this point, they have not included Good Hope and Hanceville in the warning, but it certainly looks like one of the more intense parts of the line is actually south of the Polygon, right there crossing around Smith Lake. I mean, we still see some of these little pink areas. You look for that. That's where we have probably some pea-sized hail. Looks like one little spot there that's crossed now out of Coleman County, north of Baileyton and north of Coleman. But that one little spot there about to cross Good Hope, those winds are really going to pick up. Let's follow this south. It looks like now Smith Lake's just covered up with the heavy rainfall, gusty winds back into Smith Lake and Arley. There's Mary Lee. You see at the bottom of the screen. Let's keep panning the map up. We get back into where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in Walker County, Jasper. It's coming down right now in Jasper. Again, we had that camera view pulled up there. This is what it looks like right now in Jasper. Just some heavy rainfall. Dropped to 61 degrees, so that temperature has already dropped. The winds have shifted. Severe threats coming to an end. Winds gusting at 36 miles per hour, and that's it. Yeah, it's going to continue to be gusty there, 30, 40 miles per hour in Walker County as this rain continues. But the temperature is going to keep on falling, and it looks like it will fall into the 30s there throughout the day on Monday. Or throughout the rest of today. It's 12:44 in the morning, coming up on 1 a.m. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt and Meteorologist Tania Michelle. We're just staying here with you tonight. This is a powerful cold front that's impacting the state. It's not the kind of front that we see every day, right? I mean, you don't go from 80 degrees to 39 with snow. And with that kind of a change coming, usually a system like this in general outside of storms is going to bring a lot of wind energy. And that's what we're seeing, just a lot of winds overall. So I know this is really rattling the state tonight. And if you're waking up, you're hearing the winds outside, just know that we're right here. We're going to track it every step of the way. Most of what we are seeing right now, there's no active tornado warnings, even though we're under a tornado watch. But this is one of those quick fire kind of nights. It almost reminds me of like when we're tracking a tropical system across Alabama. You get these warnings that might just suddenly pop up, a little spin happens along the line, and you get a warning. But that's one of the reasons why we're staying ahead of this. We've already had 2 situations this year. We've had severe storms and we've had confirmed tornadoes. So even though we have severe thunderstorm warnings, not every tornado comes with a tornado warning. Sometimes if you look at the definition of severe thunderstorm warning, it says storm could produce damaging winds or may produce a tornado. Tania is bringing in some of the timing here, and let's just walk you through this. We've got brand new data. We get these updates every hour. That's one of the cool things about some of the technology we have here at WBRC. We get these hourly forecast radar simulations. So every time we show you new data alert, it is new data that's coming in. But this is the HRRR, and what's really cool about this is we can show you simulated radar through the rest of the morning. So we take this out. This is showing 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's showing 2 to 3. Let's go back to 2 o'clock, Tania, and actually, what is the time on the actual marker?
Okay, so this right here is 2:37.
Okay, so this is 2:37.
Let me go back.
We've got the clock up here set on hourly increments, so I want to make sure we give the exact time on this.
So there's 1:45.
Okay, so go ahead, Tania.
Crossing through the metro area.
1:45.
Then we track it east. There's this is 2:07. So it's making its way past I-65 through Jefferson County. There's 2:22.
Hold it right here. So
Okay.
this is 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
So this is brand new data. 2:22's got the line from Aniana to Gadsden, Birmingham to Pell City. So 2:22 in the morning. It's through Coleman. It's through Jasper. It's already making the push through northern Jefferson County. But that 2 to 2:22 time frame, it's going to be pushing through Birmingham back in towards Leeds and Trussville. All these areas. Shelby County, you're looking at 2 to 2:22 impacts around Hoover, Helena, pushing in towards Pelham and Alabaster. So 2 o'clock to 2:22 in the morning, and then also Bibb County. So first alert for 2 o'clock to 2:22. It looks like the worst of this by 2 o'clock will be pushing through Tuscaloosa. So I'll let you jump in, Tania, and read those times off again.
Okay, so right here is 2:30. It's going through Etowah, St. Clair, moving in through Shelby County, down towards Chilton County. That's the leading edge of the line of storms. Oh, let me put it behind me so that way you guys can see it here. There we go. And then let's fast forward it. Tracks east, there we go. This is 2:59, so right before 3 a.m. we start to see the leading edge moving into parts of Cherokee County, exiting, I'd say covering up Etowah County, covering up St. Clair, covering up Shelby County, down towards Chilton. You want to take what camera? I'm sorry, say that one more time. Okay, so here's 3 a.m. moving into far east Alabama at this point, and this is actually 3:15 to be exact. Cherokee County down towards Calhoun County, Talladega, down to Coosa, and even Chilton County, as that line's a little bit more diagonal. And so it seems like it speeds up as it hits into our far eastern counties. Let's hope that's the case. There's 4 a.m. on the dot, and I know our map actually says 3 a.m., but it's like 3:59. So right around 4 a.m., it's going to be right there along our far eastern counties. There's 4:07. Here is 4:23, and we can see it moving through Cleburne, down to Randolph, Chambers County, exiting Tallapoosa. The leading edge at this point at around 4:25 is going to be already through Clay County. Leading edge is already past Talladega at that point. But here's the interesting thing. We've been talking about how it's such a strong and potent cold front moving through. We could see some snow. I do want to check out what some of our latest data is showing on this. There's 9 a.m. Wes.
Yeah, and we're going to come back to that, Tania.
Let's go back to our...
You keep talking. I would just want to bring up just give you a traffic update here and just show you one of our traffic cameras. And, okay, This is Industrial Parkway and Highway 69 there in Jasper. So for folks that, traveling late tonight, just show you the scene here in Jasper and what the road conditions are like out there. A lot of rain really coming down. You might encounter some small hail. Again, this is a live look from Walker County from Algo traffic camera, just giving you a traffic update right now and just what the road situation looks like out there right now. But Tania, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but just wanted to show you the view. But go ahead. A lot of interest around this, and yes, we could see snow tomorrow, and that model data was coming in, still showing that possibility. We're probably, if it really comes down as some of the models suggest, you get this snow shower, snow flurry activity coming in. I mean, there could be a dusting in the morning.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at around 8 a.m., as early as 8 a.m. for our far western counties. So we're talking about Marion, some snow flurries mixing in with some rain there around Lamar County. And then it could eventually switch over to more snow flurries rather than rain as we approach closer to 9 a.m. And this model has been pretty consistent the last couple of runs over the last couple of hours when we've been watching it, showing a decent band of snow briefly sweeping across central Alabama and possibly even a few snow flurries into late afternoon tomorrow. So it's a really interesting setup. But the reason why we're seeing this is because this cold front is bringing us that surge of cold air, and it's dropping those temperatures so quickly that any leftover moisture is falling down as snow flurries. And that just shows the strength and the impact of this system and the reason why we declared a first low weather today in the first place. But here's that line. It's still diagonal, and that model is pretty accurate, showing where it's setting up at this current moment in time. It is currently 12:51 a.m. I'm meteorologist Tania Michelle. Just want to walk you through what's happening at the moment. I actually think there have been more counties cut away from that tornado watch. Let's take a look at this here, because this is important for those of you listening to the sound of our voice. I want to give you some updates on what areas are in the clear at the moment. So still just Marion and Lamar County, but when I was just checking in with the National Weather Service, they were mentioning how overall this setup, even what they have been seeing, has been showing more of a marginal risk. So there could come to a point where they may not continue issuing severe thunderstorm warnings, and it may be more special weather statements. So we'll give you updates on that the more that we know about it. But at the current moment, there is still warnings in place across central Alabama. We have Coleman County until 1:15 a.m. We have Walker County. And at this point, the severe thunderstorm warning has been shifted all the way down to the far eastern portions of Walker County until 1:15. We have Tuscaloosa, that line still entering Tuscaloosa, still mainly in the far western portions of the county, and then more of North Greene and North Sumter County. I meant to say Utah, not Etowah, but still behind Etowah there in Greene County. So want to take off this watch to clear off the screen a little bit so it's not as distracting. Let's go on into parts of Coleman County. The leading edge is just almost past the city of Coleman. If you're in Coleman County, it's crossing I-65, moving past South Vinemont. There's South Vinemont, there's Northwood, there's Coleman, there's Good Hope. So Good Hope, want to give you the first alert in just minutes. Leading edge of those storms going to be entering the Good Hope area here in the next couple of minutes. You're not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but again, Coleman County gets their warnings issued out of Huntsville's National Weather Service, not Birmingham's. So that doesn't mean there won't be impacts for your area. There are likely still going to be some gusty winds with this, some heavy rain. And how much lightning are we seeing here on our screen? That'd be something interesting to take a look at. So about 50 lightning strikes. So yeah, you're going to be hearing and probably being awoken by thunder and lightning from these storms moving through Coleman County. So I'm going to say you're still included under that severe thunderstorm warning because that leading edge of that line there is just close to you, is right there on the cusp if you're in Good Hope. But I put some first alert times on your screen. We have a strong storm that's picking up in speed a little bit, moving to the east-northeast at around just under 50 miles per hour here. Loretto, around 12:55 a.m. We have Dodge City around 12:57, hitting 1 a.m. around Good Hope. I mentioned in just minutes the Good Hope area will be seeing that storm moving through their location. Center Community, if you're familiar with the Center Community, around 1:02. We have Johnson's Crossing at around 1:03, White City at around 1:05 a.m. I want to take you down this line here. Let's move into Walker County. The leading edge of that storm already over Jasper. Jasper, if you're listening, anyone in Jasper listening to my voice, that severe thunderstorm warning has expired for your location. It is now moved further to the east, still over Chapel Hill. all the way down to Mount Hope, Corinth. There's Cordova at the bottom of my screen, parts of Interstate 22. We have the leading edge now heading towards the city of Argo. So if you're in the city of Argo, expect some really, really strong winds moving towards your location on along Highway 78. There's Lens Park, the leading edge right over Lens Park at this moment. So heavy rain, not seeing any lightning though. So not a whole lot of energy with this storm, but still very impactful. We're expecting some damaging wind gusts still possible with this. Definitely some heavy rain. So if you're near Lens Park, you're at the leading edge of those storms at the moment. Taking you down this line, we have Cordova at the leading edge, Drifton, Good Springs. We're making our way out of Walker County and into parts of Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, let's zoom on in here and see where these storms are at the leading edge here. Wes, I know you're on standby and just pop on in whenever you want to. Wiley, Wyndham Springs. We're talking about Wiley and Wyndham Springs and even Skelton Bend Estates. So if you're familiar with Skelton Bend Estates, you're right in you're getting the highest impacts at this moment.
That's right around Lake Tuscaloosa. So pull that camera up, Tania.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, Lake Tuscaloosa around Pier 43. You can pull that view up. I'm actually on that system, Tania, so you can pull that up on Links 1.
I got you.
Okay, yeah, and also you can check out Tuscaloosa. We'll check out those cameras here coming up. But right now, I want to zoom in. This one area, I'm closely watching this one spot here in Coleman County. You can see Dodge City around 12:59 arrival time, Grandview around 1:02, Johnson's Crossing around 1:06 a.m. and White City around 1:07 a.m. So that is one of the more intense parts of the line that's in Coleman County right now, and it looks like the way that is going to be crossing here. Let's take this back off the screen. That is going to move right across the interstate here within the next 10 minutes. There's Good Hope. Let's get in here really, really close. That's where Highway 69 crosses the interstate here. And there's Grandview, Good Hope. There's Feline, you can see Loretto, Trimble, Dodge City, all these locations getting some of the gusty winds, 30, 40 miles per hour. This will pass through over the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll catch a break there. But very soon about to cross at Hanceville, Johnson's Crossing, Center Community as well. So stand by. Hopefully we'll get this through here quickly with minimal impact. I am hearing from more of you out there about some power outages around the state. I know just the winds in general, but it looks like now we can clear most of Winston County. That's it. Around Arley and Smith Lake, the worst of this has now passed. We're actually not under, I know we've been focused a lot in on this part of Coleman County. We're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now from Good Hope back to Smith Lake at this time, but our system's clearly picking up on some of the stronger wind gusts and possibly some small hail in here. That's going to be near Wallace State and back in towards Good Hope. But Coleman to Hanceville, about to get the strong winds moving through right now. And you can see at the bottom of the screen now, Tuscaloosa, here it comes. I mean, that's Lake Tuscaloosa really coming down right now. So if you're watching me in Tuscaloosa County, we're headed that way. So let's work our way through the radar. I just want to show you Jasper. We're almost in the clear. And I know for some of us out there, you know, winds really picking up out ahead of this line. In some cases, some of us are probably going to see some of the strongest winds before the line of storms even gets there. But the strongest of the line now is impacting Cordova. Here's Dovertown, I should say. There's Dora. So here's Highway 78, Dora and Summiton. So Dora to Summiton about to be impacted over the next 15 to 20 minutes. That line's going to reach us. You can see it approaching Red Star. See if we can bring up some of the velocity data here on the map too. So here's Birmingham radar site. Let's check out velocity. We'll bring that up. So there's the gust front. It's right in here. Let's get this off the screen. So that's Dora back to Red Star, Burnwell area. Wyatt community. Here's Summiton at the top of the screen. So we've got Lake Tuscaloosa pulled up. We'll check out that Summiton camera in a few moments. So basically what this is telling me, you can see these are winds moving towards the radar. So we got this strong gust front, these winds out of the west, and that wall of gusty winds is now approaching Summiton. It's right in here. And once that passes, we get that leading gust front through, conditions will improve. And that's what we're seeing back in here is just there are some gusty winds, but we don't see a lot of strong rotation at this time back in these areas. So we go back over to Birmingham radar, and if we just check out the shear rate, we're looking at the rotation in this line. We don't see a lot of strong rotation. You can see it's very weak rotation. There's Barney. Here's I-22. So there's Red Star. Here's the Locust Fork. You can see the river there south of Smith Lake. So basically some gusty winds at the moment. So nothing that's just saying that's screaming tornado at this time. But I do see some indications definitely of some strong winds. So let's back the view out. Let's head on down into Tuscaloosa County. And the city of Tuscaloosa about to get some of these strong winds. It is really coming down. There's Three Forks. This is that area last go around where we had that low end tornado. It moved from Three Forks and Wiley, and it moved back into Jefferson County. But there's Driftwood, Little Shoal, and about to get some strong winds again into Jefferson County. So we'll probably see another warning that includes parts of Jefferson County soon. But Tuscaloosa is in the severe thunderstorm warning now until 1 o'clock in the morning. So severe thunderstorm warning until 1 o'clock in the morning. What's that?
It's 1 o'clock.
Okay, all right. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So they're asking right now about extending that warning. So, you know, we get to tracking these storms, and time just flies by. But that's 1 o'clock in the morning, and it looks like it has expired. So they're going to let that warning expire. So, okay. So they're going to special weather statements. So that's a good sign. So they're okay. So looks like overall the risk has settled down just a little bit, just according to the Weather Service. You know, looking at these storms overall, you know, we're just watching the storm reports, and we've seen very sporadic reports. It certainly seems like the way this line's behaving so far, Okay, so we're going to go to, all right, we'll take that here in a few moments. I want to make sure that I cover this line here for folks. So Tuscaloosa, we've got heavy rain now moving in, some of the heaviest rain. I just want to go in to show you where the leading edge is located. You can see it's now approaching the city of Tuscaloosa at this time in Northport. So the heaviest rain's about to pick up. Right now, it's out towards the airport, and this is that same storm we had the warning for, but the Weather Service did drop that. So we're not seeing, as far as ground truth goes, we're not seeing a lot of damage reports, thankfully, to go along with this. Again, it's still a windy night. It's impactful. We'll probably have some random power outages, but definitely, as far as the storms go, they are certainly most of these storms so far are behaving compared to what we're seeing earlier. So hopefully that trend does continue. But I know it's really windy in Tuscaloosa right now, Northport, that heavy rain. So it is pouring right now. Okay, so let's go to yeah, so this is the view. This is from Lake Tuscaloosa, and just really a lot of heavy rain. You can see the winds gusting at 28 miles per hour. We're not seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds in Tuscaloosa right now, just heavy rain and gusty winds. And 72 at last check, and it won't be long. We'll see those temperatures in the 60s, and then temperatures will be falling down into the 50s as we go through the overnight hours. But so we just lost it. Okay, well, the wind's blowing, so you can see it. It's really. Let's go to the river camera. It's coming in now towards the city of Tuscaloosa, so we should have a view from the. Okay, so we'll bring that camera view up. This is at the river market. So this is a live look, and this is looking back in the direction. And what we can also do is bring up that light wave camera that's off Skyland Boulevard. We'll check out that view as well. But yeah, rain's starting to move into the city of Tuscaloosa, 72 degrees, winds gusting up to 28 miles per hour. No severe thunderstorm warning right now, but the Weather Service has opted to issue strong storm advisories, so we're seeing some of those popping up. Notice the gusts now showing up at 40 miles per hour, so that strong gust front is making it through. That's the main thing that we're seeing out of this entire line is a 30 to 40 mile per hour gust front that's moving through tonight. So it's late night. We're under a tornado watch. We'll keep an eye on it, but we just want to stay on top of this. Such a fast-moving system as it crosses the state. But yeah, winds gusting there around 40 miles per hour. So we go to, this is Regency Retirement of Tuscaloosa. So we've got this is our Sky Vision Live. This is the light wave camera that we have there at Regency Retirement. This is off of Old Highway 82. You remember where the old Kmart was located, right there off Skyland. So we're looking back to the west direction, but that wind you can clearly see there in the crepe myrtles is starting to pick up out of the south direction. Everything is blooming out right now. There's pollen everywhere. It's full on spring, and we're talking about a chance of snow for Monday, freezing temperatures Tuesday morning. So check around tomorrow. Make sure you brought all the plants in. If you're like me, set some of the plants outside to take in some of the warm weather. I've had some that's struggled from being inside all winter and sat them out. Had to bring those back in because it is going to be freezing cold Tuesday morning, lows down into the 20s across the area. But this is a live look today. I've got that in interactive mode, so we'll just leave that one there. So again, this is a live look from Tuscaloosa. We'll keep these cameras going, and just to actually, let's go back. It looked like the wind's really starting to pick up there now. So we're getting some strong wind gusts right as this moves through 30, 40 miles per hour. So we'll continue to track that through the area. Here's a look at radar again, and backing the, let's see, did we lose the, there we go. So grab the controls. We'll back the view out. So you can see here, I'm kind of working the radar, and just the only active warning that we have right now, we've got Walker County and Coleman County right along that northern part of the line. Even though there's been some little areas that have looked suspicious down in around Utah, Ellisville, and points to the south, those parts of the line have weakened some. So it looks like to the south here, things are, it looks like we're going with sub-severe storms, but still some gusty winds as these track across the area. This one part of the line, though, it looks like we have another storm cell marker that has shown up, showing some indications, maybe some gusty winds now south of Littleton's. Let's put a track on this. So here you go with this is for that severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if that's going to be expanded into Jefferson County at this time, but just based on what we're seeing right now, looks like strong storm advisory may be issued to include parts of Jefferson County. But the path of this line, just some times of arrival: Alliance 116. Birmingham Port 117, Short Creek around 118. What can you expect out of this? Well, so far, there's no guarantee we're going to see 58, 60 mile per hour winds based on what we've been seeing so far tonight, but certainly some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts as this moves in. This is right around Alliance, Maxine, and Adamsville here as this continues, and that just updated once again just to show you some times. Birmingham Port 115. Looks like Wilderness Garden around 143 as well. So that line, as it moves on to the east here, looks like it's about to completely. It's almost out of Walker County. It's getting close. I mean, we're still showing Summiton there, so it's getting close. We'll be able to clear out. I do think Jasper threat is over. And a lot of rain around Hamilton and Guin, and it is interesting. What's going on back to the west here? I look at some of the radar data, and you see that dark or all that yellow and red showing up back in here. That's not necessarily, I mean, there's some rain falling, but we might have the radar showing some frozen precipitation. That atmosphere is really cooling off, and it's melting before reaching the surface. We talked about the chance of seeing some snow and a big change out of this as we go into tomorrow. One location in setups like this we really need to watch too, those higher elevations up through Blount County and Etowah County. Still could see some strong winds, and just because so far, right now we have severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like there is somewhat of a cap. The Weather Service was noting warm layer aloft that may be helping to limit the severe weather risk for us tonight. Definitely a powerful cold front moving through the area, but the Weather Service was noting that may be helping us out here tonight. They've been sending up a lot of weather balloons that go up in the atmosphere, send back data, give us some sounding data, but typically something like this, a lot of times we see that north end of the line still stay kind of ramped up. So it does look like Coleman County, that warning is going to be expanded until 2 o'clock in the morning. So the north end of the line, we got to watch it. And Blount County, if you're in Blountsville, if you're watching me in Sneed, Susan Moore, areas north of Aniana, we got to watch this part of the line. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is about to lift in towards Lake Gunnersville and Albertville. So folks in this area, if you are watching us on the live stream in Gunnersville and Albertville, just be aware we could have some damaging winds topping 58 miles per hour as this moves to the northeast. We are streaming live right now on the First Alert Weather app, on our WBRC streaming app. We are simulcast on the radio. A lot of you listening in across East Alabama Alabama. I know we've been talking a lot about some of these counties like Coleman and areas to the west. This has not quite reached East Alabama just yet. We have folks all across the state listening to us tonight. I often say in times like this, if we don't say your town and on nights like this, most of the time it's a good thing because that means you are not under a warning. But we really focus in on the more intense part of this line. But we will give you some first alert times. Tania, I know you're standing by, and I'll let you jump back on the radar, show us what you're seeing, but also update us. We're getting those hourly updates on timing. I know a lot of folks are waiting to go to bed. They're staying up with us tonight, and let's time this out and show folks, especially watching us further east.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that we've hit 1 o'clock, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Tania Michelle. Let's walk through some of our latest high resolution data here, give you all some timing, what you can expect, because some of you still have to go to work tomorrow morning, maybe in a couple hours. Some of you still may have to take your kids to school, to daycare. So what can you expect? So right now, the good news is it looks like a lot of these storms are becoming a little bit more stable and under severe level, I should at least say. But that's some good news for our area. Still going to see impacts, though, no matter what. When you wake up tomorrow morning, there will likely be areas without power, down trees. Those are some of the biggest impacts area-wide. But let's walk through the timing of this. So very soon, we'll start to see the leading edge of these storms moving through Jefferson County, the metro area, highly populated location. So this is a look at 1:50, and it looks like it could become a little bit more disorganized. This is actually our latest model run here. High resolution data shows us around 1:50. I know this is showing 1 a.m., but I have the exact time here on my screen. So around 1:50 there, crossing the metro area. Looks like the line becomes a little bit more disorganized. There's 223, and it looks like we're crossing I-65 crossing the metro area, Jefferson County, and our far southern counties between 1:50. I say let's say about 1:40, and there's 2:07. We start to move through the Hoover area just before 2:25. We cross over and start to see the leading edge moving through Shelby County and through St. Clair County around 2:35. We move over far eastern counties. There we are moving into Calhoun around 2:56, so just before 3 o'clock, finally hitting Calhoun County, Talladega County, down towards Coosa County, maybe seeing some storms moving through that area. Still need to pay very close attention as these storms track to the east because it looks like it becomes disorganized and then it tries to organize again as it tracks to our eastern counties. What time is this right here? This is right around 3:20, and we start to see a line of storms stretching from Cherokee down to Calhoun. There's Talladega moving through Coosa County and Chilton County, and that's closer to around 3:20 a.m. in the morning. So here is a look at 4 o'clock, just before 4 a.m. This is the last bit of the storms moving through our farthest eastern counties, and this is around 4 a.m. So between now and 4 a.m. is really when we need to watch it moving through our far eastern counties, but we still have some time to go. It's only 1 o'clock. We're getting close though, but still have some time to go. We're not going to leave you. We're going to stay right here and keep you up to date. Oh, but let me take it into daybreak tomorrow for those of you having to go to work. So there will be probably a stretch of some drier weather, a break, a little lull there. There's 6 a.m. We're not tracking storms after this. We actually have a change in our precip type where we go from storms to possible snow. And there's a pretty good chance that that is possible. This is our latest model run as of 1 o'clock showing 8 a.m. Possible snow showers, snow flurries in West Alabama, Winston, Marion, Lamar, Fayette, Pickens County, North Sumter County. There's 8 o'clock. And it looks like there could be some showers maybe ahead of it, but here's it moving through the metro area between, I'd say, around 9 to 10 a.m. and maybe not even until 11 o'clock where it moves through Jefferson County, passing Shelby County, St. Clair County, moving into our eastern counties closer to 11 a.m. It's just so crazy to see that this system is so strong. It's bringing us such a surge of cold air that we go from storms to snow in the middle of March. It's insane. So let's take a look at our warnings that are in place right now. We just have Walker County, the far eastern portions, of Walker County in effect under that severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 a.m. Starting to see some activity in Jefferson County, West Jefferson County at that. Let's zoom on in here. The leading edge of these storms now entering West Jefferson. We have it moving down towards Black Creek, Alliance, Maxine, Maxine in West Jefferson County dealing with some torrential rain at this point, definitely some gusty winds down towards Gilmore. And if we take this all the way down, most of Tuscaloosa that we're seeing the activity is stretching from, we have the leading edge is just behind Birchfield. So I want to give you all that first alert, but when I take this further down into Tuscaloosa County, and we've got more cities popping up our screen. Leading edge here is near Fleetwood. There's Peterson. There's Highway 216. We have Hillview, and there's some more storms that's going to likely be filtering in here towards Fleetwood, Peterson, Hillview, and Deepwood here. There is the leading edge. That's the leading edge, but there's some storms behind that leading edge. We have Cadillac Estates, if you're familiar with that location. Some torrential rain for your area, Brentwood. You guys are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but still some very impactful weather nonetheless. We're talking torrential rain, still seeing lots of lightning, some gusty winds. Those are going to be our main impacts between now and 4 a.m. And then behind all of this, a lot more settled, still stormy, but not severe level areas to our west and parts of Marion, Lamar, Fayette. But again, the only spots that are under severe warnings at this moment is North Coleman County and then the far eastern portions of Walker County. This is past Jasper. So areas from Coleman, I would say really from Jasper, Winston, West Tuscaloosa, Pickens, and points west, you guys are out of that severe window. But now we've got this leading edge making its way to our eastern counties and really moving through Jefferson County at this moment. And I do want to show you the temperature difference here because this kind of just paints the picture on how powerful this system is. Let's pull up what those temperatures are looking like across central Alabama. And you can see the dividing line here. Look at that. Warmer air to the east, a lot cooler already areas north and west. And if I pixel query this, you'll see exactly what those temperatures are looking like. We have temperatures in the 50s far west Alabama, compared to temperatures still close to 70 degrees in many of our eastern counties. So we're looking at 20-degree difference of temperatures as this front moves through central Alabama. It's insane. But let's go back. Let's walk through what areas are being impacted at the moment because I know many of you are still up. Let's turn back on our warnings. That warning for Walker County has now been canceled. The only warnings in place for our coverage area is in Coleman County. Keep in mind, Coleman gets their warnings from the National Weather Service up in Huntsville, not Birmingham, but you guys are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get on in here. Let's talk about Coleman County. The severe threat is really over for the city of Coleman. We're talking about the Holly Pond area, Baileyton, moving towards Bluntsville. We have Hansville, and this warning is in place until 2 a.m. So we still have a good 45 minutes or so until that warning has expired for Coleman County. Wes, we've been tracking this since it moved into our area, and now we're watching these warnings expire, and we're starting to see, still some strong storms nonetheless, but not quite severe level.
Yeah, and we do have a damage pick, and we're going to try to get that for you here in the back. There was a tree that was on a home in it looks like it's on a home or building in Hamilton, but we've had some trees that have been reported down, obviously some strong winds just outside of storms. But here's the line as we are here at the top of the hour. You can see that the line's now pushing through Tuscaloosa. It's through Bremen. It's closing in on Birmingham. We've got our tower camera up. That's a live view from Red Mountain, so we're watching as that line approaches from the north and west direction. Severe threat has ended in Hamilton. It's ended into Pickens County, and the way this is moving, it's moving very, very quickly. So that line is going to be on top of you before you know it. If you're out ahead of it, you see a warning pop up. Just know that these warnings are for storms that are moving 40, 50 miles per hour. So it'll be in. The good news is it'll be over before you know it. With these storms moving so quickly. Let's go back over to radar at the moment. The only active warning that we have at this time is for Coleman County, and you can see that warning includes Holly Pond, North Walter, Brooklyn, and this is about to cross into Summit, and Summit is in Blount County, Blountsville. So I don't know if the National Weather Service and Huntsville and Birmingham, if they're going to add Blount County in the warning, but it's the exact same storm. You can see it's under a warning, but when it crosses the county line, we'll see what happens here. Basically, though, this is the one part where we're watching for some of those strong winds. We actually had some wind damage I mentioned in Marion County, but so far when we look at the rest of the area right now, just looking, we'll bring in storm reports. And let me back the view out, and you see right here, there's one storm report. That is in Haleyville, and that's where we had in Winston County trees down on 17th Avenue, so we did have some wind damage right there. That one report out of Hamilton, you can see there a tree on a house. That's that one picture I've got, and we'll get that pulled up on the screen here. Actually, I think what we can do is I can pull that up right now. So we'll go in and see if we can take over the monitor here. But just to show you, this was that view out of, this was from Preston Calvert in Hamilton, but a large tree. Looks like an older tree right there. It looks like the bark's missing on it, so it might have actually had some, might not have been the healthiest tree, but it did fall on a home there. And just tonight, you know, what are we looking like on the power outages too? Let's look at that number here coming up, power outage count across the area. Let me go back to links number 1. And yes, still seeing some outages where this line has passed. You can see those numbers are there, so some of us are without power tonight. So those lights may certainly flicker as we have the strong gusty winds moving through, but the only active warning, and that is for winds of 60 miles per hour right now, areas to the far north. That DBZ value, you see that pop up sometimes. That's a logarithmic value that it's basically applied to radar reflectivities. When you see those numbers go up, that correlates with those darker colors that you see there on the radar. Very thin line here, and looks like, be honest with you today, I mean, this is really it's behaving overall compared to what it could be, thankfully.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, we're seeing some model data parameters. I know throughout the past couple of days it seems like these risks have just suddenly ramped up. We went to enhanced risk, and you know, the thing about it is, all along, it's looked like the main impacts out of this would be this cold front, maybe a few strong to severe storms as it's moved across the state. I still think overall these gusty winds are definitely going to get our attention overnight. We are keeping a watch to the south. I noticed even the Weather Service was watching. There's some small cells. They're well south right now that are down in the South Alabama, just kind of keeping an eye on some of these little rogue storms. You always watch, you know, some of those out ahead of the main line as they track to the north. That's what we saw with the last event. You know, you and I were here tracking Chilton County, Coosa County with some of those storms that came in from the south. These are far from severe, though, what we're seeing down in the South Alabama, and I mean, these things are way south at the moment. Really, a lot of the worst part of the storm, it looks like Huntsville, they're keeping on with the warnings here to the north. We can go to high top radar, take a closer look at this and see what it looks like. And these storms, there's Scottsboro, Guntersville, real 63, well, the lightning count, it's over 40 strikes. Lightning's popping along that line, especially to the south around Baileyton here. You can really see quite a few lightning strikes in that area. But again, the line of storms right now is noticing around Birmingham. Let's clear some of this off, and we'll go in for a closer view. Let's take off the storm reports here on First Alert AccuTrack. But right around West Jefferson, right around Graysville, you can see right there a little marker that's popped up, seeing some indications that we could have some strong wind gusts here. Still a strong storm. At BTI is on a 2 on a scale of 0 to 10, but here's some arrival times, at least some 30, 40 mile per hour winds. Sherwood Hills around 126. There's Graysville showing up at 127. It's 122 right now. We look at the velocity on this, and right there, a little area. Let's check out some of the shear parameters on this. Let's go to Birmingham and look at the velocity, and we can query some of these wind speeds. There's 17 miles per hour, not too bad. Might be some areas in here that's showing 25 miles per hour, so not terrible. Just look at some of the wind velocity, just what we could pick up. The way this is tracking, it'll be through fairly quickly. There's the shear rate showing some around Sylvan Springs, some gusty winds showing up right around Sylvan Springs out here. This is crossing right around Birmingport Road, moving towards Sylvan Springs, Pleasant Grove High School. There's Crockett Road, Shady Grove Road. You're probably hearing that wind's really picking up out there right now. So first alert around Rock Creek Road if you're in Rock Creek. Blackwell Drive, Sylvan Springs. This is moving fairly quickly, but getting some strong winds out of this as this moves across Jefferson County. Right now, we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're just staying with you. There's, again, Birmingham Road, Pleasant Drive, Sylvan Springs, Crockett Road, and Maytown. All these areas where I'm seeing some strong winds right now into Jefferson County. Looks like some strong wind gusts as well. I was talking about Graysville and Brookside. This event really reminds me of that morning we had back in January where we had some EF zeros during the early morning, that fast moving line. Although it seems like this line has slowed down some, but I'm going to go back over to links number 1. I know Tania's on the radar controls, but we're going between the different views. Here's a live look from Pinnacle Motorsports. Tania's got the First Alert Sky Vision. Looks very calm out there at the moment. We've got, yeah, look how green everything is. I mean, everything is bloomed out right now. And I mean, we're looking at 20-degree temperatures, chance of snow coming up for Monday. It's just wild the kind of changes. But anytime we can get through a system like this, and we've had one severe thunderstorm warning the last hour across Coleman County, we will take it. But I know the way the winds have been blowing, it's a First Alert weather day. With this kind of front moving through tonight, you're staying up with us, and that's why we're going to stay here with you. It's 1:24 in the morning, and we're going to track this across the state. But Brookside, Adamsville, Minor High School, now that line is approaching, and once this passes, the threat will be over. Jasper, threat is over for us. Double Springs, the threat is over. A good part of Walker County will be able to clear out. Same for Winston County, and very soon, hopefully, Coleman County will be able to clear out. So this is starting to make its way onto the east. I did think it would
get an update on the watch. Let me see if they ever made any changes to our watch.
And I thought this would move through a little bit quicker. I mean, it has slowed down a little bit. I mean, it's 125. I really thought by 2 o'clock a lot of this would be east of Interstate 65, but it has slowed down. And typically with a system like this, when it does slow down, that does often correlate with some weakening. So that's also a good sign, actually, with this as it moves through. So the watch. Did you see any counties cleared away from that?
Nope,
watch?
just Marion and Lamar.
Okay, so the worst
haven't had
of this,
any word on that yet either.
It looks like the worst of it's through Walker County, based on what I'm seeing here.
Yes, I would agree. But it's starting to move through the metro area. We're getting close. We have Gardendale. It's about to be impacted by the leading edge of rain and storms. I have our Gardendale camera right here. Not seeing a whole lot on it at the current moment, but there are some gusty winds topping 30 miles per hour as far as those gusts go, sustained closer to 20. Still really warm in Gardendale, and if you watch this with us for a little bit, you'll see those temperatures drop as soon as that line moves through. That cold air comes in right behind it, but it's 71 degrees in the Gardendale area. This is North Jefferson County, and I can show you just how close the leading edge of these storms are to it. Very, very close. It's crossing I-65 here in minutes. So if you're in the Gardendale area, not a severe storm, but definitely some impactful weather around 1:31. Your current time is 1:26. So we're just a little over 5 minutes out from that moving into the Gardendale area. It's going to be crossing Highway 31. And over towards Watson. Brookside's going to be impacted here within minutes. So wanted to give you all that first alert. We're talking about Jefferson County at the moment. And again, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have in place is in North Coleman, or now I would say more East Coleman County at the moment. And it's moving through Blount County, but the National Weather Service in Birmingham is not issuing any warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings for the storms through Blount County down towards Jefferson, all the way down into far east Tuscaloosa County. And we have some good news about Tuscaloosa County as well. Let me put it back on the Birmingham radar site. A lot of the storms have passed the downtown area of Tuscaloosa. It's far south of downtown Tuscaloosa, moving through the Brookwood area and now entering into West Jefferson County. So very soon we'll see that line moving through Gardendale, and we'll have a first look on that on our First Alert Sky Vision camera. And if I zoom in, let's just give you guys some first alert times here. Maybe you're listening, you might be hearing some thunder, seeing lightning out your window, or we're hearing some gusty winds. So putting some times here on your screen, or at least giving you some updates. You can expect some of this heavy rain to move towards the Brasher area. This is Brashard Road. There's Monmouth. We have Croston. This is in North Jefferson County, the city of Columbus, in just minutes, under 5 minutes. You're going to be dealing with some stormy conditions, some torrential rain. If you know anybody that has to work or travel in these overnight hours and they're going through downtown Birmingham, tell them to be very careful, especially if they're traveling from I-22 into Birmingham. Definitely some impacts on those roads from all the heavy rain that we've seen hours prior to this moment. Anyone that has to get up at the wee morning hours right now, between now and 4 a.m., you're going to be likely getting some slowdowns on those roads. We've got ponding possible from some heavy rain. The good news is that the line has moved through pretty quickly, but that rain has still collected. It came down really, really fast. And I can actually take a look at some of our rainfall totals here. Just how much rainfall we've actually already seen within the past 24 hours in northwest Alabama. Okay, under an inch, 0.8 of an inch there in Marion County. Coleman is being impacted really heavily at the moment. We've got just over 1/2 of an inch there in parts of Lamar County. And as it's moved through, it's moved pretty quickly through Tuscaloosa County, under 0.2 of an inch for both Walker and Tuscaloosa County for rainfall totals at the moment. But certainly some impacts on those roads. They're still slick, they're wet. If you have to get up, you're going to work tomorrow morning, you will want to give yourself some extra drive time. Let me clear off my screen here. You will want to give yourself some extra time. But again, moving through the metro area at the moment, we're watching our Gardendale camera very closely. It hasn't quite hit there just yet, but Mount Olive Elementary School, some heavy rain towards you all. We have Graysville that's getting impacted from torrential rain at the moment. Adamsville down towards Minor High School. You guys are in the line of that leading edge. And moving down towards Sylvan Springs, we have Concord Elementary School. Want to give you that first alert. I'll put some more times here on your screen so you get some more updates here. Hopkins, 1:31, 1:32, Rock Creek, Concord Elementary School around 1:32 a.m. Sylvan Springs around 1:36 a.m. 1:38 around Booker Heights, and Highland Forest around 1:38 a.m. So it's still moving around 40 miles per hour. The storm is tracking to the east-northeast. We've got Hueytown, Bessemer. There's some little pockets of rain just behind the Bessemer area. Let's go check out those cameras once again here. Okay, so here's the Bessemer camera. Okay, oh, this is Gardendale. Okay, well, there's Bessemer. Still looks quiet here in Bessemer. Winds aren't very impressive. We're seeing wind gusts under 20 miles per hour and sustained close to 10. Still very warm with temperatures in the 70s. But when I take you to our Gardendale camera, it looks like some rain already coming down at the moment. You can see the little droplets on this camera here. Wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. The leading edge is approaching Gardendale at the moment. This is our camera right over 8 Air Tire. This is the 8 Air Tire cameras. Winds sustained close to 20, so winds are picking up. Watch those temperatures. It's 71 degrees there at the moment, but that cold air, like I mentioned before, is going to move in with a hurry. This is a strong cold front, and that cold air is right behind it. So if I show you, that's the camera. Now let's go to it. Let's move on up here. Here's Gardendale. There goes that line. The leading edge right there, heading right towards Gardendale. We have some streets here that you can see. This is not a severe storm, still a strong one though. Shady Street. We have English Village Circle, if you're familiar with that, just outside of the city of Gardendale. There's Hall Avenue, you have Clover Avenue. Benson Road is further ahead of that leading edge of those storms. Howard Drive is ahead of that leading line, but it's approaching Gardendale at the moment. And Wes, I know you're on standby as well, but we have our 8 Air Tire camera up. This is our First Source Sky Vision camera. Again, winds are gusting over 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, look at that, 34 miles per hour. I was going to mention, I'd posted on Facebook, I said, share your reports, and CJ Hall says it's all cool in Oatman right now, so the temperature's falling there. McCallia is in Fort Payne. Watching the storms rolling in. Adam Hopkins said had some wind gusts over 50 miles per hour in Tuscaloosa, and that was earlier when the storms moved through. Let's see. Terry was asking, did it slow down? Yes, it did slow down. This system is, you know, some of the models had it blasting through here by this point in East Alabama. So just because it has slowed down, that is a good sign. That the system has weakened some. Parker says we got some thunder in the distance towards Tuscaloosa, so starting to hear those rumbles. If you're waking up, joining us right now, it is 1:32 in the morning. We are live staying with you here as we track this line moving through the state, producing some very gusty winds it's not just the fact that we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a very strong cold front. We've got winds gusting 30, 40 miles per hour. We're already seeing several counties, some random power outages. This is just overall an impactful system, and we're seeing at least tropical storm force wind gusts 39 mile per hour or greater, and you can see there winds gusting to 34 miles per hour. I mean, if it was tropical season, we would be tracking something like this across the area. So, I mean, we're dealing with some strong gusty winds out there, and I know it's waking a lot of us up tonight. So that's why we're here. We're going to stay with you and track this through the area. Just a lot of lightning, some gusty winds out there tonight. Right now, Donna says it's much quieter in Cottondale, so this is moving through quickly. Tania, let's keep the radar up. Let's get to let's just go to the big picture here real quickly, and you can see that line as it's moving through. This is putting everything in motion. It's closing in on Birmingham right now. Roberta is watching in Pell City. We've got some more counties have been cleared from the watch. So more counties behind this line being cleared away. It's moving quickly. Rebecca said just lost power between Jasper and Summerton, small hail and raining hard. So these storms are packing a punch. I mean, as they move through, I know at this point it looks like Walker, Coleman. Let's go back to that. Tania's got the map up here, so some counties have been cleared away. Tornado watch is canceled. Severe threat over in Coleman, Walker, Fayette, Pickens counties. Winston County cleared away, Lamar and Marion counties. We're watching to see if more counties might be added. The tornado watch right now does include all the way to Calhoun and Cherokee, Talladega counties. Chilton County were included as well. This is until 4 o'clock in the morning. That line is now making the push through the Birmingham area. Some gusty winds in Coker earlier, according to one of our weather watchers there checking in. Some strong winds. A lot of reports. I'm really surprised. We're seeing a lot of small hail reports out of this. I just thought mostly what we'd see is a lot of wind, but we are seeing some hail reports because of these steep lapse rates. Braxton's checking in. Small hail reported in Alliance. A lot of rain and thunder, even getting some reports from Huntsville at this time. Coleman, Walker County line, and Campbellville Road. Strong winds. Power still on. Had some gusty winds around from Mike Spinks there checking in. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the report. A lot of you checking in. Quiet in Rainbow City right now. Crystal's in Brookwood checking in. Hardly anything, Crystal said. And also looks like some winds and heavy rain there in Brookside. So since all the warnings have been canceled at this time, okay, let me go to this other view. So we want to check out this. This is a live look. Okay, so this is the line. You can see it. We've got the camera. This is the Lightwave camera from the Commerce One Bank building in downtown Birmingham, but we are pointing back to the west. Here is that line as it's approaching. You can clearly see those clouds, that low cloud deck that's back off to the west. So we're about to have some gusty wind, some heavy rain about to impact the city of Birmingham. This is moving in from the west direction. So we'll keep that camera view up if we can. There it is right there. You can see the shelf cloud approaching, so the lightning's approaching. So here's the shelf cloud. Again, this is moving in from the west. So we're looking from the Commerce One Bank building in downtown, the 65 and 2059 junctions back in this direction. So again, we are looking back to the west here, looking back towards the west of the city of Birmingham. Here's 65 back in here. So there is that line that is approaching. So we're about to at least see some wind gusts in here, 30, 40 miles per hour. Here it comes, moving into the city of Birmingham. Let's go back to a radar view. Let's get in really close over the city of Birmingham and just show where some of these stronger winds are currently located. So out around Sipcoville, Pratt City, East Thomas, you see Shady Side, Inslee Highlands. Right now the winds and the heavier rain starting to move in. It is close to moving into the downtown area. Here's Birmingham. Here's Arkadelphia Road. Legion Field is right here back in this location. That's the hospital right there not far from Warrior Road. There's Central Park Highlands and also Fairfield Village. So Bessemer Road, Bessemer Superhighway, a lot of rain and wind. Might even have some small hail out here around Allison Bonnet Memorial Drive out here close to Hueytown. You see that right there, that little purple showing up? As we look at the hail tracker, it's showing something maybe off to the north, but this will catch up. That hail product is a proprietary product. But look at that view. Let me go back to Apple TV. Just want to show that actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's keep that. Let's go back to that. Let's keep that light wave camera up because we do have an impressive view of that storm as it moves into Birmingham. Actually, I think we have our tower. Is that the tower camera we have up? Can we go to that view as well? So So we got the tower cam. Let's go back to that view. But here's what it's like in Bessemer right now. 70 degrees. We've got some winds gusting there up to around 20 miles per hour. There's no active warnings in place this morning, but we do have a very powerful cold front moving through, and we've got some locations in here where we could have some winds 20, 30 miles per hour as we track these storms across Alabama. But right now, some of the heavier rain, the gusty winds moving into the Birmingham area. We'll keep a watch on this. Right now, winds not too bad, but that's a live look from Bessemer. We'll go back over to that light wave camera and just show you that view. You can clearly see that line even at night that's approaching. So here we go. So right there is the leading edge of the line. It's about to cross there 65. So we have an eye in the sky, and you're probably going to notice as that first line reaches your neighborhood here out around Fairfield, out towards Thomas and the Titusville area, probably going to notice the winds there gusting over 30, 40 miles per hour as that line first reaches you, and then those winds will back off a little bit and just rain and rumbles from that point. So it's really starting to move in. Tania, what you got there for us?
I'm pulling up at the moment.
Okay, so, oh wow, yeah, you can see the view right there. It's as it's approaching Birmingham from the north. So we were looking back to the west, so we have this view now. Tania's got our tower camera pulled up, looking back to the north direction. So
look at the lightning.
Yeah, this line is certainly going to bring some loud rumbles and gusty winds as it moves in, but this is a strong cold front about to move in, and temperatures will fall from here. We're going to let this move through Birmingham. At the moment, we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning. So they're watching. The Weather Service is keeping a watch on some of those prefrontal storms down into South Alabama to see what they do at this time. But at this point, we're seeing strong storm advisories for 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. But a live look here from Red Mountain this morning. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt as we come up on 2 o'clock in the morning, along with meteorologist Tania Michelle. We don't have active warnings at this time. What we may do here in a bit, we may go back to taking some breaks as we don't have active warnings coming up here in just a few moments. But we are going to stay on this, continue to track these storms through the area. But at this time, the heaviest of the rains now pushing in, obviously here across Birmingham. I want to go back to, we'll keep this camera view up. Let's, I'll jump back over to the radar controls, Tania. You just keep that camera up right there, and let me go back to the radar view. I wanted to show where we got these strong winds. So right now you can see it's right on the city of Birmingham, and we're about to actually get some ground truth here at the station. That's about to reach us here on high atop Red Mountain. We're right there, get those gusty winds. We'll know what kind of impact this is certainly having here very soon here at the TV station. But here's, let's see, there's 459 at the bottom of the screen. Here's Lakeshore Parkway, basically. Oxmoor Valley, see right there, strong winds starting to impact out around Oxmoor Valley, out here towards Ross Bridge. There's Bessemer. Looks like the worst of this has now passed over to, it's across Powder Plant Road, but some strong winds moving through the Birmingham area right now. This is really going to pick up again as it crosses over Shades Mountain. Some of these areas that were impacted the other day, I mentioned around Lakeshore Parkway, it looks like the strongest winds have just pushed through Lipscomb. If you're around Shannon community, a first alert. Again, that's Ross Bridge there, Shannon. You're about to get some of those strong winds. There's South Shades Crest Road. Back in towards Alford Avenue, all those areas in the path of this here very soon. This is about to move out towards West Homewood, Oxmoor Valley. There's those gusty winds. Now, it's just, this thing is just racing along. Look how quickly. And now here's those stronger winds moving into the city of Birmingham. So we're about to get some of those strong winds right here. Looks like right over downtown right now. Seeing some indications here, some strong wind gusts easily topping 40 miles per hour. You see it at the bottom of the screen. Let's go back over to Tower Cam, and we got that pulled up, and you can see that wall of wind and rain. Here it comes. So we're watching it right there on the radar. So you're looking back in the direction. There's Children's Hospital, Children's of Alabama, Regions Fields back in this direction. There's the interstate. You can see the traffic right there on 65. A lot of folks out there on the road early morning, of course, traveling on the interstate. Certainly want to if you can, if you're listening to us simulcast on the radio, wait on this to pass by. That lightning really starting to pick up here. It will be interesting to see how quickly those temperatures drop off here. We were seeing readings going from 70s back into the 60s, but that is now closing into Birmingham. You can just see the downtown skyline, how that visibility is just dropping off by the minute as that moves in. But just stand by with us here. We're going to track this through the area. Let's get back to, that's Birmingham. Let's just show you the big picture once again on what this line looks like. And I'm backing the view out here. I've got the radar controls, but it looks like the worst of this has passed. So you look from Birmingham, it's approaching Hoover. Some gusty winds has now, the gust front's crossed over into Bibb County. It looks like the worst has now passed through Tuscaloosa. The worst of this has now passed through South Tuscaloosa, but basically from near Demopolis to Greensboro, there's the line right there around Woodstock. And back in towards Hoover, we probably have a good view from that light wave camera there in Woodstock as well. And then that line extends north. Huntsville Weather Service, they're continuing with these warnings up towards Albertville, Gunnersville, Fort Payne. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. They are not tornado warnings. And hopefully even more of these counties, as this line moves east, will be able to trim away. We're still under a tornado watch. That does include several counties, and that's another reason why we're staying on top of this. But okay, so Shelby County has been included in a strong storm advisory for the possibility of some winds 35, 40 miles per hour as this line crosses south. So it looks like they're going with a strong storm advisory as opposed to a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so we're getting some gust here at the station now. This is a live look from Red Mountain. Here's the line as it's moving in. Not whiteout conditions at this time, but let's check out the view from downtown. So there's the view from Commerce One Bank Building, downtown Birmingham, and you can see it's windy and rainy, but I have certainly seen worse. And, you know, sometimes when you have strong, damaging straight line winds and you're dealing with these squall lines like this, sometimes you just see it's just whiteout conditions. It's like being in a hurricane. I mean, you just see a wall of wind move in. So definitely not as gusty as some of those storms likely we were seeing earlier that first moved into northwest areas. Of course, higher elevations, and we're more elevated here on Red Mountain, so we are definitely feeling some of those wind gusts up here right now. But we've heard a few rumbles of thunder. There's some lightning right there, so you may be waking up to some loud rumbles in Birmingham. At the moment, just listening in, a lot of first responders and storm spotters, weather watchers out there tonight listening for reports. We do have a report from Don in Royable with the EMA in Blount County is reporting a tree down on near Altoona on U.S. Highway 278. So just some random reports of trees down at this time. Let's go back to Tania. Tania, I know you're standing by. We're watching the radar closely and watching this line move through. Just kind of give us a rundown. I know the only warning that we have is to the north, but it looks like all the warnings at this point, at least for our coverage area, have been canceled and replaced by strong storm advisories.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing as well at this moment, Wes. We've been tracking these storms moving through downtown Birmingham. The heart of it is moving over Birmingham at the current moment, stretching from Mount Olive Elementary School. We've got Fultondale down to the city of Birmingham, stretching back towards Midfield and Hueytown. Our Bessemer camera is showing up. Lots of stormy conditions, even some lightning. Overall, lightning still quite a bit. You're going to be hearing the rumbles if you're in bed tonight in your extra alarm. These are not severe storms, but they are certainly packing a punch. They're strong storms for sure. The good news is that many counties have been trimmed away from that tornado watch, so we're seeing improvements already in place across central Alabama. No warnings. Counties trimmed away from the watch, and yes, we're getting reports now finally coming in. I do believe that as we get into the morning hours a little bit later into this morning, we'll start to see more of those reports coming about from down trees and stuff. Let's check out this one right here that's in Walker County towards the Jasper area and really towards Lynn's Park. There seemed like there were some trees down on Sipsey Road, so I want to give you that first alert. If you know you have to travel in on that road, you may want to find an alternate route heading in this morning. Be sure to check in for travel and road condition updates with Destiny later today and really in just a couple of hours. But Definitely want all of you guys to be safe heading to work tomorrow morning. There's still going to be some damage across the roads. We're talking about tree limbs from these gusty winds. And if we zoom in here, we're starting to see the leading edge of this heading towards Trussville. Let me give Trussville some first alert times here. Around 1:55 a.m. So in just a couple of minutes, in less than 10 minutes, you can expect the leading edge to hit the Trussville community. We have Lovick community. What about you guys? Let's give you some time of arrival. Here we go. Just before 2 a.m., 1:57 there near Alton. Bucky's. We all familiar with the Bucky's exit. Leading edge there around 2 a.m. We're going to pull up our tower cam right now. I want to show you that this is what's coming through, and this is what it looks like right outside of our news station. This is the view. Torrential rain, lots of lightning, and this is moving over Red Mountain at the current moment. You're getting a live look on our First Source Sky Vision camera, and this is the view right out back of our news station. So not a severe storm, still very impactful. We want you to be safe. This is not the type of weather you really want to be on the roads. And so if you can get off the road and you're listening to the radio, now is the time. Pull over, at least wait until the heaviest of this rain clears through the metro area. But yeah, it's crossing Red Mountain right now at the current moment. And we're just going to sit on this tower cam view here and kind of watch it.
Yeah, the Weather Service is reporting today
46
knot wind at the Birmingham airport. So I mean, these winds
they're picking up.
Yeah, they're picking up out there. I mean, this might not be a severe storm, but you know, here at 1:49 in the morning, you're waking up to this out there. There's some strong winds moving through the area. This is a very powerful cold front. Just checking out some of the wind gusts. We've got we had a wind gust reported. Let's go to Birmingham right now, showing 35 mile per hour gust, and then we had a wind 35 mile per hour wind gust, basically the last two observations. Moving out of the south with gusts up to 35, and then the winds are shifting around. So you have winds out of the south at 30 miles per hour, then they shift around to the west at 40 miles per hour.
I
so
know,
it's
cold.
just whipping out there tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll likely see some reports of tree damage and power outages. We'll have an update here on our power outage map in a little bit to kind of give you some updates on what the conditions look like out there. But yeah, this is certainly still a powerful storm moving through the metro area. We don't want you to let your guards down. The good thing is it's not severe. We're not tracking a severe storm through the area. Now, that doesn't mean that just because it's not a severe storm that it's not impactful. I mean, you could see the view right here on our First Source Sky Vision camera. Still some heavy rain, some gusty winds, 46 knots winds moving through the metro area right here at this moment. I believe I can hear it. You can hear the rain coming down on the top of the building.
It's really coming down out there. And I know a lot of folks, Tania, I know a lot of you are waking up with us tonight, and it's been such a advertised, talked about event here throughout the weekend. Yeah. You don't often see the Storm Prediction Center start talking about a level 3 enhanced risk. They basically had the entire state covered up. And when you talk about 80 degrees on Sunday to snow chances, yes, we are still expecting a chance of snow today, flurries and some snow showers, and temperatures falling into the 30s. I mean, that kind of change in Alabama, you know, I've lived here all my life, and most of the time when you have that kind of cold front come through, you have some impactful weather. And I know that this is certainly making some noise, waking a lot of you up. Tree down, College Drive in Homewood report just came in. So we're starting to get more of these reports of some trees down in some areas. And as you've talked about, Tania, you know, winds 30, 40 miles per hour, that can certainly be impactful. And it's interesting that just out ahead of the line, we got 30 mile per hour winds. We're going to have wind gusts over 30 miles per hour behind this line. I mean, it's going to stay
during
windy
the day on Wednesday. I mean, Monday, today.
Yeah, I mean, that cold air is just going to keep flowing in throughout the morning. The thing we're concerned about, and one of the reasons why we're staying on top of this, we got a system moving over 40 miles per hour across the state. It's the middle of the night. We have a tornado watch. Could we still see a warning out of this? It's possible. So, you know, we've been on with you so far, and we're going to stay with you here until we get this thing through here. And it looks like 59 mile per hour.
The Galleria Tower.
Yeah, so it looks like the Galleria. So a little bit more elevated. I mean, we felt those winds here on Red Mountain as it moved through a few moments ago. But look how quickly. I mean, that's it.
Cleared up, yeah.
Yeah, so that wall, wind comes through. So it's through downtown Birmingham now. Now the temperature will fall. We'll have some gusty winds. Now it's on to Shelby County. I know a lot of you are watching. Let's
heading towards Trussville.
Let's go to big picture.
Okay,
Tania.
let's reset the scene here.
Yeah,
what counties are in the clear? Look at this. Marion, Lamar County, you guys aren't even seeing rain at the moment. It's actually a brief period of some drier weather for you guys.
Exactly.
And the heaviest of the rain has now moved far past you, stretching from the leading edge is now exiting Blount County, moving out of Jefferson and heading towards St. Clair County. Trussville, want to give you that first alert here in just a few moments. You'll expect some gusty winds and some of that heavy rainfall. Stretching down towards Bibb County, moving into Bibb, and it's moving through Hale County at the moment. So we're almost completely out of the clear with this. I mean, this leading edge is now out of far west Alabama for the most part, besides far down south central Alabama, of
course.
As
you said, we're going to have some more precipitation that comes in behind this tomorrow during the day. So that's what we're talking about with that chance of snow and flurries. I mean, this is not all the precipitation, so we will see some more of that precipitation roll in as the temperatures fall. But let's go full screen. I want to make sure we reset the scene, show you where this line is located right now. Let's start to the north, and Gadsden, that line is approaching us. It's non-severe at the moment, but we could have some strong winds gusting over 58 miles per hour. And let me just go ahead and grab the radar controls here, and we'll go back to, let me go back to Birmingham and radar view, and we'll clear this off. Let's get back to the home screen. So Gadsden at this time, that line is approaching us. And looks like some strong winds, maybe some small hail around Aniana. Tate's Gap around 1:58 arrival time. Looks like Altoona 2:04. It's 1:54, so it's not far from reaching Altoona. We're talking 30, 40 mile per hour winds. Ellison Crossroads, Chandler Mountain around 2:05. So some first alert times. This is now crossing Walnut Grove. It's almost out of Blount County. It's pushing through Cleveland. We should have a pretty good view from that Appalachian camera too. We'll bring that up there at Straight Mountain, but it's moving now between Highland Lake and Aniana. Locust Fort looks like the worst of this now has cleared our area. I know you're probably waking up to some gusty winds right now around Springville and Margaret. That leading edge, it's non-severe, but we're hearing some rumbles. Right now, Springville arrival time at 2:03, Holly Springs around 2:05, Appalachian area around 2:14, moving east-northeast at 41 miles per hour. So you saw how quickly that moved through Birmingham. Fultondale to Trussville, heavier rainfall, and again, pushing through Birmingham at this time, some of that heavier rain, but at least the winds have backed off around the downtown proper area. But Inglenook around 1:57 in the morning. So next 5-10 minutes, hopefully we'll have some this heavier rain starting to break apart, or at least lessen up in intensity some. But it's really coming down now, about to cross 459, anywhere from Irondale back across Grants Mill Road. Here's Highway 280, so that leading edge of the heavier rain and gusty winds now making its way into Cahaba Heights. Here's Rocky Ridge and Dolly Ridge Road areas. See right there, getting some real heavy rain. There's Altadena Road. Here's Rocky Ridge Road, getting some gusty winds. We go back in towards Vestavia Hills, really pouring right now. There's the junction of 65 and 459. So from that point all the way up to the Highway 31 exit, it's just that short stretch right there. You're getting some heavy rainfall and gusty winds, and it will pass on through fairly quickly, but it is impacting all the way back over towards the Vestavia Bowl. And here's Lorna Road. So there's Lorna Road. Here's Patton Chapel Road right here. So Lorna Road back to Patton Chapel area, getting the heavier rain. That's crossing over here towards River Chase Galleria. So we mentioned the Galleria had the winds gusting over 50 miles per hour. We do have some reports coming in from Cherokee County of tree down, so we're starting to see some of those. So we are seeing some reports there coming in from the north. That was a 59 mile per hour wind gust there at the Galleria that was reported a few moments ago. But I'm zoomed in. Here's the River Chase Galleria. Here's Lorna Road right here. Here's Highway 150. Here's Highway 150. Here's Lorna Road. And you can see also back into Patton Creek. Yeah, Patton Creek area. So getting the heavier rainfall. There's the Hoover Met. So we're seeing a lot of this tracking in out here towards Russet Woods and places like Shady Wood. So if you're watching around Morgan and Morgan Road, getting some gusty winds as well. So zoomed in there across parts of the Birmingham area. We go into Bibb County, and the heaviest of the rain, and that storm has now pushed through West Blockton. It's moving in towards Seymour, Stewart Settlement, gusty winds possibly topping 50 or 40 miles per hour in some of those areas, some of the wind gusts. The storms have cleared Tuscaloosa, still some heavy rain around Duncanville, but we have not been under a warning in this area. But you can see there's part of the line there showing up where we might have some stronger wind gusts there. We see moving east-northeast at 38 miles per hour. Spencer around 2:13 in the morning. The chance that there might be some severe hail with this or some at least pea-size hail, maybe up to half-inch size there, perhaps trying to develop in that one part of the storm. But that's between Moundville and Centerville. Out here around Pondville, definitely could be some small hail, some gusty winds. But very soon, it looks like Moundville, we are clear. It looks like the worst of this has now passed. Still really coming down around Greensboro, back in towards Sawyerville. Forkland, we're in the clear. Utah, the worst part of this line has passed. Right now it's stretching from Demopolis and points north. I'm just noticing that a tornado warning has been issued down in the South Alabama. That is for Monroe County, Alabama. Now this is way south of us, but these are some of the storms out ahead of the line that the Weather Service was concerned about. This is Wilcox County. A tornado warning in effect until 2:30 in the morning. So if you know someone here, you need to call, text, wake them up. This is until 2:30 in the morning. A tornado warning for Wilcox County. This is not far from Camden. This particular storm, and just based on the way it's tracking, I tell you, it's been quite a past several weeks for this part of the state. This is tracking, this is south and west of Montgomery, but it is tracking in that direction. So Wilcox County now underneath a tornado warning, but this line is really starting to roll in. I know we have Woodstock, we can check in, Eolan cameras, if you're listening in the back, Centerville, all those camera views in those areas. Tania, any reports that you're hearing right now? It looks like mostly these storms are staying below severe levels. There's that Appalachian School camera. This is high atop Straight Mountain. We don't have a current observation, but clearly you can see the wind and the rain really impacting that area. Just a stormy night, thankfully. So far, what we're seeing, at least over the past few scans and the current radar trends, are these storms continue to remain, for the most part, below severe levels. Yeah, and Wes, we're just getting word now that the National Weather Service has plans to, with the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, to extend the current watch and may issue a new watch. So we'll see what counties are included in that, likely areas further to the south. And let's see here. As of the moment, I'll walk you through what areas are still under that tornado watch. Tuscaloosa is still under the watch, but you guys are actually more in the clear than ever. The main line, the leading edge, is now in the far southeastern portions of your county, and we have that watch in place for Cherokee, Etowah, Blount, St. Clair, Calhoun, Talladega, Shelby County. There's Jefferson, Bibb, Tuscaloosa. Again, you're still under that watch, but that severe threat is likely over for you guys. You should be trimmed here very soon. Sumter, Greene, and Hale, and even Perry County as part of our coverage area that are still under that tornado watch. We'll see what they issue here down the line. Like I mentioned, areas likely to the south. So we're seeing some counties in the watch further to the south, and that's also including portions or areas around where that tornado warning is in place. Wilcox County, Monroe County, I believe. Yeah, there's Monroe, Alabama. But that severe threat looks like is far south of us at this current moment. We're still dealing with impacts, but just below severe levels. So I want to zoom in here. If you're just now tuning in, maybe these storms have woken you up because it just moved through some really highly populated areas and moved through Jefferson County. We're now in the far eastern portions of Jefferson County, moving out of Tuscaloosa and almost there. The leading edge is now in parts of Bibb and moving into Perry County and exiting Hale County. Sumter County, the leading edge is down far, far south and east for you all. But Etowah, St. Clair, Shelby, Bibb, Perry, you guys are getting the next hit with the storms. Again, they're below severe level, but still very loud, maybe disturbing your sleep tonight. I just want you to know that we're not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Now, there's still a tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m., but for our main impacts at this current moment, you're talking about torrential rain, some damaging wind gusts. We've been still getting reports of winds around 46 knots, so that's close to 50 miles per hour at the leading edge of these storms. So very impactful. We're still hearing thunder here on top of our news station. So lots of lightning with these storms, but they're just below severe level, which is good news for us because at the moment,
We're not seeing a major threat for possible tornadoes, which I know is everyone's main concern here across central Alabama, and very well should be. But for tonight, you can rest a little bit better knowing that we don't have any warnings in place. But I do want to zoom on in, give you guys some first alert times, let you know what area is about to get hit with these storms. We are talking about Etowah County at the moment. So Reese City, if you're in Reese City, if you're in Etowah County, a first alert for just minutes away, the leading edge moving towards you guys closer and just after 2:05 a.m. So Reese City, Nakalula Falls, closer between 2:05 and 2:10 between Reese City, Nakalula Falls. Attala, you guys can expect the leading edge to hit your area between 2 and 2:05. We have Curtiston, Ramsey in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. The leading edge impacting you all. I believe we do have a camera in Etowah County that I can probably pull up here in just a second, but Steele, the city of Steele, I believe this is now into North St. Clair County. So North St. Clair County all the way down to Springville. Springville, you guys are getting hit with the storms at this current moment. But Steele, let's put some times of arrival here on your screen. We go from Chandler Mountain to Steele closer to 2:05. And just after 2:05, you can expect this to move down towards Crump Road, just past Steele Station Road, if you're familiar with that in St. Clair County. We have Gilbert getting hit and slammed right now with some torrential rain, loud rumbles. You've got lightning and thunder in your area. Actually, when I zoom in, there's really no lightning for that part of the storm, but still some heavy rain nonetheless, possibly some gusty winds. Moving further down south, Double Bridge Road, not seeing any lightning, but you may be hearing it from lightning in the distance. Down to Whitney, you guys are being impacted. The leading edge just moved through your area. Asheville, it's approaching you in St. Clair County. Pinedale Shores, again, this is a non-severe storm, but still very impactful nonetheless. Cool Springs, in just a couple of minutes, the leading edge of these storms are going to move through your area. Expect some gusty winds and some heavy rain and some lightning. St. Clair Springs in St. Clair County. Again, Springville, you guys are being impacted, but this is moving through very quickly. So Springville, within minutes, you should be clear from the leading edge of these storms. And if I zoom in here, you're literally out of the leading edge. You're on the back end of it at this moment. Here's Interstate 59. There's Village Springs, Springville. The heaviest of the rain is now ahead of you. It's already past Springville Lake Estates. Here's St. Clair Springs. If you're familiar with St. Clair Springs and Shanghai Road, that is where the leading edge is approaching. So a little bit of lightning, a few rumbles, definitely some heavy rain and some gusty winds for you all. But when I show you the big picture here and show you those temperatures, you'll see just how quickly this colder air is settling in across central Alabama. It is quite impressive here. If we look areas north and west, we're already in the 40s in Marion County. We started off in the 70s. We're now in the 40s. That is a drastic temperature difference. And areas to the east are still a little bit warm, close to 70 degrees in Talladega, Coosa, and Chilton County. But you can see where the dividing line is from the cold air mass to the warm air mass. So we've got air masses competing here at this current moment. Warmer areas to the east, a lot cooler areas to the west, and already seeing temperatures in the 30s in parts of Mississippi. And I can literally show you that cold air, this is what's going to be filtering in for our area in the next several hours, already in the 30s in North Mississippi. So if this shows you anything, it just shows you how powerful storms can be and how powerful cold fronts that can be, and they will bring a punch, and definitely some cold air at that. This is bringing us a surge of cold air, and that's why some of our future models, our high resolution data shows that we could have some snow by later on this morning. I just want to show you that you're getting a break in Hamilton, Lamar County, and even Fayette, not even seeing any rain for many of those areas, even parts of Pickens County. But I want to walk you through our future radar because it's getting to that point. It's 2 a.m. Maybe you're waking up, you're like, oh my goodness, should I even go to work this morning? What is going on with the weather? Well, number one, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in place for central Alabama. Our main impacts at this point in time is going to be heavy rain, gusty winds. But I want to walk you through now, because we hit the 2 o'clock hour, our latest model run to kind of show you what our future model guidance is indicating. So here we are. This is showing us at around 3:09. We start to see the line moving through the heart of Gadsden, middle of Etowah County, out of St. Clair, moving into Talladega, into Calhoun County, leaving Shelby County, moving into Chilton County, and exiting Perry County at that point. This again is right around 3 o'clock. And if I fast forward this here, here's 4 a.m. And we start to see the leading edge moving into far eastern central Alabama. There's moving into Cleburne. The heart of it moving through Clay County, out of Talladega. We hit 4:30, and Talladega, Calhoun County, Cherokee County, Calhoun County, Talladega, Coosa, and even Chilton County will be on the back end of the leading edge of these storms. And closer to 4 o'clock, our severe threat will likely be over at that point, and we should start seeing many more counties trimmed away from that tornado watch. But watch what happened. We were mentioning how cold air is going to move in behind this. So if you're getting up around 8 o'clock, some of our models are showing that some snow flurries may start to mix in with another round of some rain by late morning. There's 9 a.m. and we're already seeing some models indicating some snow flurries in parts of Marion, Winston, Walker, Fayette, Lamar, and even Pickens County at 9 o'clock this morning. It is quite crazy to even say that. And this shows the band moving through. What? What's trying to get my attention?
I just want to say, this is not bread and milk level, okay?
No.
You are not sounding the bread and milk alarm. I just want to make sure we get that straight. This could be fun to see. I mean,
yeah,
for March,
take some pictures.
I mean,
road conditions shouldn't be a problem. We're not super concerned. They're going to be far too warm.
Not the blizzard of '93.
Absolutely.
That's been a big topic around here. But this, to come off of days where we've had 70s and 80s, Tania, I mean, to see snow flurries tomorrow or today, that's one for the books.
I know.
Definitely.
This is one for the books.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. And
hey, somebody out there was wishing for snow, and they clearly asked for it, and they're getting it. So
yeah, who wished for snow? I mean, it was like we jumped right into late spring and everything. I mean, around my house, I've got some of those little crabapple trees. They're all bloomed out, and even the crepe myrtles are starting to show some buds. Everything's starting to bloom, and pollen's on everything right now, and we're talking 20s coming up early Tuesday morning. I mean, that's some really cold weather, but that is snow showing up in the forecast data.
Pretty consistently too.
Yeah.
So I know people are like, don't say snow, but hey, this is what the models are showing us, and we'll find out if this really holds up. But confidence is high at this point in time. Confidence is high that we'll at least see some snow flurries, a few snow showers later this morning, and possibly through the afternoon today. But at the moment,
I want to show too, Tania, I'm getting some reports in from some of you out there, and what I want to do is I'm going to come back to you. I want you to plot. I want to see some of those times of arrival. But this is a picture that we got in from. This was from Preston Calvert.
There says there's a power line down in Center Point. Just giving everyone a heads up.
This was a tree on a house from when that was in Marion County, but I just got this in from Hanceville, and this was from Michael McMurray. Looks like his shed took a little tumble. It's not the as we say around here, the Alabama state bird, the trampoline, but we see some of those. But we're definitely we're seeing some items whipped around tonight. Those winds in general. Let's go back to radar view, and this is a live look here at 2:10 in the morning. And we, and Jeremy, if you're listening in the back, don't forget we got cameras all in Bibb County. We need to hit some of those as well. We got some light wave cameras there we can check out too. So let's go starting out to the north here, and we've got Cherokee County still in a tornado watch. Gadsden, gusty winds, heavy rains about to reach us. It's about to reach Jacksonville. Just based on what we're seeing so far, atmospheric parameters in East Alabama still suggest we've got to watch for risk of severe storms, but so far the storms have behaved. Very complex setup out there tonight. I'm not saying they've completely behaved, but we have not seen just a wall of 100-mile-per-hour winds or anything like that moving across the state. Now we are getting some 30, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but here's a look at some times of arrival for this line. It's now mostly in East Alabama and areas south of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa impact that we're seeing, but we're going to start to the north here. Duck Springs, Reese City, Anderson. You see times, first alert times, Attala around 2:13 in the morning, Alabama City around 2:16 a.m. moving east-northeast at 44 miles per hour. BTIs jumped up to around a 3. That was at a 2, so these storms have intensified some, these ones to the north that are moving into Reese City. And typically at these higher elevations, many nights when we've seen these lines move through, sometimes it seems like they sort of catch another gear once they move into Etowah and Cherokee County. So we'll have to watch in some of those higher elevations for some of those stronger stronger wind gusts. So as we follow the line further south, this is Odenville being impacted. So we're getting down into St. Clair County. There's Highway 231 up through Coal City and Wattsville. This is about 15-20 minutes out, but there is an area in here. You go north of Wattsville. It's actually just north of 411 where there might be some small hail. Okay, it just keeps, it's moving so fast. That's why this keeps disappearing. I got you. It just keeps updating. But Tania's putting the time on there. You can see around Mitchellville at 2:39, 2:41 a.m. around Sulphur Springs, Raglan around 2:32 in the morning. So some first alert times. Tania was talking about Whitney Junction earlier, right there around Horsepens 40 exit. We're getting some of those strong winds as well.
Let's take a look at power outages really quickly. I think that might have updated a lot because there have been some word that power lines have been down near the Center Point area. So that was one of the main concerns for tonight anyways. You know, we kept reminding everyone. Go ahead. What do you want to say, Wes?
I was just saying it's really right now. I mean, this is still an intense part of this line. I mean, I know there's not a warning on this, but you see these little purples in here like that. That's where we got some gusty winds, some small hail. That's around, I know we're waking up around Moody. It's really blowing through right now around Leeds and those areas. Again, this is not a severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely see those little dark areas in there. Likely seeing, we've seen a history of some hail reports out of these storms. So as they move through this morning, that is a big concern. And these are some locations we've already had quite a few impacts already this spring season. But Moody Parkway right now, we could have some small hail falling right now as this tracks to the south and east direction. But it's racing to the south. Go ahead though if you want to throw in. Let's look at those power outage reports. But I do want to continue. I want to continue south. We got a lot of folks right now. Let's get to Shelby County.
Yeah, let's get to Shelby County first.
Yeah, a lot of folks are watching us there.
Okay,
let's take this full screen if we can. If you're listening in the back, we want to be able to see the radar view. All right, so let's go zoom in right here to Shelby County 2. We were just checking out around Moody and into St. Clair County. So we follow this line south, and looks like right now they're from Chelsea back to Inverness and Cahaba Heights. We're just getting some rain, some wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. If there's one part of this line where we're probably ending up with some of the higher gusts, 40+ miles per hour, it's from Pelham back into Alabaster. Tania's got that plotted here. You can see that marker where that's showing up. That's a stronger part of this line, moving east-southeast at 33 miles per hour. So it looks like most of this is going to get through. It's now crossing around Oak Mountain State Park. We're going to get most of this through here from Shoal Run back to Inverness and looks like back in towards places like Greystone and Chelsea. All of this is going to move through below severe levels based on what we're seeing right now. But we are getting some loud rumbles, some gusty winds. It's going to be whipping, especially as those winds come over Oak Mountain there off to the east-southeast. A strong cold front moving through. Notice the chance there of severe hail, 10%. So we're not seeing quarter-size hailstones with this, but there may be some small pea-size hail. But this is moving out towards the old where the Oak Mountain Amphitheater was located out here not far from Oak Mountain. There's Alabaster. You see it's crossing near Elliotsville. There's Country Hills, Moore's Crossroads. There's Dogwood and the leading edge of this. Just looking at some of the views here. Here's Montevallo at the bottom of the screen. So this is coming in to Montevallo right now, leading edge. Here's Highway 25. Tania's putting some arrival time showing around 2:19. So it's not long, just a matter of minutes. This will be crossing into Montevallo, crossing there around the university. But Altmont, there's Briarfield. So if we go to that 6-mile camera, we'll probably have a really good view of this down along Highway 25. We also have that view from Montevallo, so we can bring up some of our light wave views. I was noticing the camera there, 6 Mile. This is off of Highway 25 looking back to the north. And since we're on this view, Tania, let's check out, I'm just curious what it looks like in Centerville right now because that heavy rain's really coming down in Centerville. Let's go to that live look. Yeah, lightning. It is just a stormy night out there. If you're waking up in Centerville, this is below severe levels, but I know it's making some noise out there this morning as these storms roll on through. We're watching it though. That's a live look there from the light wave camera. But that line now pushing through Shelby County. So we've kind of went along and we're up to speed on what's happening with the radar. Let's go back over. We'll check out. I know you wanted to show us, Tania, some of those power outages across the state. So let's check that out. Probably want to just go ahead too and overlay some of the wind speeds with this as well. But there we go. So we got some customers without power across the state. A lot of, not just for us, you can see back over to Mississippi, several counties too. But the only severe thunderstorm warning looks like the only one left over, that's DeKalb County and maybe far southern Jackson County perhaps.
Yep,
until 2:45. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. There is a tornado warning that's down in the South Alabama. You can see it there at the bottom of the screen. That was included into, that's down in the Wilcox and Monroe counties. That's off to the south. It looks like that's going to stay south of our area, but it looks like everything's sort of cycling around again. But you never like to see, especially on a night like this with such a system with so much wind shear. There is a discrete storm out here by itself, and here it is, 2:17 in the morning. The way this thing is tracking, it's moving towards Montgomery. Folks in the Montgomery area need to be up paying close attention to what happens with this storm here over the next couple of hours. It looks like the way it's tracking, it may come into South Montgomery perhaps, but it's moving in the direction of Fort Deposit. Hopefully it weakens as it moves further north, but again, this is way south of our area, but clearly some strong circulation with that, and that warning is in effect there for Wilcox County to the north. So the weather so far right now, just looking at the latest watch that goes in effect until 4 o'clock. Right now, let's see, since we don't have any active warnings, looks like most of this, Tania, is moving to the east. We'll stay on this though as this crosses Centerville. There were some indications as this moved east of Interstate 65, we still could see some warnings out of this, so we just want to make sure this thing doesn't sort of catch another gear, even late tonight like this. This is a strong cold front moving through the area. Okay, so Tuscaloosa and Greene now being cleared away from the tornado watch. And we'll come back to you, Tania. Let's talk about, I want you to show us some of the current wind gusts. And we had that model in there showing the forecast wind gusts through Monday, and just talk about that because these winds, that wind advisory does look like it's going to stay in effect through Monday evening across our area.
Yeah, it's going to stay until later this afternoon. But look at our current wind gusts here on this map. Your time now is, I think these are forecast wind gusts. Let me make sure this is our high resolution data because I want to show you the best information here. If this is, let's see, yes it is indeed. Let me make sure it's on our latest model run. Give you guys the most current and accurate information. All right, so this shows us around 4 a.m. and you can see that this model is pretty on par with where the leading edge of those storms are going to be at. Far east Alabama could still see wind gusts topping 40 miles per hour perhaps. There's Tallapoosa showing Alexander City with a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust at 4 a.m. But look at winds back out to the west, still breezy and gusty at that. We're seeing possible wind gusts topping 30 miles per hour when there may not be storms around at 4 a.m. areas to the west. Honestly, maybe a few showers. That's really about it. But still, those winds, and the reason why we're having these gusty winds is because we go from 70-degree temperatures down to right now areas to the north and west in the 40s, but eventually in the 30s. So when you have such a tight temperature gradient, those winds pick up, and that's what creates a wind. And so we're going to see those breezy conditions as that cold air overtakes those warmer conditions picking up during the day today. So just want to give you that first alert. Although storms may be over after 4 a.m. for many areas across central Alabama, we're still going to see some impacts from winds to possible snow. Now, again, with the snow, we're not talking about a blizzard. We're talking about some nice snow flurries that you can go outside and take a picture, although you may not want snow flurries this time of the year, but hey, better late than never, right? But here's a look at 5 a.m. We're seeing some wind gusts in West Alabama topping 30 miles per hour. So just goes to show you the winds will be picking up during the daylight hours on Monday. This is just before sunrise. And we take you to around sunrise time, and you start to see those winds picking up across I-65, our southern counties, close to 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in Chilton County. There's 7 o'clock, and we're still seeing winds on average gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour on the lower end, but occasional gusts could still get up to about 40. So we won't see winds settling. And they look breezy even through Monday, even through later this afternoon. There's a look at 4 p.m. So I would just make sure you keep all those outdoor objects secured, making sure your trash can has something in it to keep it weighted down so that it doesn't blow around, and secure those trampolines for sure. But we're not talking about like 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but still going to be breezy nonetheless. And so just briefly walking you guys through our future model here, showing you when you can expect it in far east Alabama. This is a little after 3 o'clock. This shows us right around 3:02. Your time now is 2:21. So in the next 30 minutes, most of this will start to make its way farther into our eastern counties. And we'll see all of this out of our area, at least the stormy conditions at that. After about 4 or 5 o'clock, our severe threat is likely going to be over, and we're already seeing improvements here with many counties being trimmed away. I want to check in with the National Weather Service, getting some more reports. Someone just said at the end of the line they just saw a wind gust of about 32 knots, and that's still pretty strong winds. I believe 32 knots is close to about, I say about 30 miles per hour wind gust there. So still some strong and gusty wind conditions across our area, especially 36 miles per hour exactly. So there you go. 36 mile per hour wind gusts. So we're still getting reports of some really strong winds in this, and gusty nonetheless. More reports of, it says I-67 Tucker's Dirt Road transformer exploded and is on fire. So there you go. That's from emergency. That's in Etowah County. So we're getting some reports of concerns, or at least damaged down trees, some damage reports. I'll see if there's any new ones that have been added here on our system, because one of the cool tools that we have, there we go. I'm actually getting some wind damage reports here in the Jefferson County area. It shows us a wind gust of around 53 miles per hour, and that's around the Birmingham area, the Birmingham International Airport. Then there's another one of a down tree near College Avenue. That's near that's in Homewood. That's in Homewood. And then we have Patton Creek, and there's a tree down on Hurricane Drive. So we're getting more reports of down trees and some wind damage up towards Blount County. There's a tree down on US Highway 278 west of Altoona. So because we're getting these alerts, this just goes to show when you get up, you're heading to work, just give yourself some extra drive time. Take it slow. Don't be in a rush. There's likely going to be tree limbs. Make sure you're paying very close attention to your surroundings. It's not the time to be texting and driving, although you never should be. But want to just make sure that you're being extra careful hitting the roads later this morning. So let's just check in. I want to zoom in here, talk about where the leading edge of these storms are at the current moment. We know many people are still tuning in because they're hearing the impacts out their window, the strong wind gusts, hearing some thunder from lightning. So I just took off our watch. Go ahead, Wes.
I was about to say, Chrissy, got a lot of you that are commenting on my Facebook, but said I just woke up in the Inslee area about 20 or 30 minutes ago because I heard all the wind, the heavy rain out there. So you're right, Tania. I mean, a lot of folks are waking up to this tonight, and I know it's certainly making some noise out there, and we're getting some reports. I mean, I'm seeing some pictures coming in now, some trees down in some areas.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And we've been mentioning, we declared a first alert weather day. We kept saying that, okay, yeah, the tornado threat is not super high, but it wasn't zero. But we knew from all of our model and our forecast guidance that our main impact were really going to be the winds. And I'm glad that's what the case is, because this could have easily been something a lot different. Yeah. And so we're grateful that wind damage is the damage that we have. But hopefully you guys are still being safe and careful, because trees damage your homes, and those are places where you lay your head down and when you want to come home and rest after a long day. So I understand that this is still impacting many of you, and we do want to make sure that you guys are getting information that you well deserve. So take a look here, giving you some first alert times in Etowah County, the leading edge of these storms, heading towards Gadsden around 2:30. Your time now is 2:25, so around 2:29, literally in just a few minutes, 4 to 5 minutes there. Goodyear around 2:30, 2:31 in East Gadsden. Monte Vista around 2:31. Hail, there's 60% chance that there could be some hail within this, likely not. I definitely think that the main impact with this right now at the moment are going to be some gusty winds, and that is moving through Etowah County. And that storm at the moment is actually moving at around 45 miles per hour. So it's picked up speed. It's been speeding up, slowing down at different parts of this line. Let's take it down further south into parts of St. Clair County. It's starting to make its way into the eastern portions of St. Clair County. At this point of the line of storms, it's moving to the east-northeast at around 43 miles per hour. First alert times are on your screen. South side at around 2:41 a.m. Grayton at around 2:42. Riverside 2:42. Oak Level at around 2:43. And we have another marker that I can click down here, and this is the southern portions of St. Clair County. This one is moving even slower, so the further we get down the line, it looks like the storms are moving a little bit slower. East-northeast at around 40 miles per hour. BTI is low at a 2.2 on a scale of 1 to 10. But Tanyard at around 2:30, Oak Ridge 2:34, Coal City 2:36 a.m. We have Pleasant Valley at around 2:36 a.m. Riverside 2:40 a.m. Again, this is in St. Clair County. Embry Bend at around 2:42 a.m. a.m. So just resetting the scene here. If you're just now tuning in, you hear these storms impacting your home where you live. I can just show you there are no severe thunderstorm warnings in place across central Alabama. We're talking heavy rain, some gusty winds. Areas north and west are no longer in the watch. You're actually getting a break from rain for many parts of the area, maybe a few light showers there in Marion County, but looking dry in Lamar, looking dry for most of Fayette and even Pickens County. Already seeing some breaks in Walker and even in Winston. The leading edge is now moving into more of East Alabama, stretching back towards Bibb County, Perry County, and also has already passed and move further down south of Sumter, Greene, and even Hale. So we're getting this line on out of here. Looks like some rain or at least some storms ahead of the leading edge, and it looks like there could be some storms in the southern portions of Clay County. Let me put some lightning on those. Okay, yeah, getting a little bit of rumbles there. Southern portions of Clay County. Let's zoom on in here. This is over towards Bluff Springs in Clay County. Cooley Crossroads, you have Cleveland Crossroads, a few more of an isolated or cluster of storms in the southern portions of Clay. That's ahead of the leading line of storms. When we zoom out here, we have a few storms there in Coosa County and areas to our south. And it looks like some storms breaking away ahead of the line in parts of Chilton County as well. Looks like Jemison. I can pull up our Jemison camera. Could be some heavy rain just around the Jemison area. Okay, we're going to pull up Apple TV. Wes, tap Apple TV for me. We're going to pull up Apple TV.
I actually have a damage pick I want to go to here.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is from RimLap. I've got some pictures coming in right now. Just checking, just trying to get some ground truth, what's going on out there. This was a tree that fell, impacted part of a front porch there. Ashley and RimLap sharing that picture. And we had some photos earlier. There was a picture, I'd shared this one earlier. This was in Coleman County, and you can see the wind is certainly whipping out there tonight. It's dark. There's might be some large limbs in the road, and just be careful if you're traveling early morning. It's almost 2:30 right now. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. I just want to reset the scene right now. Tania's with me here. Tania doing a great job giving us those first alert times on this line as it moves through the area. So far, we've been with you here past midnight to just track this very impactful cold front moving through the state tonight with some gusty winds, and just to kind of watch to see if we don't want any warnings here. This is a fast-moving system, and we have a tornado watch that does include parts of the area, but this line so far it has shown some signs of weakening, especially the northern end of this line now as it moves through Gadsden, just other than some 30-40 mile per hour winds. As this moves into Cherokee County right now, nothing that just really just stands out to suggest to me that we've got just a wall of 70 mile per hour damaging winds at this time. Just not seeing that, but we are seeing some 30-40 mile per hour winds. And you know, a lot of times I often say this, just because you don't have severe thunderstorm warnings, that does not mean this is not impactful. Some of you may be waking up to those rumbles, the gusty winds this morning, but it won't last long, and that's the one good thing about this. I promise it will move through fairly quickly. If you wake up and it's really winds whipping outside, it won't last long. It's actually now about to clear out of Gadsden. We'll just have the leftover rain. So we got areas to the north. If we just kind of work our way south along the line, I had someone ask, what about Pell City West? Are we in the clear? Looks like the worst of this has now passed Pell City, but it's now crossing. Here's Ohatchee. It's about to cross the Coosa out here south of Neely Henry. Raglan right now getting some of those gusty winds. Let's put some first alert times on here. We'll click on this, and you can see around Francis at 2:43. There's Ohatchee, 2:46 a.m. So our friends here around Ohatchee, you're going to get some of that heavier rain, those gusty winds moving in. These storms, I'm watching some of those numbers there, really haven't changed a whole lot over the past few scans. So these storms should hold here below severe levels based on what I'm seeing right now. But you can see there's Embry Bend. You can see it in the river right there. This is outside of Wattsville. A lot of rain coming down around Coal City back over towards Embry Bend. And as we take this further south, Lincoln, here you are. It's about to approach you right there in Lincoln, from Lincoln to Riverside. There's Logan Martin, and here's Pell City. Actually, Pell City, the leading edge, is now moving in to Pell City. So Lakeview to Pell City, Riverside, first alert for some heavy rain, gusty winds, non-severe. Look at this, showing only one lightning strike over the past 15 minutes. So the lightning has even backed off with this morning, so a very good sign. But putting some arrival times, Tania's putting arrival times over towards Logan Martin and Capri Islands. You can see 2:38 a.m. p.m. So that wind is probably going to be whipping as it rolls across Logan Martin, 30, 40 mile per hour. You'll hear maybe an occasional rumble of thunder. There's 231. So Tania's panning the map down Cropwell. Leading edge is now moving into Cropwell. Here's 231. And again, there's Logan Martin, the southern shores. There's Country Club Estates. So if you're watching me around Cedar Cove Estates and Country Club Estates, Alpine Bay, a little cell there trying to form out ahead of this, but nothing too suspicious. Getting some gusty winds, though. That gust front out of the south, out ahead of this, is really picking up. But it looks like Vincent, and again, we get back here into Shelby County, once again around Vincent and south of Chelsea, that wind starting to pick up. 2:38's an arrival time in Vincent for this line. It's 2:32 right now, so within minutes it'll be on top of you. Same for Harpersville as well. You can see 237, 238 based on the forward speed with this line. But Yellow Leaf Creek Estates, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, nothing severe, but we're watching it closely here. A few more lightning strikes as you go further south along this line. There's Joinertown, Nelson, 4 Mile. Down along Highway 25, we get into Columbiana. Leading edge is now approaching Columbiana. So Columbiana, you're probably hearing a rumble, about to get those gusty winds. I think the worst part of this is actually passed through northern Shelby County. So I think we got through this with, again, for a lot of us, we're getting through this with very few warnings, thankfully, as it pushes on to the south. But Calera, Columbiana, leading edge approaching Childersburg. Once again, it looks like Chilton County, this may be, you know, to the south. We got to watch this area down in here, Tania.
Seeing some storms.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems
Lightning.
like the way all these storms just they start to intensify again as they move further south. But it'll be interesting. We're going to watch this down into Jemison and Thorsby. Need to keep an eye on these storms here. That's around Maplesville and Isabella. But clearly, and even up here in northern Chilton County, look at Jemison Elementary School. There's some strong winds right here impacting areas from the Manuka Park, back in towards southern, near Wilsonville and southern Shelby County. That's some strong gusty winds. Shelby, if you're watching me around the Shelby community. There's Hillsdale, back into Jemison. Some strong gusty winds there in areas as this continues to the south, but that's pushing in towards Maplesville. But that quite a bit of lightning there as well, Tania. You can see quite a few strikes, 70 total lightning strikes here. So these storms are a bit more intense around Maplesville. And let's go. I want to see the rotation tracker with this. I want to watch this one area right here. Let's go in. Yes, there's obviously some stronger winds. This southern part of the line right now, probably over the past couple of hours, this is probably some of the more intense winds and part of this line that we have seen, it seems like, for a while here as we've been tracking this across the state. So we need to keep an eye on this. This is down around County Road 21. Again, non-severe. We'll monitor it as this tracks to the east. Hopefully it continues to behave, but something about seems like to areas to the south and east, that's when these lines, they sort of seem to cycle around again. But we'll keep a watch on this. That's around Tucker and Randolph. This is Highway 139. This is in Bibb County. So this is State Highway 139. A lot of this is about to push over into Chilton County, but it's crossing right around Randolph. Briarfield is to the north. Centerville, this is past us. This is past 6 Mile. It's now crossed Highway 25. We're getting a lot more rumbles of thunder in this part of the coverage area, though. You're probably waking up to some of these loud rumbles right now in Bibb County, but clearly the stronger part of this, that's a little bit of rotation right there around Tucker and the Campbell area. This is about the third event that I have seen in this part of the coverage area. There was one storm 2 events ago that crossed into Bibb County, and you could clearly see there was a very low cloud base with it, some rotation that happened. And then the last event, we had the severe thunderstorm that crossed through Chilton County, and now it looks like these storms are starting to pick up some steam as they move through, but it's still moving quickly. It's moving a lot faster compared to those recent systems, so hopefully we'll get it out of here pretty soon. In fact, latest scan, 236, and you can see this is now crossed out of Bibb County, and now those stronger winds pushing over towards Campbell, County Road 21. There's Hubbard. And very soon, this will be tracking, looks like that's out towards Highway 191, Tania. That's going to be south of Manuka. Let's go to, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Let's go to big picture. I think I've got that pulled up here once again. You can just see where the line is right now. starting to push into Cherokee County very soon. What's that?
44-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Highway 31 on the Chilton and Shelby line. Power is out at that location as well.
So we're getting 44-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Chilton Shelby County line. So those are some strong winds that are pushing through southern Shelby County out towards Lake right now. The worst of this looks like it's through Gadsden. So very soon we'll be able to clear away Gadsden out of the concern for any severe weather. I mean, that leading edge is now pushing into Cherokee County. It's now almost completely out of St. Clair County at the moment, and is pushing through Pell City fairly quickly. So I was talking about Pell City. So soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for Pell City as this continues on. It's now closing in. I mentioned Ohatchee and Raglan, all those areas, but the more intense part of this line we got to watch down in here. And I was looking at some of the data on Sunday, and it was showing some rotation. Okay, so Tania's got this pulled up. This is Chilton County. Again, this is that line. You can see 46-mile-per-hour wind. So we're seeing some of the stronger wind gusts. Wow, look at that, Tania. 66 mile per hour. Now this beam height is elevated.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not far from the radar right there.
800 feet. 800
feet. So I mean, we're seeing some strong winds with that line now as it moves through Chilton County. So let's, I believe we got that Jemison camera. You want to pull that camera up and just see what we're seeing? Jemison's right down the road here. It's up Highway 191. Okay, so, all right. Okay, so we got Jemison pulled up here. So we can watch this. And Jeremy, if you're listening in the back, if you just want to pan that, we'll keep it up. You guys can kind of put it up in the corner. Definitely one of the stronger storms. Yeah, go ahead. We'll keep this and watch this. Tania, I'm going to come back to you on the radar because we need to keep an eye on this storm. Let's watch it closely. We do have a little bit of rotation there. Got some strong winds. Let's see, it's moving towards Campbell, moving towards Hubbard. We've had some indications in here of some high wind gusts. Looks like time of arrival, Mars Hill around 245, Center Hill around 249. Again, we are zoomed into Chilton County right now. Not an active warning, but we're staying out ahead of this. We're just going to stay on with you in case we do see this upgraded to a warning here. We're still under a tornado watch in Chilton County. We've had some indications of 40+ mile per hour wind gusts already. With that line, so just to make sure that we don't have something trying to spin up. Looked impressive as it crossed out of Bibb County. Seems like that stronger rotation's kind of backed off a little bit. So latest scan looks better for us here based on the last scan. So let's hope it stays this way, but we're watching it. You can clearly see a little bit of rotation trying to show up. This is south of Thorsby. Still seeing around Maplesville some of those strong winds, Isabella to Maplesville. And we're coming up, I mentioned today, we're a year away. This is an area where we were hard hit last year. One of those tornadoes that crossed. I remember visiting, I talked to a lot of you here in Chilton County, some of those areas where we had storm damage, visited out around Maplesville, and we had quite an impactful event this time last year in Chilton County. That was the same, you remember Winterboro, the school in Winterboro, and the storm damage that we had, that was on this day last year. So something about this day in March 16th. Very impactful systems that are moving through. But meteorologist Megan Thomas is here with us as well this morning, so we're getting close to, Good Day Alabama kicks off at 4 o'clock, but we've been with you here through the overnight tracking this line of storms moving across the state of Alabama. At the past hour or so, I mean, we've had this moving through Birmingham. We have not had warnings issued, but we've had definitely some gusty winds as this cold front has made its way through the state. It's definitely been a quite impactful system. I know it's waking a lot of folks up out there tonight. The worst of this now, though, is pushing into Chilton County. It seems like it is on the move now a little bit faster than what we were seeing earlier here as we get closer to 3 o'clock. But this is going to be moving into Talladega County here very soon. So first alert, Talladega County. If you are watching us there, about to have some of that heavier rain, some of those stronger wind gusts moving in. But now it's crossing around Harpersville, Wilsonville, and moving in towards Childersburg at this time. So if you've been following along on the First Alert weather app, if you do lose power, just to let you know, we are streaming live. We have 24/7 weather coverage and news coverage on a 24/7 stream It's always been there. It's the WBRC streaming app. You can find that, but not just there. We have a weather app. You can find us on the weather app, YouTube channel. We're also simulcasting on several radio stations, iHeartRadio, and I mentioned WJXI and WOXI in Calhoun County. And I know folks are listening to us right now. If you are in, okay, so we are seeing quite a bit. Well, if you guys just want to, I'm hearing in the back that our Jemison camera, we're seeing some weather views. If you guys in the back just want to put that in a box in the corner of the screen, just go ahead and leave, yeah, just leave that up in a box and we can watch it there. Weather Service is watching in Conecuh County and areas down in the South Alabama. There was a tornado warning earlier, and there's that box. So that's a live camera from Jemison. We'll keep that up so you can see it there for folks in Jemison. And Tania, if you want to get back on the radar controls here, okay, so let's go back to Chilton County and just zoom right there on the county. Can we back the view out? Let's just hold it right here. So we're seeing 86 strikes over the past 15 minutes. So the lightning has really picked up. I mean, we had counts of 6 and 10 lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes. So definitely one of the stronger storms that we have seen all night. And it's right now in Chilton County. As far as lightning, we're definitely hearing some loud rumbles. But you can see in the camera view, it's just one flash after the other. So Thorsby and Clinton, here we go again. We've got a strong storm moving in. Lightning's jumped up. Well, it's tough to tell now, but that lightning count had jumped up to like 91. I think it had jumped up, Tania, just based on just a couple scans there. So it seems like the lightning rate is increasing with this storm. Yeah, that's something to pay close attention to, especially an early morning event like this. And seeing a line like this moving through. So these storms are picking up intensity. Probably right there, there's some rotation right in this area. Let's go back to storm relative velocity. This is out towards County Road 5. Yeah, there's some rotation in here. That's some strong winds. Watching out around County Road 5 in this area. So we'll keep an eye on this and see if we get a shear marker with this. That's moving towards Thorsby. So let's go ahead and we can probably do a manual track on this. Take this out towards Thorsby. Yeah, you can see there's going to be some strong wind gusts in this. That's moving out towards Thorsby and Collins Chapel Fire Department. That's showing around 253 this morning. We'll keep a watch on this, but definitely you're about to get some winds out here in Thorsby gusting over at least 35 miles per hour as this line moves to the north. But a very interesting signature there. And of course, we're looking into a lot of rain. We're looking in from the north. So we'll just watch this for a couple scans to see how it behaves. But definitely an area, the system detecting some rotation. There it goes. You can see the latest scan as it's approaching. I mentioned around the Collins Chapel Fire Department, Thorsby, here State Highway 31. You're looking at the lightning in Jemison. You can see it's almost, it's really picked up there. We're seeing quite a bit of lightning. So we're definitely going to have some strong winds anywhere from Thorsby, Collins Chapel. Yeah, it looks like that rotation is staying very broad, so hopefully it continues to behave. Mostly just a lot of wind and rain that we are seeing. So, all right. So we're watching it closely. Weather Service is keeping an eye on things. We're still under tornado watch until 4 o'clock this morning. It's 2:45, and the Weather Service, they are, of course, evaluating other parts of the state as it continues to the east. We're zoomed in over Chilton County. We do not have a warning, but given the time of day, fast-moving system tonight, and especially on a enhanced severe weather risk kind of day, we're staying on this for you tonight and keeping you out ahead of it, so we don't have any. We don't want the first alert not to get out on a morning like this with systems moving so fast. I mean, we're looking at storms that are tracking 40, 50 miles per hour. Look at where this is already as we approach 3 o'clock. It has, over the past hour, really picked up some speed as it's moved on through Birmingham. It's almost completely out of Shelby County now, It's from Chilton County. It's almost now completely out of St. Clair County. It's pushing into Talladega County, but now Calhoun County. And a lot of you are listening in, WJXI, WOXI from Anniston to Jacksonville. And let's go into this part of the storm here quickly, Tania. We got a lot of folks watching us in Jacksonville, Oxford, and Anniston right now. Just talk about the heaviest of the rain. Can we put a distance on this? Let's go from the back edge of this to the front. Let's use the distance measuring tool. I want to see what we're looking at there. We're looking at, that's showing 10 to 11 miles along this line. That's it. It's about a 10 to 11 mile area where we have heaviest rain and strong winds. So once that passes, it's leftover rain and some gusty winds. So about 10 to, okay, all right, so we will go to that here very soon. So 10 to 11 miles as far as impact. So if you're watching in Calhoun County, leading edge of some of this heavier rain, gusty winds is now about, it looks like it's about 5 miles out from Jacksonville. It's expected to arrive around 2:55 a.m. Looks like this is going to be impacting places like Piedmont close to 3 a.m. It's going to be impacting a first alert time if you're in Heflin. It looks like after 3 o'clock over in the Cleburne County. Cherokee County, this is crossing now over center. It's at Cedar Bluff. It's moving across White's Lake. I imagine out here on the water, we're easily going to see some 30-plus mile per hour wind gusts. But I believe, do we have some pictures coming in right now? We've got, okay. Okay, Oxmoor Road at College Avenue. We're getting starting to get some scenes in this morning of some of the storm damage in the area. So Greg Long's in the First Alert Storm Tracker out this morning. This is Oxmoor Road at College Avenue. So Oxmoor Road is closed. Okay, so Oxmoor Road is closed until Alabama Power gets out there. This is at College Avenue, so we have some down power lines. We've got some trees down in that area, so that's along Oxmoor Road. So it is closed. So a first alert update this morning. That's in Homewood, and this is live right now from the First Alert Storm Tracker. So we're starting to see some of those reports coming in this morning, and this is in the Birmingham area there around Homewood off Oxmoor Road at College Avenue block from a downed tree. And we're going to wait also for Alabama Power to get out there to check where we might have some. Looks like power is out right there. It looks like a light there that may be out as well. So just be careful. Listen, this morning we're going to discover more and more of these spots where we've had some downed trees. We are still getting some very strong wind gusts here on Red Mountain, and the winds are gusting behind the line right now, 30-plus miles per hour as this cold front moves in. So it is going to stay very windy. These impacts are going to continue throughout the morning as that strong cold front moves in. So we're probably going to see some more reports like this. But we do have a first alert for you if you are watching us in the Homewood area. Again, this is near Edgewood Elementary School. Okay, so this is right there around Edgewood, so off Oxmoor Road, College Avenue block. College Avenue, and just be aware that all along this line we are seeing 30-40 mile per hour wind gusts. Even though we don't have a warning right now, we are still seeing some very strong winds, and we'll probably see some more reports like that. So we'll have plenty of traffic updates coming up on Good Day Alabama here at 4 o'clock this morning. But at the moment, we're just following along this line as it moves quickly. Still a active tornado watch in effect until 4 o'clock. We're approaching 3 o'clock. It's 2:50 in the morning. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, along with Meteorologist Megan Thomas and Tania Michelle, we are all here closely monitoring the situation. Megan's working on our morning forecast package, making sure we're going to bring you brand new forecast information as we evaluate the new models coming in, because our attention is now going to turn to a chance of snow for today, believe it or not, across our area. Just how much could we see? Could we see some light accumulations? We did have some models that suggested, yes, we could, and if it really comes down in some spots. So that is going to be the second aspect of this system, and of course the dangerous cold and freezing temperatures coming off of already an active growing season that has kicked in with all the spring weather that we've had lately. We're talking about lows in the 20s. By this time tomorrow morning, we're going to to have wind chills in the teens and temperatures falling into the 20s across our area. And that's coming off of a day with temperatures in the 80s. But quite a bit of lightning all along this line. Tania's got this radar view backed out, and we're seeing now 524 lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes. So this line, if it's done anything, it has picked up in intensity, it seems like, as it's moved on to the east. But now we're starting to get the heavy rain, the gusty winds moving through Jacksonville and Anniston. The leading edge, the severe threat, is out of Birmingham. It's out of Blount County. It's about to clear St. Clair County, Gadsden, Etowah County. The worst of this is now over towards Glencoe and over towards Hoax Bluff. But let's go back to that one spot, Tania, where we were watching in Chilton County, and now this is already approaching Clanton, but we were watching along this line right around Thorsby. It already looks like it's crossed the interstate. There's that little bit of rotation, and it's now moving in towards Wildwood Shores out here towards Lay Lake. But there's some indications in here, some strong winds. It's not just that one spot. There's another area that's passed near Talladega Springs. This is not far there from the 4-H center there in Shelby County. You can see as it's tracking to the south along the river, strong gusty winds right along that line right there. That's showing 20, 26 mile per hour winds. We had one that was showing 60 mile per hour winds earlier, but a lot of these higher wind gusts, that's moving towards the radar. So the radar is back here at Shelby County. So we've got that strong south flow, that gust front or low-level jet that's out ahead of the line moving in from the south. Some of these stronger winds are actually happening out ahead of the line. As you can see, they're coming in from the south and moving towards a radar site. So really packing some gusty winds in towards Sylacauga and into southern Talladega County. But that line has crossed Fayetteville. So Fayetteville, there's the gust front. It's crossed Talladega Springs. It's approaching Sylacauga. Looks like it's about 4 to 5 miles out from Sylacauga, but you're about to get some strong winds. Oak Grove and Sylacauga. Childersburg, looks like the gust front's made it through there, and the worst part of this has now passed on through. And most of this, let's see, there's Columbiana. Looks like we're behind the leading edge of the stronger winds right now. Leading edge is now closing in on Marble Valley. It's Coosa County again, now Coosa County and into parts of Chilton County for some of those stronger winds. But more of the lightning and maybe even some small hail down here along Highway 145. You see right there around Jemison Elementary School. So let's put some first alert times on this, and this one storm, even though the overall line is moving to the south and east, this one component, this little cell, is kind of riding north and east along that line. And you can see it's got Mineral Springs around 259. This is a part of the storm where we probably got some small hail, some gusty winds. It's moving northeast there around 46 along that line. So we've got a couple of these storms that's trying to ride along the overall line that's moving south. You see right there, seeing indications, our hail detector and hail tracker showing might have some hailstones falling right around Collins Chapel and Mineral Springs. So definitely one of the more intense parts of the line, and probably going to be a lot of hail with this. We have a good view of this from the radar site that's in Shelby County, so that's just off to the south. So resetting the scene, we'll go back to the north and we'll start out in Cherokee County. We'll zoom in and just kind of work our way south. I want to get in here. A lot of folks right now may be traveling. We're coming up on 3 a.m. and just show you what the conditions are like out here on the interstate. And I don't know why we keep losing the monitor in here, but let's see, here we go, so I can see it now. So there's Jacksonville. Leading edge of the gusty winds and heavier rain now moving into Jacksonville. So you're about to hear some loud rumbles, gusty winds there. Let's keep working our way down the line. Looks like now the leading edge of this is approaching Halls Chapel, and not far from Weaver. About to close in on Weaver. There's Leatherwood. There's Cherokee Trail. Further south, Morrisville Road. This is in the Calhoun County. It's moving out towards Fort McClellan, the Anniston Army Depot area. Leading edge of the stronger winds as we go further south, Mud Street. East of Boga getting some of the heavier rain now. A lot of this is probably moving over Coldwater Mountain. There's the super speedway. So State Highway 77 is along the leading edge. So from Lincoln to the super speedway is right along the leading edge of that line. So another 30 minutes, this will pass, and it's just rain and gusty winds. So you're probably going to get some of the strongest wind gusts right now, right there close to Highway 77 in the super speedway. There's Turner Mill, Caldwell Cove. That's showing arrival time around 2:59, so the next 5 minutes. We can back this view out just a little bit. And there's Howells Cove, and we'll keep panning to the north. There you go. And City of Talladega, probably less than 10 minutes out, it's going to be approaching Talladega. That's showing 3 o'clock. So yeah, 3 a.m. arrival time here around the City of Talladega. Again, this is non-severe. We're just staying on top of this. Tornado watch, and we're seeing possibility some winds 30, 40 miles per hour, so we'll stay on this as it approaches Talladega. But Thornhill, this will be approaching you as well. Bernie's area, getting close there. Winterboro, this is far different story, Winterboro, than what we had last time, this time a year ago. But at the moment, you're going to get some loud rumbles, some gusty winds. That camera view at the bottom of the screen that continues to light up, that's in Chilton County. Quite a bit of lightning there this morning. We're keeping a watch on it, but no warning at this time, but we're keeping an eye on it. But Winterboro is about to get some heavier rain and gusty winds moving through that area. Tania, we're heading back down into Talladega County now, and still hearing some loud rumbles here on Red Mountain, but as we worked our way down into their southern Talladega County, Sylacauga, we'll have that view we can check out from Oak Grove as well. We'll get a good idea on those winds. That's showing an arrival time around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. A couple minutes.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. Do you want to pull up Oak Grove? Let's check that camera view out just real quickly, just to see what the winds are like. We'll have some ground truth here because that line's it's about to cross into Oak Grove here. Showing 70 degrees there, and we've got areas. It will be interesting to check. I wanted to check the observations in West Alabama. I'm pretty sure we have some areas right now. Let me go back over while we look at this, and I'm just wanted to see Haleyville right now. The temperature is 48 degrees.
Wow.
It's 70 in Oak Grove. It's 48 in Haleyville. It is dropping. The temperature, the mercury this morning is just plummeting out there with this cold front moving in. So we're down to 48 over 46. Jasper is 54 degrees and 71 at Anniston right now. So, I mean, this is a very sharp cold front that's moving through. We want to go back to, this is Jemison. Let's go back to Chilton County and let's just keep a watch. This is one of the stronger storms.
Okay, let me go to Chilton.
We're seeing just constant lightning with this now across Chilton County. It has really intensified. That line hasn't quite made it to Oak Grove as we could see from the camera view, but that is a live view. That's basically Sylacauga area. We'll go back to that here in a few moments, but this is a live look from Jemison. We are actually looking to the east direction at the moment. So we're looking at the backside of the storm as it has now passed the worst part of that. It moved through quickly, and you can see now. We're watching. This is from the back side of that line. It's getting close right now to Sylacauga. Tania, let's go back to that camera view at Oak Grove because it's about to blast in here. We're about to see a live view as this moves in, but it is right there on Oak Grove. Let me just step aside. Probably very soon. We're looking to the south direction, so you'll see that wind and you'll see that line. It will be moving in here from the west direction here very soon. Winds are still coming out of the south, moving in out of the south at 13 miles per hour, but it is so close to impacting this area. We'll watch it, and that's right now where we're detecting some of the winds that moved through Chilton County earlier. It's already moving through southern Talladega County, but I'll let you jump in here, Tania. I'm just watching some of the reports coming in, and basically it looks like they're working on a tornado warning right now for Lowndes County. There's actually that storm that's down in the Montgomery area south of here. We're seeing a tornado warning this morning that's being issued, and they're coordinating a new watch with SPC as well. But there's the tornado warning. This one storm this morning is it's south of our area. This is south of Montgomery. This is not far from Fort Deposit, but the Weather Service is concerned. They were saying that the Montgomery radar has a real good view of this. If we want to just check it out here for folks, if you know someone down in this area, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Never hurts to call or text, let them know. This is south of Montgomery, but we're seeing indications of a tornado right there. And we go to the velocity on this thing. Yeah, clearly we've got some rotation. Look at that. You can see the inbound and outbound winds from the radar site. This is from Montgomery. So strong radar indicated tornado at this time. That is south of Montgomery. This is Interstate 65 here, Montgomery to Gulf Shores or Mobile. And if you take that track to the south. South of Montgomery, you get down in here is Fort Deposit. There's the pecan stop, the Brewster's pecan. Priesters, pecan that's down in that area. Just naming some areas, familiar landmarks if you travel in that direction, headed down to the beach. But again, this looks like it's closer to Fort Deposit, and it may impact southern Montgomery as it continues to the north. The polygon actually takes us more to the east, and sometimes you'll see that with tornadic storms like this, especially more discrete storms that are more isolated like this. They'll sometimes take a track more towards the right. They'll sometimes turn more towards the east direction, and it looks like that may be happening there, Tania, with that storm. Again, this is south, so this is a tornado warning now that does include southeastern Lowndes County in south central Alabama. That warning is expected to continue until 3:45 in the morning. But this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 10 miles northwest of Greenville, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So this will impact places like Fort Deposit, Logan, Calhoun, Clover Hill, and Lowndes County Airport down into South Alabama. So just letting you know, this time of day, folks in here need to be notified. If you know someone, call, text, wake them up. Hopefully the weather radios, their weather radios are working. They got the First Alert weather app, and we're actually seeing a shear marker with this. So our system, when you see that yellow line show up, that's an indication that we have some damaging winds happening right now. So we likely have a tornado right now based on at least some damaging winds impacting areas south and west of Montgomery. Again, this is outside the WBRC coverage area, but just to show you there's still some very impactful weather that's happening across the state. Let's get back into Chilton County, though. That's the one location, and actually, Tania, we'll try that view from Oak Grove again just to see that line where we had those gusty winds was starting to move into southern Talladega County. So starting to get some rain moving in right now. The winds have been out of the south, seeing some gusts up to 19 miles per hour, but the winds have picked up. Now we're starting to see some more lightning. You see that?
See the lightning. There you go.
Yeah, so it's moving along fairly quickly. It looks like we were saying, Tania, 9 p.m. to 4 in the morning. It looks like right around 4 o'clock we'll probably see most of this move out of the area this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty on par with our time frame here. We've been walking you guys through the future radar to kind of give you an update on what to expect when you wake up, when you're heading to work, when you're trying to take your kids to school. Closer to 4 a.m., severe threat for our area will likely be over. And then behind it, we have that cold air that's going to be moving in, and many of our model runs, now that it's the top of the 3 o'clock hour, you can see they're still very consistent. If you've been with us since we've been tracking these storms, they've been really consistent on showing some snow flurries later this morning and approaching around lunchtime that we could see that. But we're not expecting a whole lot of snow accumulation. Surfaces will still be very warm, too warm for a lot of it to stick, but you'll likely get a nice picture, some views of it. But as we just reset the scene here across central Alabama and our coverage area, you can see that there are no active severe warnings. We're just being really impacted by some stormy conditions, some heavy rain, and definitely some gusty winds. The leading edge of this is now moving through the center portion of Calhoun County, moving through the center portions of Talladega, entering Coosa County, exiting Chilton County. And we are getting more lightning with those storms down to the south, across south of central Alabama. We're talking about Chilton and now moving into Coosa County. Those are some of the stronger storms, still below severe level, but certainly packing a punch, certainly impacting you, probably waking you up tonight. Here we are looking at where the heaviest of the rain is at. Over towards St. Vincent's, we have Clanton, we have Samaria, Highland, Peach Park. I want to give you all that first alert. The leading edge of that is just about to move into the Peach Park area, crossing I-65 in Chilton County, the southern portions of Chilton County. You have Enterprise here. I can put some first alert times on your screen. Around 3:08 a.m., we can see the leading edge entering Peach Park. What about Cooper? Let's put some arrival times there for the Cooper area, around 3:12. Verbena, you guys are a little bit further away, closer to around 3:15, 3:16 in the morning. So yeah, it's moving pretty quickly. In just this frame alone, about 15 lightning strikes, not overly impressive. There we go. We just got an updated scan here. I can put some first alert times on your screen from this marker. Oh, let me clear off all those arrows. There we go. Highland at around 3:06 a.m. Walmart in Chilton County at around 3:11. Peach Park, we just talked about that, around 3:13. Cooper around 3:15. Again, a non-severe storm, likely some heavy rain, some lightning. You're going to hear some thunder and definitely some gusty winds. We've been tracking wind gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. And this storm is moving pretty quickly, speeding up here, east-northeast around 52 miles per hour. So it's making its way through Chilton County, eventually moving into Coosa County. But yeah, if you're familiar with the Walmart right off I-65 there in Chilton County, the heaviest of the rain moving right through that area at the moment. There is a little storm just north of Rockford in Coosa County, still non-severe, but if you're in Rockford, you're probably hearing some lightning and thunder, but the leading edge of those storms is still quite a bit away from you. But yeah, you're hearing some lightning or you're hearing some thunder from storms just north of Rockford in Coosa County from a little isolated storm ahead of that leading line. So just wanted to give you all that first alert. If you're waking up, you're hearing the sound of my voice, once again, we're not tracking any active warnings across central Alabama. Some strong storms nonetheless. If you're in Jefferson County, you may still be hearing some gusty winds and some thunder from storms. But the leading edge of this is now moved into far east Alabama, especially for the northern portions of central Alabama. Cherokee County, we have, let me move it back to the Birmingham radar here so we can get better accurate scans. There we go. So we have Cherokee County. This is now moved out of Etowah County. So if you're in Gadsden, the severe threat is over for you. I'm sure they've probably canceled some of those, some of the counties under that tornado watch. Let's see if we have a better update here on what areas are now included in that watch. That watch was originally set to stay in effect until 4 a.m. And when I clear off our screen, the following counties are still under the watch. We still have Cherokee under a county. Etowah, the severe threat is over for you. You'll likely be trending from that tornado watch here very soon. St. Clair, Calhoun County, Talladega, Shelby, Bibb, Chilton, Coosa, and even Perry still within that tornado watch. But seeing some improvements, but those storms to the south still strengthening below severe level, but definitely watching it very closely. And some gusty winds definitely within this, but there is a warning just south of us. And Wes, I know you've been monitoring this one. There's a tornado warning in effect for Lowndes County until 3:45.
Yeah, there is, and I'm just looking at the Weather Service doing some analysis here, just looking at this setup for the remainder of tonight. Now, this is about to clear. It looks like the eastern part of our area. Now, this tornado warning is south of Montgomery right now, but if we go back to the radar view for us, some of the heaviest of the rain right now for a lot of you listening in on the radio is, we got a lot of folks listening in through our simulcast, Anniston to Jacksonville. Those 30, 40 mile per hour winds. We're under a tornado watch in Calhoun County. We're going to get through this. I'm not seeing a tornado warning right now showing up for our area, but there is a more intense part of this line is starting to sort of amplify a little bit to the south. I don't know if there could be a new watch here. I don't know if that's going to include Clay County, but definitely down in the southeast Alabama, there is a concern for some of these supercell storms out ahead of this line. I was seeing our friends at the Weather Service just discussing, obviously the wind shear is very favorable for rotating storms. That's been our concern all along, is the wind shear with this. We've had some things in the atmosphere, a bit of a cap that sort of helped us out through most of the night, even though we've had some strong wind gusts. But there's still a chance that this could ramp up, and that tornado threat is still very real down in the southeast Alabama. It looks like those parameters are there, and we do need to watch those southeast counties still until we can get this completely out of here. But it's really coming down right now, and we'll check out the view. We got the Houston Cole Library camera. We got some views there from Jacksonville, but our First Alert Sky Vision in Jacksonville, see what it's like. It might have some small hail right here showing up, but here it is. Seeing winds gust up to 23 miles per hour. Live look. This is actually from the Calhoun County, the 911 camera there, looking back to the north direction. The temperature's at 70 degrees, winds out of the south to southwest at 13 miles per hour, but we have a couple cameras here at the Jacksonville State campus, and this is the one looking back to the north. Basically, you can kind of get the view here right now. It's not total whiteout conditions, but we are getting some gusty winds and some loud rumbles, and there's another view as Tania is showing us here. But wind really whipping. Looks like a couple tents have survived the gusty winds right there. You can see on the JSU campus, so that's a good sign so far. But quite a bit of lightning, a stormy morning, and again, we're seeing temperatures right now 70 degrees at Jacksonville, parts of West Alabama. We have temperatures right now in the 40s. Haleyville already dropping into the 40s. Very sharp cold front making its way through the state right now. We're going to have those colder temperatures in Birmingham. You will definitely want to grab the jacket this morning before you head out. It is going to feel a lot colder, and and yes, a chance that we could see some snow flurries later today. Look at these 40s coming in here. Look out. I mean, talk about a drop, a drastic change in temperatures. Now, this is what you call a cold front going from 45 in Hamilton to 72 at Talladega. You can really tell why we see a system like this, why we're sort of, really on our toes for this kind of cold front moving through. You don't go typically around here in severe weather season from temperatures near 80 and 70s to temperatures like that. And, most of the time, also one of the big components to severe weather, it's not just about hot and cold. It's all about the wind energy. And a lot of times we have a lot of these systems. I often say, if you think back to events like April 27th, we had all the tornadoes, we had severe weather. Remember, we had a heat wave after that. It got hot. We were handing out cases of water. It was all about the wind energy, and that's typically what's behind a lot of these systems. But there's some indications right there at Sylacauga. Do we have the view there too? We can check out. It looks like right there's an area we might have some strong winds that just pushed through Sycamore. Looks like maybe a little bit of a bowing segment. Let's check out the triple threat on this and maybe look at the velocity. Yeah, there's some strong winds right there from Sycamore moving over towards Roselle. Right in that area. The gust fronts actually crossed through Sycamore. This is it right here. So this is the leading edge of the stronger winds. It's through Sylacauga. So if you didn't have strong wind gusts where you live, you're watching us in Talladega County, good deal. I mean, if we can get through this kind of setup without damaging wind gusts, that is a win any time of day, especially if you've seen some of these wind parameters and enhanced risk for severe weather. We will certainly take it. But Sylacauga right now, heavy rainfall, and hopefully very soon we'll see even that rain start to back off some. But it's going to definitely have an impact. You'll want to give yourself some extra drive time these areas to the south if you have an early start to your work day here. Don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, we kick off Good Day Alabama. And we will continue tracking this throughout the morning. But right now, the worst of this is crossed out of, looks like Clanton, the leading edge of, let's go to velocity data just to see where the leading edge of the stronger wind. So here's the gust front here. Looks like it's through Anniston or crossing Anniston right now. It's through Talladega. It's right here around Chandler Springs, about to cross into Clay County. The leading edge is also near Millerville. There's Shady Grove. It's through Sylacauga. It's through Stewartville. It's crossing Hillwood right now, and the leading edge of those stronger winds are now pushing through Cooper. So once we get the leading edge of this gust front through, the threat will be sort of ramping down, it looks like, as far as any severe weather threat. And we're zoomed in. Let's see, there's south of Kelly's Crossroads. I'm just trying to, this is more down into Watauga County and Wetumpka and areas there, Elmore County and places to the south. Looks like Childersburg, report from Talladega County of a tree down in the road. So we're going to see more of that throughout this morning. So be careful out there. Some reports of downed trees, gusty winds, and some strong winds right now. Clay County. Seems like Clay and Chilton County probably getting some very intense lightning. Let's check out again. We'll go to that live look. There's a report Tania's bringing in. That's Patton Creek. Looks like tree down at Hurricane Drive. I believe we had that report earlier too. Seeing a few of those. There's one there north of Trussville. Let's see what we got here, Tania. Looks like line down. So we got power line down, and also here not far from Roebuck. Looks like. That's the high wind report at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport. Had a report of winds over 50 miles per hour. So the National Weather Service, they're going to continue this tornado warning down in Lowndes County. Again, this is south of our area, but definitely the storm of the morning is this one. It's south of Montgomery down into South Alabama, but they are going to continue. There's a tornado warning down in here. Clearly, the line, it sort of lost some of its punch as it moved into Birmingham, and now it's starting to intensify again. And also to the south, we're getting these more robust, discrete supercell storms. Not what you want to see. There's a new tornado watch that has popped up. So that does include Clay County. It's basically every location out ahead of the line, tornado watch until 9 o'clock in the morning. So a new tornado watch has been issued. and we cover Coosa, Clay County, and we cover Calhoun County. So we're going to stay on this until we get these storms out of here. I just want to see this line get through the area. One of these nights where this is a setup that can certainly be very tricky, and clearly you can just tell in the past few scans. You see that one storm that's south of Montgomery. I mean, that storm, let's look at that again, Tania. That thing is out here by itself. You never want to see these isolated storms like this, but the rotation is definitely holding. If we look at the scan from Montgomery, you can see the BTI we've been seeing around here like on a level of 2 on a 0 to 10 scale. That's up to around a 4. So that's definitely a more intense storm. 100% chance of hail with this. First alert arrival times, it looks like 3:30 around Sandy Ridge. Again, this is south of our coverage area, but a tornadic storm over Alabama tonight that we got this morning that's moving south of Montgomery and moving to the northeast. This is our sister station WSFA in Montgomery. If you're watching us on the stream, make sure you follow my friend Josh Johnson and team at WSFA. Make sure you have they also have a First Alert weather app, and follow along. If you're around Montgomery, you watch us on the stream there. We want to make sure they of course are probably also wall to wall right now with that tornado warning. But we've stayed on. We've tracked this through Birmingham, and we're going to watch this as it crosses out of the area. It's been a very stormy night, and the severe weather threat, it's ended across West Alabama. It's going to stay windy. It's ended for Shelby County, Birmingham, points north. We're fine, just a lot of rain and wind. Gadsden, threat's over for us very soon. I think Jacksonville, we really haven't seen much so far, and I think that the warning is going to be, or we can kind of stand down from a risk of tornadoes at this point. I think Weaver and Anniston, we're past the tornado threat for us. I don't think we have to worry about anything. Tania's zoomed in on this one spot near Chandler Springs. Looks like maybe a little area right there that's trying to show maybe a little bit of rotation. What's that around Chandler Springs? 1, 2, 3 spots where we might be picking up some small hail. Yeah, some weak rotation right in that area. You can see the rotation tracker, some gusty winds from Campbell Springs back into Chandler Springs area. Springville, this is pulling Spring Hill. This is basically crossing over Mount Cheaha down into Clay County, so probably have some terrain influences going on there as well. But you can see as it's now crossing just south of Delta into Clay County. But I'm seeing some reports now. Looks like in Etowah County around the old Highway 411, a tree down with road blockage on Holcomb Drive. So some of those strong winds, getting some tree reports down. Highway 77 in Ohatchee. I had a picture a viewer sent me of a tree down on Highway 77, so be careful out there, Ohatchee. We got some down trees reported in that area. Some times of arrival, Clay County. Tania was putting those on the screen, so if we follow the leading edge, Ashland is 3:18. First alert arrival time 3:28 for that line. Lineville around 3:30 in the morning, and Barfield area around 3:30 in the morning. And it looks like Center West, which is more over into Randolph County, it looks like around 3:32 in the morning. So for our friends in Randolph County, this is about to cross out of Clay County, and right now we're seeing those impacts. Let's go back to Coosa County. If you want to pan that map to the I guess pan it upwards there, we see Rockford. So Rockford, here we go, another round of storms about to move in here. It's about 5 minutes out, but this is, I believe we can we sound the all clear for Chilton County? I believe this has completely moved out of Chilton County mostly. Almost. It's over Bravina and Cooper. So Clanton, we're good. Tornado risk is ended for us. It's now crossing into Coosa County. Nothing right now really stands out so far tonight. I mean, even with some of these storms that have shown some broad rotation, what I'm seeing in our area, hopefully we get through this without I'm just going to knock on the desk here. Hopefully we get through this without a warning. But we can just get it through these few counties here. This line will be completely through the area, Tania. But it definitely looks like to the south again, you see these little ripples in the line. Those are the areas where it gets a little tricky, a little suspicious. Sometimes you get a brief rotation that tries to show up in here. Might be these winds are out of the south, out ahead of this line. Might be something there. Let's just check the velocity. We'll check on it, stay ahead of this. Some strong winds. Let's click on that. This is far southern Chilton County again. There's Marbury. We still have some loud thunder. You hear that? Yeah, I mean, we still got, I mean, the main line, the main risk of tornadoes is pushing off to the south, but we still have some loud thunder. It's probably waking you up in the Birmingham area, but nothing severe in Birmingham, Shelby County. If you are waking up, actually still looks like the tornado watch still does include Shelby County, but I think very soon we'll be able to clear away Shelby County. But 52 total lightning strikes. You want to pixel query some of these, Tania? Let's look at some of the winds. That's right along Highway 22, 37 mile per hour. Yeah, so 30, it just updated on that latest scan, but we were showing some 30 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, these are elevated wind gusts, but there's still some indications there, 20, 30 mile per hour winds at least with this line as it moves south. So still some gusty winds, some loud rumbles. So the scattered reports of trees down across the area, but some leftover rain. That leading edge now pushing into Clay County and Coosa County. So right now most of this is through Calhoun County, Jacksonville, Anniston. Heaviest of the rains out here along Highway 9. There's one spot right there that has popped up. We'll put a time on this. We'll check out some of these markers because this is where we probably have some small hail, some of the higher wind gusts, but it looks like that is about to cross near Chocolaco Mountain in DeArmonville. Times on this, Chocolaco 327. It's 321 right now, so a first alert time of 327 for some gusty winds, possibly some pea-size to maybe half-inch size hailstones with that line. Pleasant Ridge around 331, so you're probably going to get some loud rumbles here as this moves. There's Joseph Springs, Chocolaco, and DeArmonville, but this one spot along the line our system's picking up on past Cheehaw Acres right there, some indications of some enhanced winds from DeArmonville. You see right there showing 36, 37 mile per hour winds. Again, the beam height's way off the ground, but still some of the higher elevations, especially in here, it could be quite impactful with some of these gusty winds. It's going to be tracking into the north. It looks like the Weather Service, they're going to clear away Bibb, Etowah, Perry, Marengo, Shelby, and St. Clair County from the tornado watch. So some good news there. We're cleared away from the watch. And now the main impacts, far eastern locations. But that was right around DeArmonville. Let's go back to southern Talladega County. Some of these markers that we have showing up. Okay, so we're getting some more damage reports I'm hearing coming in from Talladega. So it looks like a tree on a house on Lancaster Street in East Talladega. We got trees down blocking the roadway off of Ledbetter Road in Montford. So we are getting, in Talladega County, we're getting a lot of reports here from the emergency management in Talladega County of some downed trees. Be careful out there this morning. These storms are still producing some wind damage. 64 mile per hour. That is the motion of this right now. So it is racing now. It's picked up some speed, 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's now pushing through Sylacauga. There's Sylacauga, Oak Grove that we were showing you a few moments ago. Obviously some heavier rain. What's the camera look like there at Oak Grove right now? We didn't see much. We checked it out a few moments ago. Let's see what it looks like right now, just based on that radar signature.
They also said about 60 mile per hour winds at Sylacauga.
Okay, so
was reported. So
that last gust we had reported there at 30. It looks like the worst. It's come through already. I know we backed away from the view, but obviously it's rained quite heavily. I mean, you can look at 280 right there, but we've got the lightning, but it must have just moved on through because notice the temperature, it's down to 58. 70 to 58 degrees. That is a cold front. You know, when you have systems like that move through, you're going to have some gusty winds, but that has pushed through. But we're getting some reports. Be careful out there in Talladega County. Some reports coming in, some trees down in some spots. And it looks like the worst of this now has pushed through. There's Talladega. The city of Talladega, the worst has moved through. Sylacauga, looks like the worst of this has moved through. Tania's clicking on another one of these markers that's right there near Weogufka down in Coosa County. This is where we could have some higher wind gusts, some large hail. That's going to be tracking towards Stewartville. Don't know if this should stay just south of Stewartville. I think this is going to move more into parts of, I think that marker may be taking this a little too far north. It's moving too quickly to the east. I think this is going to end up in the Clay County. But you see how I don't know if that's going to actually track into most of this is passing Stewartville right now, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to clear away Talladega County from the tornado watch. But it's right there now on the Cleburne, Calhoun, Talladega, Clay County line as far as the heaviest of the rain. Now this one little marker here that was showing up near DeArmonville looks like that is about to pass into Cleburne County. So Heflin, if you're watching there around Iron City, 3:34 arrival time. Cleburne around 3:35. Joseph Springs, this is a non-severe storm, but some indications we could have some small hail, some gusty winds. 117 lightning strikes in this area. Lightning counts way up this morning. These storms have intensified some as they have moved into East Alabama. So we've actually seen stronger storms, in my opinion, based on lightning count and some of the intensity here over in East Alabama. Clearly, these storms, as far as the lightning goes, have picked up in intensity. There's still an active tornado warning. It's south of our area, but a very dangerous storm tonight that we have been tracking south of Montgomery. Looks like that is going to impact into East Alabama and areas to the south of us. I'm thinking if you're watching in southern Tallapoosa County, point south, need to certainly stay alert for that storm that's down south of Montgomery. But we're just working our way along this line. Tania is showing if you're in Heflin, arrival time for this line is around 3:31 in the morning. As we back the view out and follow along, you can see that line continues down into, now it's Clay County. Most of the impacts are now shifted over into Clay County. There's that leading gust front. It's now over Ashland, so we're getting the strong winds in Ashland. This all begins with winds out of the south. Got to watch some of these little cells trying to form out ahead of the line. There's one right there around Liberty. Need to keep an eye on that. You see these little areas where the south wind is starting to feed into this line. But Liberty, Hackneyville, this is over towards Goodwater in Coosa County. Right, this one corner of the coverage area, still need to watch it. It's one of these lines that will just not fall apart. It is staying put, and we're just going to have to track this, it looks like, until Tania, it moves completely through the coverage area.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Wes. Well, let's reset the scene here, kind of go through what areas have been cleared from the tornado watch once again. Want to just give you all some updates. Maybe you're just now tuning in. You hear the loud noise, the wind, the thunder out at your home. We have several counties that have been cleared from the tornado watch, but East Alabama, you guys aren't in the clear just quite yet. No severe warnings in place for Central Alabama at the moment, but when I clear off our screen here, you can see what counties are still under that watch, and it's actually been updated till about 9 a.m. I anticipate many of our eastern counties to hopefully be eliminated out of the watch a little bit before then, maybe a couple hours before then, but there's Cherokee County, we have Calhoun, we have Cleburne, you have Talladega, you have Clay, you have Randolph, Chambers, there's Tallapoosa, Coosa, and even Chilton County. So when we reset the scene here, kind of walk you through where the main line of these storms are at. Now, the one thing to note is that even if you're behind the main line of storms, we're still seeing some thunderstorm activity back to our east, mostly not our far western counties, or excuse me, back to our west some. In Jefferson, there's Bibb County, there's Perry County, there's Shelby. There's still some thunderstorms in those areas, so that may be keeping you up. But again, the heaviest of the rain and the stronger storms are now in far east Alabama. And most of this has already moved out of, make sure I'm at the right radar site, yes I am, has mostly moved out of Cherokee County at this point. So we're moving into Cleburne County, we're moving into Clay, and eventually we'll be in Randolph, but we're moving through Coosa County, seeing a few thunderstorms ahead of the main line there in Tallapoosa County and even in the southern portions of Clay. And most of this have now moved out of Chilton County. So we're seeing some improvements here as far as how this line is making its trajectory across our area, our coverage area, but still some time to go. Your time now is almost 3:30. We're 30 minutes away until Good Day Alabama starts, but we're going to continue to stay with you right here, at least until we have confirmation that we're not seeing these storms possibly strengthening. Because the one thing to note is that we're seeing a lot of lightning. If just in this one frame alone, over 380 lightning strikes. So these storms are still really, really strong. A lot of energy with these storms. Again, some heavy rain, damaging winds are still possible, or at least some strong wind gusts at the least. But I want to walk you through, give you some first alert times, kind of take you from the top of the line all the way down to the bottom here. Let's go back to our reflectivity, get real close here. This is over into parts of Cleburne County. The leading edge of this line is now moving into the city of Heflin. So if you're in Heflin, you're in Cleburne County, a first alert for you that the leading edge is just minutes away. You're going to be seeing that heavier rainfall moving through your area very soon, possibly some gusty winds topping 30 miles per hour and some frequent lightning. Definitely going to hear the thunder. Edwardsville, you're really close on the leading edge. Coldwater, want to give you that first alert. Fruithurst, you have a little bit more time, but that line is approaching you. Belltown in Cleburne County, want to give you that first alert. Keep in mind here when I reset the screen, for those of you waking up soon, have to go to work. I know people that work towards Lincoln, Alabama, Pell City. You guys might be driving in or driving either from the metro area into that area, or you're going to be coming in from the eastern side of that, but moving in west. Be careful. There's some heavy rain on those roadways, so you want to give yourself some extra drive time. Maybe think about waking up a little bit earlier, try to hit the roads a little bit earlier, because those road conditions are not the greatest at this current moment. And you're going to be running through some heavy rainfall if you're taking I-20 and moving inwards on I-20. So let's zoom in here, get a better idea of where these storms are at now. Moving into Clay County, the city of Ashland, you guys are getting slammed right now. Frequent lightning, some torrential rain. There's definitely some heavy rainfall in that area. Around the Clay County spot, we're seeing lots of lightning, over 100 lightning strikes or so. So if you're near Ashland, especially down towards Bluff Springs, you're going to be hearing lots of rumbles of thunder. There's High Pine, there's Harkins Crossroads. Again, no severe storms in this location, but some strong storms nonetheless. It is a first alert weather day. We're continuing first alert weather day into, of course, your early Monday morning. I'm first alert meteorologist Tania Michelle, and when I set the view here and reset the scene, you can see that areas to the west, you guys have cooled down, you're drying out, but there is a chance for later this morning to see some snow flurries in your spot because of how cold it is already in your location. And when we look at those current temperatures, I'll pixel query some of these. Still in the low 40s there in Marion County, 40s there in Lamar, Pickens, compared to areas to the east, they're still in the 60s. Close to 70 degrees in Tallapoosa County versus 46 there in Lamar County, 43 in Marion County. A big temperature difference, a really tight temperature gradient. That's exactly why winds are our main concern. We have a wind advisory in place. We have a freeze warning in place heading into early Tuesday morning. So it just goes to show you how strong and how potent of a cold front this has been as it's made its way across central Alabama. So it's now in East Alabama. So for those of you who have been with us since we came on after our late shows last night, moving into your Monday morning, it's been several hours at this point of us tracking the leading edge of these storms, and we still have some time to go.
Yeah,
it looks like severe thunderstorm warning.
And I just want to
just
stress
south of our area.
I just want to jump in here and stress it's Coosa County and Clay County. Those are the only two counties. We're just going to stay, that's in our coverage area. Cleburne and Randolph counties in the Atlanta market, but we are going to stay on here. We're getting close to Good Day, Alabama, and it's just been one of those nights. We've been tracking this line moving quickly across the state, and it's just been moving so quickly. We've been under tornado watch. We just want to stay out ahead of this. We have seen some pictures here. I'm just to show you on the screen. This is some damage that we had in Rimlap from earlier, where a tree fell and damaged part of a porch there. Ashley shared that picture. This was when the storms first entered the state, a tree on a home. This is in Marion County. Preston Calvert sending me that photo. And then this was some wind damage in southern Coleman County. And Michael McMurray sharing some of those pictures. And I got a report a few moments ago, penny-sized hail with that storm that moved through Oak Grove. So we did have some, actually this was Clanton. Darren Blaylock reporting penny-sized hail falling in Clanton. So we did have some penny-sized hail with that storm that moved through Clanton. Checking out, there was another report to pass along. And let me see where that report was here. It was another hail report near Oak Grove. We had reports of some small hail there. So that's one of the things we've seen a lot of hailstone reports out of this storm. I mean, it's been producing some gusty winds, and I see Mike Doverly's in here. Mike sent me an email yesterday, said you expect are these storms going to be big hail producers, because we were seeing that in some of the forecast data. Obviously, the past two systems, we had some incredible pictures of just how it almost looked like it snowed in some cases. These storms produce so much ice, but we've seen a lot of that again tonight with these storms that have moved through the area. So if you notice outside, inspect around the house again tomorrow. Make sure you don't have any hail damage, because we have seen some of these storms producing some small hail tonight as they have moved across the area. That's been the one thing that's been consistent since these storms moved in across the western part of the line. But Tania, I know I jumped in a few moments ago. We'll get back to you. You and I have just been back and forth all night long, just kind of tracking this across the state.
Yeah,
and
you're all good.
Yeah, it's just really, you pointed out the contrast in the temperatures. We go from temperatures in the 70s to temperatures now in the 40s across West Alabama. So if you're about to leave out this morning, a big first alert. One of the big things, we've got colder air, and yes, there is a chance today we could see some snow across the area. And if it really comes down, there could certainly be some light accumulations. And models are, is this the latest data?
Yes.
So this is latest HRRR, and let's look at it. And it's still showing that next round of precipitation by 8 to 9 o'clock. Looks like maybe a rain-snow mix perhaps in here as the atmosphere cools off. Looks like it could really come down Fayette to Jasper. Little post-frontal band of maybe snow showers. Look at that. I mean, it really ramps it up here around 11 o'clock in the morning. If this verifies, there will be some light accumulations in some areas, but you can see there's some snow showers, scattered snow showers even showing up through 2 or 3 o'clock. What a turnaround. And typically for snow in this time of the year, a lot of times it takes often an upper level low kind of setup where you got a lot of cold air aloft, big upper low moves across, and it helps cool the atmosphere. But to see this sort of setup is quite unique. And we talk a lot about the blizzard of '93, but that was a generational event. I mean, we don't see that all the time. Yes, we can see snow in the month of March. It doesn't happen every day, especially here in Alabama, but it's something about March. I always say that March surprise in Alabama, it seems like when it comes to snow, March is one of those months where we can certainly have it. And I think later today, just be ready. I told Tania, I told Megan, be ready for the pictures, right? You start seeing some snow falling in the month of March.
And send them in. We'd love for you to download the WBRC 6 News First Alert Weather app. If you already don't have it, I'll pull up the QR code for you to download it right here. Because it's so important. Number one, we love to see on the ground truth. For any of you that get updates, you see something that we can't personally see because we're here inside the station. So anytime you have reports or nice pictures or even just pictures of storms, that you can send them into us and we'll show them on TV. But absolutely, we want to see the pictures. If you catch any snow flurries coming down, we want the first alert look from you. So go ahead and scan this QR code. Definitely update us on what you're seeing outside of your home and in your community. But if you didn't get a chance to scan that QR code, of course, you can just go to your app store, search WBRC First Alert Weather, and the app will pop up. But let's reset the scene, show you guys where these storms are at. Again, western areas, you guys are catching a break from the rain. There will be a post round of some precipitation, again, some snow flurries later this morning. But the big story is really for our far eastern counties. We have Clay County, we have Coosa County, Chilton County. The heaviest of the rain, the leading edge, is mostly out of your area. Very, very far southeastern portions of Chilton County still dealing with maybe some more of the heavier rainfall. But Coosa County near the Rockford area, want to give you all that first alert to just be careful. Again, hitting the roads this morning. I know many of you have an early start to the day. Rockford, you guys are getting some of that heavy, heavy rain. We're seeing lightning and thunder in that spot and likely some gusty winds. Also up towards Goodwater. Kellyton, want to give you that first alert. Leading edge approaching your area. Well, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Tania Michelle, Chief Meteorologist Wes White with me, Megan Thomas as well. And Wes, if you have anything else to add before we go to break?
Yeah, I just want to say that what we're going to do, we need to reset. We've got Good Day Alabama coming up, and since we don't have active warnings, we've been watching this all throughout the night, and this is almost completely through Coosa County. Tania, just quickly click on the rotation tracker on this. I mean, since we've been tracking it so far, I want to make sure if we go to break here, let's go in closer so I can see. Yeah, right now I still think we're in good shape. I don't see a tornado forming right now in Coosa County. I know we're under a tornado watch. Some gusty winds pushing through the southeastern part of Clay County. The worst of this is now through Ashland, so this will soon be over into Randolph County with some of those winds gusting to 30 miles per hour. So far southeast part of the area, still seeing some of those gusty winds, but overall, the tornado risk is winding down for our area. So what we're going to do right now is 3:39. We appreciate you sticking with us throughout the overnight. Certainly just a powerful front we wanted to stay on top of. Make sure we gave you the first alert there as we track this across the state. But we've got Good Day Alabama coming up. We're starting to get more reports of some trees down in some areas. So now we switch from phase 1 of this system, which was a severe weather risk, now to a possible snow impact from this and some freezing temperatures. That's all coming up, and that's what we're going to be talking a lot more about coming up on Good Day Alabama. So do stay with us right here. We will see you at 4 o'clock with continuing updates on WBRC. All right, Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, we are going to stay with you here. As I've been informed, we're getting close to Good Day Alabama, so we're just going to take it over at the top of the hour, but we're just going to continue. We're getting some more reports and some pictures in and wanted to share that with you. We know a lot of folks are about to get out on the roadways this morning, and I believe, do we have one view available right now? We had a report earlier. There was a tree down blocking Oxmoor Road, and that wasn't far from the Edgewood area, but we did have some views from our First Alert Storm Tracker earlier, and they were waiting to clear the road there. So we are getting some reports of some downed trees in some locations. There's a tree blocking one lane on Alabama Highway 21 in Sylacauga. Talladega, tree blocking the roadway on Iron Nation Road. They're actually considering a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coosa County, Tania, because of hail and heavier rainfall. So we've got Inslee now. We'll take one of those views, and this is from the First Alert Storm Tracker photographer Greg Long's out and about, and there we go, another tree down. We're going to see a lot of this morning as we assess after, this is 45th Street and Avenue N, after the storms this morning. So be careful out there. You hit the road this morning. We got some large limbs down. We've had these strong gusty winds moving through. The winds are actually going to pick up even more today. I mean, it's not just going to go calm for the rest of today. We have a wind advisory in effect through this evening. We're still going to have some gusty winds, and you can see there a large tree down. That is right there at 4th Avenue Street and Avenue N. So be careful this morning. This is in the Birmingham area, but we have a power line down that's blocking the roadway of Glover's Ferry and Renfro Road. That's in Talladega County. A lot of reports coming in out of Talladega County right now. And we do have some reports of some power outages. Looks like primarily in the Spring Garden area of Cherokee County. It looks like quite a few outages there in southern Cherokee County, Tania, some of those storms that moved through. So we're getting some reports coming in from Cherokee County as well. But most of the heavy rain with this, the strong gusty winds, now about to move into Tallapoosa County. But once again, the southeastern corner of the coverage area. Seems like this is where those storms have started to ramp up again. But Bentleyville over to Cruzville. Let's put a track on this. It just disappeared. These storms are moving so fast. I mean, these markers keep updating, and it's one of these systems. That's why, we wanted to stay way ahead of this. Lightning counts up to around 96, but it is really popping. Looks like the strongest winds have now crossed out of Coosa County and more into northern Tallapoosa County. But Old Providence area south towards Alexander City. Heavy rainfall, could be some hail in here. This is tracking towards Hackneyville right now. So if you're waking up to us here watching the stream on the First Alert Weather app or watching our live stream at WBRC.com, WBRC, we are still live with you here at 3:45 in the morning. It's been another First Alert Weather day. The line of storms quickly moving across the state, and it's about clear to our entire area, but these storms are still intense. We're staying with you right now. We're getting close to about 15 minutes out from Good Day, Alabama. Meteorologist Megan Thomas is going to join us, and we'll have Mickey coming up later this morning. The entire team, we're just sort of tag teaming here, making sure we stay on this line as it moves on through. I mentioned we have two components to this system. We've talked about the wind, the severe storm aspect during the overnight hours. We've had some hail producers, and now we're going to be talking about maybe some snow producers as the day goes on. A chance that we could see some colder air and snow showers during the day impacting parts of the area. But now we get these storms moving through. Already we're seeing some 40s across West Alabama, so that temperature is dropping quickly. So grab the jacket before you head out. I know right now if you're about to leave out early this morning, you're like, what are you talking about? It's 70s. If you're in East Alabama, it certainly feels warmer, but once that line passes, those temperatures drop off. So let's go to Clay County. We're on Tallapoosa County here right now. Let's just look at this line. Looks like Ashland, and this is an area the Weather Service was watching. One little spot there around Craigford where there's the leading edge of the strong winds. Actually, Cooley Crossroads, Mellow Valley looks like some inbound, outbound winds right there around 31 miles per hour. Seeing that strong inflow coming in right there around Mellow Valley, and that is Highway 49 again, one area, southern Clay County. So first alert there, southern Clay County, south of Ashland, Mellow Valley, Gibsonville. Some signals there. We might have some strong damaging winds tracking to the north and east. This will soon be out of Clay County, but if you are waking up, you're hearing those loud rumbles. Millerville, Ashland, this is south of you, but this is not far from Craigford, and that's about to cross. That's around Corinth. You see right there, a little bit of rotation showing up. Again, this is far from the radar site, but we've seen these little areas that's tried to spin up, especially as this has moved further to the south and east tonight. But we do have some reports coming in, starting to see more of these. Actually, the Weather Service, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for western, so that was Elmore. They're continuing south. The one for Elmore County, yes. But they're watching the one on the Clay and Randolph line, so they're keeping a watch on this one storm right here. But you can see Calhoun County, we are out of the watch. The greatest impacts are now pushed out of our coverage area. East of Anniston, we got some leftover rain and rumbles. Talladega County, threat has ended for us. No tornado threats, just leftover rain. Chilton County threat has ended for us. It certainly ended for Birmingham and Shelby County. Right now it's Clay County and Coosa County right there. You can see to the south, and now it looks like some of those warnings are starting to expand over into parts of Georgia. It's interesting that the storms cross the state line and all of a sudden they go severe. But you can see there some of those storms are moving into Georgia. But watching a cell on the Clay and Randolph County line, but the Weather Service is keeping an eye on that to the south right around Ashland. Moving into Randolph County. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and falling temperatures. That's going to be one of the big stories here through the rest of this morning. First Alert Weather headlines. The good news is once we get past this event, rest of the week and the upcoming weekend, the weather certainly looks much calmer. Now we will start to heat up again later this week. We have freezing tonight, a freeze warning's in effect. The temperatures down in the 20s early Tuesday morning, wind chills in the teens, and then we start to heat up. We'll have temperatures back in the 80s by the end of the week, but I still wouldn't plant because you look down the road towards the end of March, there's some signals in the global data that we could see another cold snap on the way right around March 26 and 27. So we still could see some more cold weather down the line here, and I often say don't plant until after Good Friday. That's usually what I've always gone by. My grandfather always told me that. Never let me down, so I always plan after Good Friday. But you can have cold snaps. Typically that last frost, last freeze happens right there around early April. And then you have blackberry winter in May, which can happen sometimes. You'll get a cold snap, you'll get some frost. But typically we get past Good Friday, get on into April there. We kind of get past that time, which there was a date in the late 80s where we actually had snow in April. I mean, it has snowed in April in Alabama before. It doesn't happen all the time. That was one time. We've only seen that happen in recent times. But of course, we've seen snow in March before, and that's something that we could see later today, some snow flurries or some snow showers. But we're staying on this. Right now, we're getting close to 4 o'clock, and we're seeing some reports coming in. Watch it around parts of Talladega County. I'm seeing some reports of some trees down in some areas blocking the roadways, especially some of these secondary roads across the state where a lot of roads have been less traveled overnight. There's probably going to be some large limbs in the road, so just take it slow out there. Keep both hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, because it is going to be gusty. We got that wind advisory that will be in effect. Those winds will continue to pick up throughout the day, especially once we get into the daytime. That's when typically those winds will start to increase, those gusty winds out of the north. But a lot of lightning. The gust front should have, if we go to velocity, looks like the strongest winds and the leading edge of this, the gust front's now pushed almost completely out of our area. Looks like it's now pushing into Tallapoosa County. Tania was circling over into Randolph County right there. That looks like one little spot there. There might be a little bit of rotation showing up, moving up towards Wadowee. So if you're around Wadowee, I know a lot of you watch us on our stream and follow along. I know this is Atlanta, but we have a lot of viewers in Wadowee and Randolph County, and just letting you know, you're probably going to get some strong straight line winds out of this as that moves to the east direction. It's now crossed Highway 49, but moving into Wadowee, about to cross Highway 431 in Randolph County, so giving you that first alert for some of those stronger winds. Bluff Springs and Simpson down into Tallapoosa County, you're about to be on the back edge of this. It's moving quickly, but almost completely out of the area. There's the far southeastern corner of the county. If we go back over to see if we still have the, there's a look at the big picture right now, and that line has almost, that leading edge, completely cleared the area. This is where the severe threat is. This is non-severe at the moment. It's just some post-frontal precipitation, but we are seeing some indications of some more rain that's going to start to develop on the back side of this later on this morning, and that's where we might start to see some flurries or some snow showers as the day unfolds. Definitely not there's no winter storm warning in effect. We're not expecting the roads to be shut down or anything like that, but there certainly could be some snow showers and flurries, and maybe even some light accumulations, and especially higher elevations, North Alabama, where it's a little bit colder in some of those areas. That can happen later on today. But at the moment, the rain looks like it's tapering off for a while there over towards Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, back into parts of Coleman County. But this is animation here, starts at 1 a.m. So from 1 to right now, a few hours, you can just see how quickly this has now picked up speed, really moving faster, seems to me, as it's crossed the eastern part of the state. But the severe threats ended at Gadsden. It's ended in Cherokee County. Some of you may be without power, waking up without power, wondering what's going on. And you can see that the worst of this has now passed. But notice ahead of the line, you see these little cells. Look how they race in from the south. Those are the ones we got to watch. There was the one that was south of Montgomery. It looks like that tornado warning has expired on that. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, so that has expired there to the south. So we're about 5 minutes out, I believe, from breaking away. We're going to switch over to Good Day, Alabama. So just going to stay with you here. Just a reminder, if you did lose power, you can follow along on Good Day Alabama. Make sure you have our WBRC streaming app. We're streaming on our WBRC YouTube channel. If you live stream on the First Alert Weather app, you can watch us there. You can click live stream on the home page on our website. So several different ways you can keep up for weather and traffic news updates throughout the morning on Good Day Alabama. So make sure you have that. Tania, I'll let you jump in. I know Tania has been watching the radar too, doing a great job throughout the overnight hours, Tania, and certainly appreciate you driving the radar there. And just anything that I may be missing here, just want to make sure we have everything covered. I know Megan's coming up here in a few moments, but I'm still seeing some of these reports from Talladega County of some trees down on some roadways.
Yeah, Wes, I think the thing to stress at this point in time is that many people are getting up, they're heading to work. We want you to be extra careful. Lots of down trees. Some of those trees were stressed and a little weak. Those are the trees that are likely toppled over. So be careful. It's going to be dark if you're leaving within the next couple of hours. So make sure you have those lights on, have your headlights on, take it a little bit slower, avoid areas that may be a little bit more troubling. If you see any down trees on those roads, this is just one. So tells us wind damage report of a tree down on a home, but I've been seeing some on and along I-20 and really just close to the interstate. Like this is a tree blocking a road there in Talladega County, so please be careful. I just don't want you to be in a rush heading to work, taking your kids to school. You will definitely want to give yourself some extra time before you head anywhere this morning. Here's a look one. There's a tree down on Highway 77 near Ohatchee. And we've had all these reports that are just now coming in. Calhoun County, we got reports of strong winds there. Tree and power lines down near Renfro Road in central Talladega County. There's a tree down blocking Plant Road along the Talladega, Shelby, and St. Clair County borderline. So just want to give you all that first alert. So just giving you some reports here as a reminder and to paint the picture that, hey, there is going to be some damage out and about this morning. So you don't want to just leave the house, think you can get someplace in a hurry. The roads are slick, they're wet, there's likely some ponding on the roads. We always say avoid that, turn around, don't drown. The good news is that these storms for most areas have moved through pretty quickly, but again, the roads are still slick. So you don't want to be in a rush because we don't want anyone getting in a wreck or an accident on their way to work. We want you to keep it safe and keep it slow. But this is where the line is at. The leading edge is making its way in far east Alabama. There again are no severe thunderstorm warnings in place. There are major improvements out to our west, big drop in temperatures. That's the next big thing that we'll be tracking here. I'm going to send it back to Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We have big changes. This is not it. First alert weather day continues as we start Good Day Alabama, but I want to give you the first alert for colder temperatures. So not only do you want to give yourself extra drive time before you head to work, don't forget to grab that sweater and that jacket. You will noticeably feel that cooler air heading out that door, right, Wes?
Yes, quite a cold front, Tania. That's why, we've just wanted to stay on this thing throughout the night as it's crossed the state of Alabama. This is one of those cold fronts that can really have quite an impact as it moves through. And really, we've had some random reports. There's some trees down in some areas. It's certainly been an impactful line that has moved through. But right now, we have no active warnings in our coverage area, which is a good thing. And it looks like we're going to get this through here without tornado warning. So that's nice to see. So we'll have this now clearing the area, and leftover rain, there's still going to be some impact. So throughout the day, as we now shift over to a big drop in temperatures, and we're talking about still some gusty winds, that wind advisory that will be in effect throughout this evening. But now the tornado threat has ended for our area. Worst of this is now pushed out of Clay County. In my opinion, I'm seeing that strongest gust front's now making its way into Tallapoosa and Randolph County. So the severe weather threat has ended for our coverage area. There's some leftover rain, still going to be some gusty winds. We'll continue that first alert weather day for the colder weather, and let's keep a watch out throughout Good Day Alabama. We'll be talking about the possibility of seeing a little bit of wintry weather, but the next big thing, there is another first alert weather day for a freeze warning tomorrow morning. So temperatures this time tomorrow morning will be in the 20s, so we will see a freeze across the area. So stay with WBRC. Good Day Alabama starts at the top of the hour. Keep it right here.
No worries. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Hey, is that Sheila? Who's that talking? Hey, Leah. I didn't know you were here today. Is Sheila off? Okay. No, that's where I'm confused. I'm sorry. I should have sent you the top lines too.
haven't even told us. I haven't told us.
Yeah, we're going straight to weather. Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Not yet. I don't know. Huh?
Yeah, we made that call earlier.
Hey, check, 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 mic check, 1, 2, mic check, mic check.
Live on your side. Good Day Alabama starts with First Alert Weather.
Hey, good morning. I'm Mike Kelly. If you're just waking up with us, we know some of you may still be experiencing some strong winds.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of new developments with our weather, so let's get right over to Megan Thomas. She's at the First Alert Weather Center. Megan, I know we've had those severe storms moving through our area. Now we've got a new interesting development moving into Alabama.
Yeah, what do we say in Alabama? If you don't like one season, just wait 12 minutes, and I mean, it's here in the next. But that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the big change in temperatures and, of course, the return of some snow showers later this afternoon, or even this morning. Wanted to start off with a First Alert AccuTrack radar on this First Alert weather day, because yes, there are still ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's moving towards Wetumpka. Places like Pine Level just got impacted by some pretty heavy winds and strong gusty winds near Millbrook. That's going to be moving towards Eclectic. For our neck of the woods, the heaviest of rain and storms is now pushing closer towards Ava, Lakewood, Dowie. You're underneath the heaviest of rain, some strong gusty winds, and of course some frequent lightning near Corinth. That's all moving east near Ashland. And again, these bows that are seeing, these more along the line, these fingers that you see here, these echoes, these bow echoes, you're going to see those gusty winds moving through Fish Pond. This is northern Tallapoosa County. Alex City sits on the northern shores of Lake Martin. And yes, some pouring down rain and some strong gusty winds. The tornado watch is still in place for Cleburne, Clay, Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa counties until 9. I'd say they expire that within the next hour or two as the whole system moves east. But the wind, yeah, it's going to stick with us all day. We've got gusty winds right now upwards of 35 to 40 miles an hour in East Alabama. Wind advisory in place until 1 o'clock. Going to continue to see some stronger gusts throughout the day. But the big story going to be the temperature swing. Look at what the wind chill is all day in the mid-20s, and we'll be talking about, yes, some snow showers. We've got to look at your headlines and where temperatures sit now and where they're headed throughout the remainder of the week coming up next. Mike.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. As Megan just mentioned, those strong winds packed a punch with this storm system.
Absolutely, and we're getting a look at some of the damage left behind. Let's go now to your Ajane Robinson. She's live off Oxmoor Road. Ajane, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Hey, good morning, Mike Taylor. Yeah, I'm going to step out of the way so you guys can get a clear idea of what we're seeing out here. As you can see, we've got this massive tree that's in the middle of the roadway here, completely blocking the road. We're here on College Avenue and Oxmoor Road. We see there are some crews out here that are addressing the situation. They've blocked off both roadways for people to pass through this area. It is completely blocked off. No one can move through. This is just a massive tree. It shows you just how intense those storms were overnighted into this morning. I mean, that tree is huge, completely blocking the roadway there. Again, crews are currently on scene addressing the situation. Unsure the timeline of when this tree might get chainsawed down and removed from the roadway, but we'll of course continue to keep you guys updated. But if you live in this area or pass through this area here on College Avenue and Oxmoor Road, this area is completely blocked off. So definitely plan ahead as you guys head in or head out this morning to go to work or drop your kids off. We know there's an elementary school just up the road over here, so just keep that in mind as you guys head out this morning. We'll continue to provide updates as we learn more, but for now, your reporter here in Birmingham, I'm Ajane Robinson, WBRC 6 News on your side.
Ajane, thanks. And take a look at this picture as well and video sent in by Preston Calvert in Hamilton. You can see a tree down there as well. It's on top of a home there, as well as what appears to be trees on power lines. We're going to continue looking out for any more storm damage from across our area, and make sure you download the First Alert Weather app so you can stay up to date on the very latest forecast. Ajane mentioning a school nearby that tree. Several schools in our area delaying this morning because of that severe weather threat. Blount County, Coleman City and County, Etowah County, Fayette County, Gadsden City and Oneonta City schools all on a delay today, as well as Wallace State Community College's Hanceville and Oneonta campuses. They're delayed as well. We'll continue updating you as more reports come in.
As Megan mentioned, some eastern counties still feeling the impacts from the storm system, but we're also seeing several parts of the country dealing with the fury of Mother Nature, damaging wind gusts, snow affecting more than 100 million Americans this morning. This heavy snow you're seeing here is slamming the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Flights out of Minneapolis are all canceled. More than a foot of snow being reported in Wisconsin and Texas. Heavy winds kicking up dust. That led to that pickup truck crash you just saw there under that 18-wheeler. Very scary. The National Weather Service saying those winds created major visibility issues as well. This morning, millions of people still facing severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado risks.
And new this morning, Hale County Sheriff deputies are investigating a shooting. This happened early Sunday morning at Club 14 in Sawyerville. There's no details right now on any injuries or arrests, but deputies are asking anyone who has any information to call them or submit a tip through their app. This morning, Birmingham police are looking for the person responsible for shooting and injuring someone Sunday afternoon. Police telling us it happened on Ensley Avenue just before 4 p.m. Officers say the victim has non-life-threatening injuries. If you have any information, you're asked to call Birmingham police. Covering Shelby County, where the trial continuing this morning against a man accused of hitting and killing 10-year-old Ember Poe while she was riding her scooter in Montevallo. John David Winton facing a reckless manslaughter charge as well as drug charges. Those jury deliberations began Friday, and much of this trial is focusing on whether Winton had drugs in his system at the time of the crash. Now, at the scene, Winton told police that he had nothing in his system except for Advil. However, during a police interview days later, Winton told investigators that he had used meth 5 days before the crash happened. His defense team says he passed a field sobriety test and showed no signs of being under the influence at the time. Our team is going to be at the courthouse this morning, so make sure you download the free WBRC streaming app to track the very latest on this case.
Developing right now out of the Middle East, massive flight cancellations, airspace closures after more military clashes between Iran and Israel. A fuel tanker was hit by an Iranian drone earlier, is actually on fire. U.S. Central Command posting this video also showing airstrikes destroying military